Good evening to you. Welcome to the show. I appreciate your company. Thank you so much for making time to watch Bay TV. I trust it all finds you well and ready for the day. Well, yesterday we had a very fruitful engagement on how Kenya will look under the UDA governance. It had a lot of controversies and pro and cons. Today I want us to cross over the other side and look at how will Kenya look under the Azimio La Umoja governance. Those are the two most spoken of sides and look like the politics may end up in either of the two. And so every Kenyan has a right to see to it that they dive into asking right questions in order to get right answers. And so here at Mtembei TV, we offer you an opportunity to get into the studio and be able to air what is on your mind as you analyze and look around the country and the latest political development. Welcome on board. The link is in the comments. You click on the link and you will find your way into the studio. Just make sure that you allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio. I appreciate all of you that are joining. Thank you, Oyando Wycliffe. I'm happy that you are watching from Kisii County. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let's keep coming in. Let us get busy talking. This country means a lot to our lives and the lives of our children's children. And so it makes every sense in all the world when we take full responsibility on what the future holds for this great country. Cannot fold our hands and look at things happening. We must be part and parcel of what makes things happen. And so we can't keep quiet anymore. Everybody's claims must be scrutinized. Everybody's character must be checked, especially if you're asking for the highest office in the land. It is our responsibility as Kenyans to scrutinize and check everybody who is looking for how to be our CEO as a country. That is what this platform provides. So please, let's come in. Use the link in the comments. Get in here. Let us get talking. Thank you very much, all of you that are coming in. Thank you for inviting somebody to watch. I know that tonight is going to be hot in terms of divergent views on what people think about what does Azimio La Umoja represent or present for Kenyans, even as they ask for an opportunity to be able to lead the way. Sir Hemston, how are you?
Good.
Unmute.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Good to see you again.
I'm grateful. Good to see you again too. I've just
looking at Azimio La Umoja. Yes, you are the first person to come in. So you are the first person to come in.
Yeah.
And so we are all green like you. You need some minutes to put yourself together?
Yeah, exactly.
No problem. You take your time. We are happy that you are here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the show wherever you are around the world. You're watching Mtembei TV. We are online, Facebook and YouTube, and we are here to see to it that we be part of what shapes the conversation in our country. So we give you an opportunity to come and air those views right here. Ensure that you're part and parcel of the solution and not the problem. So courage, get in, let's get talking. The link is right into the comments, and invite somebody also to join into the discourse, either by watching or by commenting, so that we can all flow together. I'm happy that we have a quorum in studio right now, ready for the days Azimio La Umoja governance. How will that make Kenya look like? Is it a real deal, or is it we should look for another? It's important that we look into this keenly. Akengo Omwangu, thank you very much for staying on board. You are always there for us. God bless you. Muli Lenguro, thank you. You say one love. Happy, thank you so much. It is time for us to get talking. Okay. Vincent War.
Yes.
Good evening to you.
Good evening too. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How is today?
Today I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't complain. I think everything is okay.
Sawa.
And I
start off on in terms of Kenya and Azimio La Umoja. Vincent seems to be stuck. We may have a rough start, but we look forward to having a great engagement today. Nelson? Unmute first, Mr. Nelson. You unmute your mic, then speak. Nelson, would you unmute? Leo kuna technical hitches, eh? Omar.
Unanipata?
Kabisa, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Leo ndo nimewahi mapema.
Naona umekuwa the earliest bird.
Leo ilikuwa ni mada gani leo tunazungumza?
Jana tukaangalia serikali ya UDA, leo tunaangalia serikali ya Azimio La Umoja.
Jana ilikuwa serikali ya UDA, leo tunazungumza serikali ya mzee.
Yes.
Serikali ya mzee kila ikikucha vile tunaona mambo yake haiko mbaya. Na tunamtakia la kheri kila siku. Mwenyezi Mungu ampatie nguvu wakati atashika mamlaka, aondoe uchafu iko sahihi katika hii nchi yetu. Huyo tu ndo anaweza kunyorosha wafisadi na wengine awaeke mazimbani huko. Kulingana leo nimeangalia mambo ya mzee. Kitu ya kwanza, mzee siasa yake kila mtu hushindwa kumuelewa. Leo alikuwa kwa Musalia Mudavadi yako kuja kwa ile mkutano yake ya Kasarani, lakini yeye ameonyesha Waluya Mulembe Nation hana chuki. Hata kama hamkukuja kwa mkutano yangu, yeye ameonyesha Mudavadi hana chuki naye. Hiyo imefurahisha Waluya sana na Wakenya. Na kitu ingine pia, katika hiyo mazishi nimeona wengine walikuwa wanamrushia maneno wale wafuasi wa Musalia, lakini mzee kwa hiyo yote alikuja kuzungumza, ana roho safi. Sasa hii Raila si kama ule wa kitambo, ulikuwa unamrushia maneno anakujibu. Raila ana roho safi sasa hii, na ni mtu anajua anacheza siasa yake na anajua anacheza aje. Alafu leo pia ilikuwa katika huko Ukambani, nikaona kuna mazishi, I think ilikuwa Kalonzo na Charity Ngilu. Charity Ngilu anahimiza sana Kalonzo arudiane, waungane na mzee baba. Hiyo pia imenifurahisha, na Kalonzo akasema sio haraka, atupeleki haraka sana, lakini watakuja kuungana soon. Hiyo ndio imenifurahisha, na hiyo tu katika siasa ya mzee ndio imenifurahisha. Na nimeona DP anazunguka huku na huku, anatangatanga huku na huku, sijui yuko ni Naikuru, yuko Naikuru. Yani ana wasiwasi, anatangatanga tu, yani mtango tu. Hata wakati wa holiday watu wanaenda wanatangatanga tu, yani anachomoka huku, anaenda huku, yani ni kama hawaamini wafuasi wake. Akilala anaota ni kama na campaign, yani ana wasiwasi na watu wake, hawatrust hao watu wake. Ni kama vile ukiona mtu anazunguka Kenya mzima kama mwendawazimu, ni kama ameshaambiwa popularity yake inashuka. Ni kama watu sasa wameanza kuerevuka. Unajua mara ya kwanza siasa ya Kenya usiende mbio vile president alisema. Utaenda mbio, watu watakusoma, lakini baadaye watakuja kuboeka na wewe. Na nashukuru sana, kila kikampaign watu wanachoka na yeye. Ruto kila kikampaign watu wanachoka na yeye. Nimeona leo pia Central mkutano ile ilikuwa kwa Central ni between Kibicho na Kimunya, walikuwa na mkutano. Dalili vile inaenda kukua sasa, hii mimi naona hiyo UDA itakuja the end, itabaki tu Rift Valley peke yake. Kulingana mimi naona vile watu wanapiga siasa yao. Watu wa Central watu wa Central Ruto asiwaamini. Wakati wote wanaweza kumgeuka, kwa sababu lazima wasikize Wanyoba. Vile Uhuru anaenda, lazima hao wataenda hivyo. Hiyo tu kwa maoni yangu ya sasa.
Okay, asante Odero, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Bwana Nelson. Mashini yako inakwama. Okay. Nelson, you will need to beg your machine. It is failing you. Vincent, you are back. Sema.
Yeah, I'm back now, Mr. Bernard.
I'm happy that you are connected. Karibu tuendelee mbele, tuambie serikali ya Azimio la Umoja itapeleka Kenya wapi? Kwa maoni yako.
Serikali ya Azimio la Umoja. Unajua, under Azimio la Umoja, there are a lot of things. Are you getting me? Hello?
I can get you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, let me go ahead. Under Azimio La Umoja, I think currently Baba has not yet ajaika the manifestos, but accordingly last week on 10th there are a number of things that is stated. There are about 10 points that Baba stated that once akiingia pale Ikuluni, bora tu akuwe sworn as the president, there are 10 things that currently anataka afanyie watu wa Kenya. And apart from that, the most important thing under Azimio La Umoja, what currently Baba is fighting for, I think he normally say that he has 5 youths who tunnel, and under this who tunnel, the first thing that even we as Kenyans that we currently know, and we know even the president himself, he normally say that the most important thing in Kenya is peace, is what Baba is fighting for. The peace. They want Kenyans and the peace and the unity. He want Kenyans to have peace, and he want Kenyans to have unity, whereby if you go to Kisumu, if you go to Murang'a, if you go to Mombasa, if you go to Eldoret, hakuna yule ambaye atafanya nini? Hakuna yule ambaye atakusumbua. Everybody, I think currently Baba is using something that I think Mwalimu Julius Nyerere alikuwa anatumia huko Tanzania. And currently if you go to Tanzania, you will find most people, hakuna yule ambaye atakuita ati wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mjaluo, wewe ni mkabila gani. Everybody there, pale kila mtu ni Mtanzania. And that's what currently Baba is fighting for. Anataka Kenya iwe out of currently we are about 46 tribes in Kenya. These 46 tribes, he want all of us, nikikutana na wewe kama Bernard, maybe wewe ni Mkisia ama wewe ni Mjaluo ama wewe ni nini, I will not call you by your tribe that Bernard you're a Luo. No, I will call you as a Kenyan. And that one, it can only happen under Azimio La Umoja. That is the one thing, but the one benefit, the one gain that we will find under Azimio La Umoja. Another gain, Baba is trying to talk about mostly about industries. Currently, if ukiangalia most industries, all of them, most of them zimefungwa. The investors run away. And these investors, they ran away from 2013 to about 2018. That's when most investors ran away. Not that they go walienda sababu ya environment, because the environment was not good. But once the environment will be good, currently environment ya Kenya, at least we can say that now investors are coming back. And under Azimio La Umoja, most investors, what I know with Baba mtu mwingine anajulikana all over the world, and he will go and bring more investors to Kenya, so that our youth can be employed, youth can get employment in either, maybe if not white collar, but at least unaweza pata kile ambacho utakuwa unafanya. And that one, it only can happen under Azimio La Umoja. So myself, I don't have fears with Azimio La Umoja. I don't have fears with it. I have I myself niko sure that if we get this government, if Baba get it, and we will achieve more things. I think that's what I can say as per now. Still will contribute. Tutaendelea kucontribute until late hours. So that's what I can say as per now. Will somebody continue?
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you everybody who is joining us. Please, let's keep talking and maintain civility. You have no issues calling anybody any name. It is important that we all remain civil and do what is required of us to do, and that is build Kenya. Nelson, your mic has started. Okay, let's talk.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Karibu sasa.
Karibuni nyote. I'm very grateful. I'm so happy, and actually, I really thank everyone for this group kuwa mahali hapa. My first thing nitasema kwamba Baba has showed Kenyans that he's a man of no vigor with anyone. He's a man of peace, and he's a man that can actually, he showed his peaceful love to the people of Western by only attending the burial. You know, in Luya land, it's better you skip from the prayers, but you attend the really burial thing. And that's where Baba has flopped. The likes of Weta did not appear there. The likes of Kalonzo did not appear as a friend, but they only appeared in church. According to the Abaluya, the only thing that you're not supposed to miss ni siku ya kuzika. That day is a very important day, and Baba is his strategy is very important. He wouldn't have faced these guys huko kanisani huko, and that's why he took time to relax na aende pale aongee. We might demean this man Ruto, but from our side as Azimio La Umoja, we need to show unity, peace, and love as what Baba is doing. Let us not fight or what, and as what was said yesterday, we saw what happened in Homa Bay and what happened in Migori. I've seen one video, one lady had spoken, woman rep, I think for Migori. She said one thing, that us in Azimio La Umoja, we need to stand as one person, as one thing, as one Kenya. As much as we understand very well where Azimio La Umoja came from, and the likes of Mudavadi and the Oka people did not understand, Baba had to twist this thing in English so that it comes to the mind of Kenyans. For them, they came with Oka, but when they came with it, Baba got something from them. Mudavadi is wise. He's the only guy who came with NASA. And when he came with the Oka, saying that alliance, Baba used to finish them by using English. And for them, they remain in Swahili. And Baba's strategy in Western, actually, he cannot speak about, we can see how this boy in Kakamega, the current Kakamega governor, how he's abusing Baba every now and then. I think you guys, you remember who Ababu Namwamba was.
Order.
Yeah.
Current Kakamega governor is Oparanya.
No, Kakamega senator. Sorry. Current Kakamega senator.
Please,
Malala.
thank you.
Malala used to be my very good friend, my very good person when he was on our side. But now he has really turned to be Ababu Namwamba second. Now we are going to have Ababu Namwamba episode 2 from the current senator for Kakamega. Actually, in Western, you cannot win by abusing Baba. But those who normally win by abusing Baba, they're in the sides of Trans Nzoia. Because your side, kidogo nusu ni Azimio, nusu ni UDA, nusu ni Oka. But when it comes to Kakamega, that guy is really using abusive language. But us, watu wa Azimio La Umoja, hata mtu kama metutusi, let us embrace peace. Let us embrace peace. Actually, some of us here, we don't need to abuse anyone in the group here. We don't need to utter bad words. But what we need to tell them, let's tell them the truth. What Raila needs for Kenyans is only peace, love, and unity. And that's why he normally talks about kuondoa ujinga, umasikini, na hiyo ingine ya tatu mnaweza nimalizia. If we accept to be fools, hiyo neno ya ujinga, if we accept to be fools na tuende tupeane kura UDA. Ruto has been in the government for 10 years. What has he done for the people of Kakamega? And believe me or not, next year, Raila Odinga will come with the president to open Mumias. Raila is a strategized man. And when Baba will come with the Azimio La Mumias, forget about Azimio La Umoja, he will come with a strategy, Azimio La Kuokoa Mumias. I swear before God, Mudavadi will not be there. The Kakamega senator atakuwa ameangushwa chini. The likes of Oparanya watakuwa ameangushwa chini. You have seen how Kisumu is developed now. Baba gave them time. Lazima ujitetee side yako. And that's why he said today, I had nothing to offer to my brother Mudavadi. If I had something, I would have given him. I am not that mean not to give my brother something, but only that I didn't have anything. And that's why Raila fought for the people of Nyanza, development iende Nyanza. What has these other guys fought for Western? Let us not say that Raila is pushing politics development in Nyanza. What has Mudavadi done for Western? He's a principal. He would have gone to the president. I don't think if Mudavadi cannot access the president, he can go to the president and ask the president, we need Mumias. Raila went to the president for the people of Nyanza region. I need to make Kisumu better. I need development to my people. But our leaders, na hiyo njaa yao, the likes of Weta, they never went to the president and asked for something.
Order, Bwana Nelson. Order, Bwana Nelson. Nelson,
Yeah.
Let us restrict ourselves to the topic so that we do justice. We want to travel into the future and paint the picture for Kenyans. How will Kenya look under governance? So let history inform us, not be the.
I am just giving. We are talking about Azimio La Umoja and what happened today in Kakamega because it's all Western region. But when it comes to the Western region, Nyanza province and Nyanza region.
You're missing the point. You're not listening. You're missing the point. Okay. The topic today is analysis, Kenya under Azimio La Umoja governance. Yesterday we did UDA. Okay? So we want you to tell us from the performance of Baba and the other parties that you want to line up with Azimio. What will they do in Kenya? Will they improve Kenya or will they run Kenya down? Let's not
actually
go into politics and the other politics. We will do the other politics. Thank you.
I understand why you said so. I'm sorry for that. Allow me to elaborate more. This is what I will tell Kenyans actually. From the Azimio La Umoja, everybody knows here who Raila is. And Raila is a man of action. And Raila is a man of, if he says something, it will never fade off. And let people not take advantage that Baba ameamua kunyamaza, sasa tutamkalia. Raila Odinga, the history of Oparanya. I will just give example of Oparanya. When Oparanya came to Kakamega, no one knew that Oparanya is around. He just came from nowhere and he became the governor of Kakamega. And everybody has been asking, and we saw what the other people who are complaining today in Kakamega, saying that the people of Vihiga have failed us. They don't have a governor from the ANC, Oka side. And they have a governor from the ODM. They should not do that. That is incitement. From the Azimio La Umoja, we cannot incite people in that side. We can only embrace peace, love, and unity. I hope hapo mmenielewa kidogo. We went there as one team, NASA, but now it has turned into division that we should not elect in Vihiga anybody from ODM. That shows that Azimio La Umoja is stronger than Oka and is stronger than UDA in Vihiga County. Azimio La Umoja is stronger everywhere. We can see how now there are fights in Central. In Central, we are looking upon development record. Development record of Azimio La Umoja, when we look at all the roads in Dukonazo, Kenya, it is from Raila Amolo Odinga. He always tells you, ni mimi nilichora. Did Ruto draw anything? Never. Did Mudavadi chora anything? Never. Did Wetangula chora anything? Never. Did Jirongo chora anything? Never. Ni mimi nilichora.
Thank you. I think take a break.
Only back. One word. I need to add only one word. Only one word. Yeah. We are now enjoying Thika Highway through Raila Amolo Odinga. And those that are fighting Baba, they don't know who Baba is. Bernard, today you can drive to Thika Highway very comfortably. If we would have followed these guys who are fighting Baba not to have that thicker highway, atungekuwa nayo. That is what we call development. If you go abroad, all development are under construction, and that's why Baba normally talks about maendeleo ni kwa construction. Na ndio maana alipewa to be representative of AU. Unaelewa?
Okay,
AU
thank you.
mambo na development.
Hold on, Nelson. It is okay. Time up. You come in late to continue from where you are pausing. It's important
Thank you so much.
that we give everybody enough time to talk, and then I want us to slow down, huh? Everybody. We are looking on how will the country look under the Azimio La Umoja governance. You're free to imagine, you're free to speculate, you're free to analyze, but let us restrict ourselves to the same as much as possible. And remember, we're here to make people understand. We are not here to score points. We're here to understand. These people that don't know Baba, it is now duty to make them know who Baba is, and we articulate and calculating. Whose mic is on?
Bashir, mute.
Hello.
Okay.
Mute, please.
Please keep your mic off until it's your turn to speak. Don't unmute until it is your turn to speak, please.
Okay.
WG, take it.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. Thank you. Karibu.
Asante, it has been long.
We both went into hiding.
Yeah. Okay, very quickly, so that we can also give others. I can see even the UDA guys are arriving. So we need to also hear from them. Number one, I want to talk about speculating about Azimio La Umoja government, isn't it? Personally, I'm foreseeing or speculating over a rejuvenated foreign policy, which during the Jubilee administration went down. In fact, it was zero. If there is a place or any department that let Kenyans down, was the foreign department. We lost many important projects. Remember, there was the Ugandan partnership. There was a project that was to involve us, which went to Tanzania. Tanzanians took it. There was also Madam Amina at one point wanted to be something at the UN or at what level. Then that one also did not material. There are so many things that were to be mentioned. And this one, I think it went down because when UDA took over, when Jubilee took over, when it was still the very first coalition between URP and PNU. I think when they came to power in 2013, they were much more interested in awarding those posts to their friends and cronies than checking on who can play which department or role better. So they were just dishing out those departments or offices. So, and that costed us. Even the relationship with our neighbors became very bad, especially with Tanzania, who should be our major, partner in this region, went down. And then there was also the there's also now the Somali crisis, which we still experience until to date. So that one, was a disappointment. So we are expecting a lot of revamped foreign policy and done by foreign experts and people who are who have experience in those fields, not just any other person. I'm not expecting that Mzee will be dishing out those offices to his friends. Number two, under something very similar or very close is the development partners. Their activities, we saw a lot of them, retreating or holding back during all this time. So they were not active at all, or if they were active, those who are active in the land did not release their full potential to us. And that's the reason why we've seen a lot of NGOs, going down and struggling, because the foreign policy was not so much favorable. We are looking forward to, again, that sector being revamped when the new government comes in. There is also the issue of coming back home. There is issue number one. The great question of the day is corruption, which William Ruto is not talking about. He is avoiding it like a plague wherever he is. He would rather keep people entertained in other areas, but that one he will never utter. How he's going to deal with corruption. Yet that is what has landed us where we are today in these economical upheavals we are facing currently. So corruption, Baba has to face head on. Whether he's going to break relationship with some of his friends, we expect him to go into that full throttle. The other thing is his devolution. The devolution he brought, we've seen the devolution facing challenges. Yes, the devolution is in place, but it has not realized its full potential as expected. This is because, number one, there is a lot of lack of discipline. And there was also, lack of, good intention from the national government, so that when the monies are supposed to be, released, then there are some, cat and mouse game being played, so that the devolution cannot come up as successful. But of late, we see that the president has been determined to make devolution work after, booting the person who was who actually opposed the 2010 constitution that brought up the devolution. After
WG, please.
Yes. Well, yes.
We talked to UDA yesterday. Today we are looking at Azimio La Umoja and what solutions they are offering to Kenyans.
It's what I'm giving.
Do your best not to be dragging in this and that, compare and contrast. Let's just analyze properly. What will make Azimio La Umoja government better than UDA government? So if they have a better policy on corruption, say they have a better policy for corruption, they have this and that, so that we don't go into many stories. There are many people in the queue that need to come in. Thank you.
All right. I'm bringing youth and employment. Like he has said, we are expecting that employment will be achieved or realized through revamping of businesses and through giving of loans that will be only, will not be paid with the interest. until after 7 years. That being a business person, I know what that means. It will come in handy to assist the youth. So anybody who would be in business will be having a good time with that. Another one is revamping or revival of industries that he has said will be happening. And this will be done if they are in good terms with the foreign partners, you know, that will be realized. It will come to a reality. I've talked of the NGOs that will come in due to also good partnership with our foreign partners. That will also revamp the economy. Agricultural sector has been moving from each region and identifying their agricultural preoccupations. So this will be revamped. Coming to sports, he is a person who loves sports, be it athletics and mainly football. We are looking forward on the local clubs being, you know, empowered and players being, you know, empowered and being given opportunity even to showcase their talents even in the foreign lands. Reorganization of governance, reorganization of government from the top. You see that when he was the prime minister, he introduced the arid and semi-arid areas authority, where those people they were to be looked into. He also brought. He's been also talking about the introduction of the youth what it's called the youth what some bodies that will ensure that the rights of youth is not just mentioned just in the political arenas and other places, but actually will be ensuring that the policies that are pro-youth are actually you know, realized. So those authorities will be brought in. So there will be discipline in government, whereby the monies that are just you know, misused will be put into better use. There will be unity. He's spoken of unity from all corners, and which we don't see his his opponents talking about. So the big fear, because we are also we are talking about the fears. The fears would come from people who the corrupt, who think that actually their game will be over. So the corrupt might, the fear is the corrupt might fight back. They might fight back, and they normally come in, you know, they know their ways how to fight back. So that is only the fear that we are seeing. And the only other fear is so many parties are entering into Azimio La Umoja. This will have advantage, but again, there might be a disadvantage, especially when he takes over and begins to rule or to govern. So it might be so hard for him to push his agendas through parliament if the parties go there individually, because every other party might be having interest, and it would be also easier for the corrupt also to use these other parties to so that the agendas might not go through in parliament or the Senate. Those are the fears that I see. Thank you for now.
Okay, thank you, WG. And I want to go to Pato. Please, let's mind time and be as concise as possible, so that we are adding value to the viewers. As much as we are engaging, there are those who are watching and listening. They want to embrace what you are talking or understand what you're talking. So usisahau kwamba unaongelesha watu hata ukituongelesha. Lazima ukumbuke hivyo. Thank you very much. And those of you in the comments, thank you very much for keeping civility. Please, if somebody changes the language, don't answer them, don't respond, don't go personal. Let's keep our channel clean and let's keep our politics clean. It's important. Thank you very much. Pato Twende.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bernard and the panelists for this opportunity. I just want to request that I want to give out this opportunity to the next person so that I follow. So I will be next, please. Let me pumua kidogo alafu I will come.
Sawa sawa Pato. Thank you very much. Vincent had spoken. Moon. Moon Joel.
Yeah, of course. All right. I wasn't even prepared, but of course, okay, I'll have to undertake this one. And to the panelists,
Go ahead.
how are you all?
Good, you're good. Thank you.
Of course, I wasn't prepared, but of course, okay, when I see this one, that the true analysis, yeah, Kenya and Azimio La Umoja, governance, and of course, okay, the gains, the losses, and the fears that maybe we'll be having, To me, of course, okay, I would say that, of course, okay, it is not about the political party, maybe, or even the movement that we do have. One is that person that is, of course, okay, the leader of that party. And that thing that we do have, that hope that we have that he will do the best work that we want him to go and do. As a servant, of course, he said that I just want partners, but not the followers. That means he will only be a leader and a representative, but as ourselves as a citizen, we'll always be within him. And of course, okay, tell him this is what we are supposed to be doing. So to be very realistic, under his government, because that is where we are heading to, is of course we have a lot to celebrate and to say, yes, this is what we want as a nation. One is about that Azimio, just the Azimio La Umoja on its own way. That unity that will come into the country. That bonding that will come into Kenyans as in, okay, I belong to Kenya and this is my brother and this is my sister. The whole business that we're gonna do is the good business that we do as brothers and sisters. So we talk and we do it. We agree and we move because we have that happiness, peace, and stability in the country. That one is better. He's that person. Raila Odinga is the same person who say, and okay, anything he talks about, he will always do it. So when it comes to his governance, I'm very sure that, of course, okay, roads, the infrastructure will be one thing that the government will look at it. Now, the Uhuru Kenyatta government is, of course, okay, doing a lot in terms of, okay, the infrastructure. And with all that one, Raila Odinga has always been with Uhuru Kenyatta in terms of, okay, let us go to a given place, twende tuzindue hii, tuangalie hii, and all that. I think yesterday, I think yesterday he was at Mombasa. Kwa alikuwa anaonyeshwa zile vitu ambavyo ataendeleza. Which of course I'm very sure that, of course, okay, to those ones who read politics and they know politics, that is just by the direct endorsement. Kwa hivyo hatutakuwa na mengi, kwa hiyo tunasema tu, yeah, that is an alert to continue, of course, to the many things that you're gonna see. And I was at some point I was wondering at okay, the news that I had that Karanja Kibichu and the one Munya were telling the president to tell us who is that person that you want to endorse so that we go for him. But at the same time, Munya was saying that, of course, okay, we read the languages, the body language of the president, and all the instruction that we've been given is what we are delivering to the people. So, of course, okay, to be very realistic, that is a government that we know very well that is where we are. Health, to be very sure, health will be something that we will all embrace in the government of Raila Odinga. Wakati mwingine alikuwa anaongea ya the mortuaries, of course, where you unafungia mwili mpaka wakati gani. upeane mwili alafu pesa zinaongezeka, ule mtu hajalipwa nini and all that. So I'm very sure that Raila Amolo Odinga will do wonders in terms of health.
Okay, Moon, it seems you are having technical hitches. Sorry about that. Now, I want Nelson to come in. I'm a part of already. Okay, thank you. I want Nelson to come in, and as Nelson comes in, I want us to look at the dynamics of Azimio La Umoja. It's going to be a cluster of different parties with different interests, with different perspectives. The management of those political parties so that they chart away the common agenda for Kenya. Don't you think it's going to be a great challenge to Baba? And is he up to the task? Nelson. Nelson, you want to keep your mic on throughout or something? sorry about that. And then maybe WG can respond to this one. Can someone talk about one of Kiraitu Murungu change of mind and looks like he might decamp to UDA?
But Bernard, can I say something about?
Yes, go ahead. Hold on, Moon Joel is back. Let him finish his submission, then we go there. Go ahead, Moon Joel.
All right, Bernard. Of course, okay, it is my network that isn't behaving well, but I hope it will behave this round. And of course, okay, at that one of Kiraitu Murungi, I'm not very sure if Kiraitu Murungi is saying that, of course, okay, has he come to UDA. Josephat Nanok, being in the interview, of course, okay, say that, of course, that Kiraitu Murungi will join them, which I'm not very sure about. And Kiraitu Murungi say that, of course, we want to go with our own parties to a given party that we want to go to. We haven't heard William Ruto changing the mind, saying that, of course, UDA will absorb all the parties, having their own instruction, their own formations. I'm not very sure. Because Kiraitu Murungi said, we are going to a given party with our own parties. Not the way we went to Jubilee. And when Jubilee drawn, we all drawn with it. So unless William Ruto changes mind and say, all the parties coming to my party, and at the same time, you are all welcome as parties, but not that draw your party and come into mine. So I haven't heard. So Kiraitu Murungi, I'm not very sure if he's going anywhere or he will always be there. But I believe he will always be there. And I think I won't have a lot, Bernard. Let me give two other panelists and I'll come back later.
Thank you, WG, your quick comment before we move on.
Yeah, I'm waiting, Bernard. I'm waiting for the forum to be stable. Thank you. I think the issue of Kiraitu Murungi, sending mixed signal is based on the regional politics. It's a game of where am I, the interest, and it appears that Munya, Honorable Munya, yeah. The CS for agriculture is already elbowing him out of the Azimio with his determination and his position as a national figure being the CS. So I think, but Honorable, Kiraitu must also, crave for that attention. So when he says he's joining UDA, the last time I heard about him talk, actually he was giving his position regarding his current position, and he was like he's open to anybody, and he was saying that he doesn't have to go to Nairobi and so that he can be seen like is there, but with his party being, if he revives his bus, then the people who are in Nairobi will go to him, because he will just be like, I have 3,000 people here, and they will be coming to look for the 3,000 votes. So with that, I think he's one man who is still just angling his way and trying to also elbow his way into the system. I'm seeing that we still have, if he's to go to UDA, he has not made up the mind yet. We are still yet to see Kiraitu Murungi.
Okay, thank you, WG. Vincent, what is it?
Yes. Yeah, I want to add something about Kiraitu.
Be very brief, please. Very brief.
Yeah, and I think like yesterday he was being interviewed, and was it a Citizen, and he said that he has not said that either he will join UDA or he will join Azimio. So the Kiraitu himself currently is still undecided, where currently anataka pali ile mrengo ambayo itakuwa hata yeye mwenyewe atapata nyama kidogo yenye ataweka kwa meza yake. Juu currently if you look at what will make Kiraitu either to go to the other side or to remain neutral, Kiraitu and Munya, they are two people, they're different, two personalities. Kiraitu and Munya hawaelewani vizuri. So Kiraitu, he knew very well that if Peter Munya will be in the other side of Azimio side, he can't join Azimio. And that's the reason why you see for the first time, if you can remember very well that at time alikaribisha Baba in Meru, Munya himself was not there. When Munya was with Baba, now you see Kiraitu he backside akarudi nyuma. So currently they still is undecided. It's either he will join UDA or he will just go neutral. And another thing, let me add one thing. Currently merging Ruto anajaribu kusema something about this party ndogo ndogo ambao watu wanafanya ni ambao watu wanafungua size, ndio the reason why anaongea about this party ndogo ndogo ni anataka watu waende kwa mrengo yake Yahuda. And if you Bernard look at 2017, there's a big mistake that most parties did, and this thing is currently affecting many people, because currently 2017 Ruto himself yeye ndiye aliamua akakuja na hii mambo ya sijui waende watengeneze Jubilee, wachukue hizi chama zote ndogo ndogo watengeneze party moja. Na this thing kutengeneza party moja imeumiza watu wengi, imeumiza wale wenye walienda walivunja zile party zao wakaenda wakaangusha TNA Jubilee. Currently most of them, if you are very keen, most of them currently they are not even able to form new parties. So it's either you can't go and revive your party. Even he himself angekuwa mtu mjanja angeenda afufue URP. Unaona sasa ameenda sasa anaenda anatengeneza party nyingine. Why? Because they did a very very mistake kubwa yenye ilifanyika. And Ruto himself hata yeye mwenyewe sasa haizi kubaliwa kutengeneza party according to Kenyan constitution. Ni vile watu wengi wasomangi constitution, but if you can read the constitution, most people Sahi waweze, the constitution hawaruhusu watengeneze party because already walishavunja party zao, wakaenda wakatengeneza party moja. So that is the worst thing yenye sahi watu wengi wanaangalia. And ukiangalia Wamalo alikuwa na party, akaenda sahi nani amechukua akaweka party leader Wafula wa Munyinyi. The reason being see sahi the constitution is mruhusu atengeneze party. Sawa.
Okay, thank you. I won't challenge that. I wanted us to go to where here. Thank you. Sir Emston, are you ready to speak?
I think I'm ready now.
Please go ahead. 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was here before, and I think, as I can see, it's about the issue of Kenya under Azimio La Umoja governance, and politically, speaking, we can see the two camps of the Baba and Ruto. The Azimio La Umoja team is nationally balanced, carrying almost all those tribal groups, rather communities, which means that Azimio La Umoja is a national movement. It carries the face of Kenya, and I think that is what each and every one of a Kenyan would rather wish to support. The Azimio La Umoja team. It's balanced. It has everyone from each and every part of this country. And I think a governance under Azimio La Umoja will be a safer one. The guys in that team are less corrupt, if there is any, and Kenya will be safer in these guys' hands than the UDA team, which attracts, like I said before, it attracts people with questionable pasts and current characters. So governance under Azimio La Umoja will be, I think, more democratic, more really, obeying court orders constitutionally, and they'll be following the rule and adhering to the rule of law, going by the guys in the team, the likes of Orego, the likes of Paul Mwangi. These are guys who have been really, really instrumental in amendment of the 2010 constitution. So this will be a really big deal for them to be in the team, in the governing team, to now work as part of the government and be the inside team to work with this kind of constitution. So these are guys. Azimio La Umoja team is a team that will see Kenya be more democratic, follow the rule of law, less corruption, and this is what Kenya really wants as per now, compared to the other host, the other host who is Ruto, rather the other team. So my personal opinion is that the Azimio La Umoja is generally fair, and I think it's better. If it could be betting, then it's better to put all your eggs in this one basket called Azimio La Umoja. If you really want a future, because the older team is trying to argue that, well, we should not really rely on history. But when we listen to the Raila speech when he gave it during the Jamhuri Day, he said that we should be really keen on our history to prevent editing of our history, repeating, even though history repeats itself, but then there's some mistakes which we should not repeat. So we should be very keen while trying to omit where we came from, while pretending to be working on where we are going. We cannot forget our history, and we have to work together. We have to work with the team that is carrying the face of Kenya to avoid tribalism and to ensure that each and everyone feels represented in the next government, to prevent this issue of the winner takes it all. And I think Uru's dream of reviving BBI is can be seen very clearly in the team of Azimio La Umoja. Even if the BBI failed, its original mandate, or rather the goal it was trying to achieve, of bringing all Kenyans together, Raila is really trying hard to work on it and make sure it's realized, and bring everyone on board, from the Kamba, from the lawyer, from the Weather Masai, to bring everyone on board, so that when Azimio La Umoja forms the next government, people can really realize the importance of bringing each and everyone together. And when they reintroduce, or they revive the BBI, they'll now have seen and enjoyed the benefits of everyone coming together and making one nation that everyone feels part of. Ruto is trying to
Time up,
kind
time
of
up. Please conclude.
okay, I'm winding. With Ruto, Ruto is trying to his guys to into the same mistake that Jubilee did. You know, the Uhuru guy tricked him to foil his party. By then the URP and every other person, and I don't know whether they were not keen on the details. They say the devil
Sir
is in the
Hemston, you are
details.
contradicting yourself. You said it is William Ruto that came up with an idea of folding parties into Jubilee. And now you're saying Uhuru tricked William Ruto into folding his party. So which is which?
No. If you've been hearing me carefully, I'm just saying that William Ruto is using the same trick Uhuru used on him right now, currently, not then. He's trying to edit history. Actually, this is the reason why they don't want us to lean on history. Ruto is currently editing history. He's trying to use the same method his boss used to trick him into Jubilee, so that they can all fold their parties, join UDA. Then when everyone joins UDA, then trust me, Ruto will deal with them squarely, because they will have no voice, nowhere to run to, and it will be bad. Thank you. I'm done. Let's just work with Azimio La Umoja. It's safer, and I can assure you I'm safe with Baba.
Okay, thank you, Sir Hemston. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. It is important. The guys on the comments, please, let's be civil. And then propaganda mingi. Punguza propaganda tafadhali. And you don't have to post the same comment 3 times, 4 times. As much as comments are required, they will be taken as spam, and then it will be affecting our channel. So specifically Shingazi tafadhali, check your gadget kama ndio ina duplicate your comments, rekebisha hiyo. We don't want to run into problems with YouTube when you have duplicate comments over and over again. Thank you. Now, in the interest of gender sensitivity, we'll listen from Millie first, and then we resume our followership. From Millie, we'll go to community, and then we go that way. Millie, Ayambo, karibu kwa show. Unmute kwanza.
Hi, mnaweza nisikia?
Yes. Aya.
Mnanisikia?
Kabisa, karibu.
Okay. Asante sana. So, na mko vizuri? Nimefurahi kuwaona. Nashukuru. Mnanisikia?
Yeah. Endelea, we can get you very clearly, just
All
go
right.
on.
All right. So, the topic today is let me see. True analysis, Kenya and Azimio La Umoja. Governance. Gains, losses, fears, and what will be the true state of the nation. That will be the best. God will have answered our prayers as Kenyans. What I like about Azimio La Umoja is that it's bringing everybody on board. It doesn't discriminate unatoka wapi. Hata ukiangalia tu saizi vile wako, at least una appreciate, we can see the face of the nation. And as I said yesterday, tuko na scorecard ya watu wote. Tuko na scorecard ya Uhuru is going, yake hatuna haja nayo. Tuko na scorecard ya Ruto, tuko na Kalonzo alifanya kwa nusu mkate. Tuko na ya baba. At least vile baba alifanya na Kibaki, now that as we can see farasi ni wawili for now, we are only talking about UDA with the Ruto and with Baba. So according to me, I feel in Baba's government kutakuwa na the face of the nation. Mnakumbuka tukiwa na hiyo serikali ya nusu mkate, Baba alijaribu kuweka kila mtu, si Coast akina Balala, si Kakamega, Moparanya, alijaribu kuchanganya. Mudavadi wakakuwa ma prime minister and what have you. At least alitry kwa hiyo serikali ya nusu mkate, lakini huyu mwenzetu vile alipata juzi VP, tuliona vile alituchanganya. Aliconcentrate tu na kwao. Hizo ni juzi amekuja kunia lesena kuna mamaskini wanatoka kwa tribes zingine, which is so unfair. And at the same time, another thing nataka kusema kwa hiyo maneno ya governance pia. Baba ana value sana gender. Hata ukiangalia kwa parliament, ODM iko na wanawake wengi sana kushinda parties zingine. Why? Baba anajua the power of a woman, the power of a mother. Hapo sasa nimemuinamishia. So another thing nataka kusema, Baba akiwa, sababu of course yeye ndio atakuwa kwa presidential candidate wa Azimio La Umoja, tuta attract foreign whatever investors. Ndio niliwaambia mimi niko nje, but ukisikia vile hatu ukikutana na mtu unamwambia umetoka Kenya, nasema Kenya is a very beautiful country, lakini wakosangi lakini corruption. So inamaanisha tayari tuko na reputation which is not good. So what I know, Baba akiwa pale, Baba vile ana interact na watu wengi in the Europe hapa, hata na America na wapi, I'm sure tutakuwa na CV mzuri as a nation. That's my take. Tutakuwa na PR mzuri hata huko nje. At least we need our respect as a nation. We need our respect back. We've lost a lot. So tunataka at least tuheshimiwe na huku nje. Hata si vile tuko huku ukitana na mtu ambaye anatoka Kenya, at least una feel hiyo respect. Self unasema unatoka Kenya, ati mnakimbianga, mnafanya hivi, lakini hiyo lakini inauma. But I know with Baba's government all will be well. Watoto wetu watakuwa safe, mali zetu zitakuwa safe, family zetu zitakuwa safe, and Baba vile namjua akwangi na kinyonga. Na angalia sala ameenda kwa Mudavadi mtaka kuja hata kwa Azimio kwa nini yake ya whatever vile alikuwa juzi Kasarani. But because of the love and because of the unity of the country, ameweka country mbele kushinda hata yeye mwenyewe. Aliwacha bibi yake akiwa very young akienda kufungwa 9 years. Hizo ndio leadership tunataka. Mtu ana let go, mtu akona roho kubwa, ana accommodate kila mtu. I'm sure hata Ruto na hizo weaknesses zake kama wanaweza wakishafika kwa ile opposition next year, God willing, because baba ndiye atachukua gava hapa, kuna doubt. But niko sure atamembrace Ruto, atakuwa na shida because baba has been having a big heart from kitambo, si sahi. Sababu kama mtu ana pretend, hata bibi ukiishi naye akipretend, inafika wakati unaona the true colors of your wife ama your husband. But baba tumekaa naye all this time is always like that. So I really tunaomba tu Mungu afanye miujiza. The only fear that tunaweza kuwa nayo vile WG alisema ni hiyo story ya corruption, wakianza kupelekwa mbele, hiyo maneno kuhongana na judiciary imekuwa judiciary. Hapo ndio sasa tutakuwa na shida kidogo because wata fight back with their finances. Hapo ndio tutakuwa na problem. But I know God atasweet through. Alafu naangalia vitu kama devolution, vitu kama hizi vitu za nini. Ile county imefanya tu vizuri kama kina Kitui na huko kwa ule jamaa anaitwaje mwingine mkamba mwingine nimesahau jina lake. Kibwana na Ngilu. Devolution imefanya vizuri. Na ni baba alileta hizi zote. So mtataki kufanya kwao vizuri kama kina Witi ule wa Homa Bay, ni wenyewe wametaka tu kukula pesa. Na kina Rasangu huko kwetu huko Siaya, wameamua tu kukula. Ndio angalia mtu kama Oparanya vile ameng'arisha Kakamega. So baba has really tried. And I'm sure he has a big heart for the nation. Na si ati ni mtu maskini anakimbilia ati watu wanasemanga ako hungry for power. Ana hungry for power. Baba ako na pesa. Lakini nakumbuka 2013 vile Uhuru alichukua government, watu walikuwa wanafikia baba atasikia uchungu. Baba aliambia Kenya, nakumbuka hiyo statement mpaka leo. Aliambia watu cry for yourself, don't cry for me. Nikakumbuka tule scripture yenye Jesus alisema. Ujililie lakini usililie baba, jililieni nyinyi wenyewe. Sasa angalia 10 years tunalia. All of us were on the same page. So we really need a savior. Somebody will take us from rags. We really need a savior kabisa, just sent from heaven. From there sasa atakuwa anakuja kuclean. Baba ana tamaa, maybe atakaa hiyo 5 years, a brush 1 2 3 things and then kwa sababu pia ya umri hawezi enda pia sana, ata respect word yake. So that's my take. God bless you so much.
Thank you, Millie. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Want us now to go to community ancestor. Now this Charles Odhiambo. Umetuachia junior. Hii itakuwa vipi? Yes, Charles.
Atafungua.
Tutaletewa shida, channel hairuhusu watoto. So weka nyuma ya curtain o community endelea.
Ile kitu utafanya mtoe kwanza, then kutoka hapo itakuwa sawa.
Weke kwa quarantine kwanza.
Mweke quarantine, then kutoka hapo kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So asante sana. Hii ndio ile siku ambayo tulikuwa tunataraji. Cause jana ilikuwa ni siku ya watu wa UDA, of which hatukuwaona kwa wingi. So na sisi leo watu wa baba Azimio tusianze kuingisha mambo ya Ruto sana kwa hii mjadala. Hii ni yetu, inastahili tushinde. Zile vitu zote zenye baba amekuwa akiahidi inastahili sasa tuzilete hapa. This is our day. Kama mimi niko na vitu 7, lakini nataka nizungumze vitu 2, hizo zingine 2 nikimalizia. Kitu ya kwanza, under Azimio ya baba, yani under Azimio ya Wakenya, baba atapeana free quality education. I mean, ile education ambayo ita prepare our children with skills as we head into an industrialized Kenya, because baba is yearning towards making Kenya as an industrial hub. So wakati education itakuwa ni education ambayo iko quality na skill based, I'm very sure kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Alafu na jambo la pili nikimalizia ni kuhusu mambo ya corruption. Hapa sasa mtaniruhusu niguzie mambo ya for instance nini kilikuwa kwa BBI. In fact kwa BBI hii yenye Ruto alipiga vita through civil service through hii mambo ya BBI ilikuwa imeweka by the way measures which were supposed to bar all state officers who are making donations without declaring its source. So in summary, Raila government will ensure that government officials who make
Judiciary.
monetary contributions exceeding 50,000 shall do so through electronic means for traceability, which means once you give it is, if it is 50,000, somebody can be able to trace that money. Like right now, William Samoei Ruto, when he's in his campaign trails, he's dishing millions of money, whereby these monies you cannot easily trace them. The source you cannot be able to trace it. But now through Baba, in fact, ataweka hizo measures to ensure that kama unapeana over 50,000, hiyo pesa lazima upeane source yake. Those who go contrary, as per BBI ilikuwa inasema kuwa utapiwa fine ya 1 million, alafu ama upelekwe jail, na kuna kiegezo kilikuwa kimewekwa kuwa you will not be allowed to hold any public office. Hapo ndio unaona in fact corrupt Baba na mambo ya BBI walikuwa wamekuja na hiyo measures ambayo haikuwa mchezo. Alafu just 1 minute.
Okay, community is taken. Let's hear from Swale. Swale, ulikuwa ukikuja ukiondoka. Community, are you able to conclude now?
Yeah, I'm able. Alafu ni conclude, Raila government will ensure that all state officers are not allowed to conduct what we call business with government. This issue of entrepreneurship. In fact, kwa Raila government, hiyo ni kitu ya sahau. Alafu na jambo la mwisho, Raila government will ensure that cases relating to looting of public resources are well investigated expeditiously, culprits prosecuted, tried, and if found guilty, they will be sent to jail, and all the loot to be recovered from their assets. So these are the measures in fact ambazo zilikuwa kwa BBI, of which tunajua kuwa Baba akiingia ata-ensure kuwa hii kiegezo ya corruption as per BBI by the way iko sawa, because kama if investigations Statec maybe below 2 years, then kutoka hapo na mali itwaliwe ile yenye ilikuwa imeibwa, watu wafungwe. I'm telling you, hakuna mtu mwenye ataegemea pande ya kuloot government resources, so that in fact Kenya can be able to move forward in terms of economic growth. I thank you, Mr. Panat.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanses. We appreciate your contribution. I'm sure there is no challenge to that. Swale, upo? Swale, unmute and speak, please.
I'm there, Bernard. Good evening. I'm there.
Good evening to you. Okay, give your submission
thank
quickly.
You, so
you
much
have
for
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for
what
the
is
day.
It? Are you hiding from your party leader? Inua camera ndio tujue mrengo wako ni gani.
With us we are under bottom up. We are just okay.
Hakuna shida. Hiyo ndio tunataka party leader wako kuone, ndio anaweza kuongezea mshahara.
It can be okay. I'll appreciate. Naona Nelson anabeba chungwa. Okay, thank you so much. Let me just jump to the topic of today, so that we don't waste a lot of time. One, Azimio La Umoja, that is it. When we listened to Baba on 10th December, he talked about very many things. And each and every one of you here, I believe, listened to his speech on that day very well. He repeated his initiative of social protection program, that is Inua Jamii Pesa Mfukoni, about the 6,000. That is something that will benefit the vulnerable communities. That thing has been talked about. He had even explained on how he's going to do that. I don't want to go much into that. And remember, even at the moment, in some counties, we have what is called Give Direct. People do benefit from that. The elders are also enjoying their the benefits. It is something which is working. So when people doubt about Baba's program of Inua Jamii through social protection, I wonder what is wrong with them. Secondly, access to education. He's been talking about it. They started the program when they were with Kibaki. When they initiated the FPE, it worked well in primary schools. When Jubilee government took over, they started the program of having free secondary education. They tried, but they did not manage it 100%. You can remember when they were being voted in, they campaigned with the laptops, and that's why many people thought that people were going to be digitalized. Nothing happened. The children are still crying for the laptops. So that one failed. He has talked about access to education from pre-primary schools up to the university level. Third, universal health care and Baba care. He talked about that. And that one, each and every one is to access. I don't want to go into much detail about because you understand that. The main issue here is under job creation and industrialization. You know, when the hustler narrative tell us those thing about bottom up from Mamboga, Boda people. I don't know.
where will this money start from down, going up? Where will it come from? They will bring it. So it has to come from up, then they will have it on the ground so that it generates the revenue to the country. When we have got industries in regions, the youths will be employed. That is industrialization, job creation to the youth. Then devolution. I want to say this point blank. We are going to kill devolution in the near future if we are not wise enough through our votes. The voting card that you have, it is one, but it can either kill you or make you to be somebody in life. The devolution was brought to help us. But if somebody is against it, we will not head anywhere at all. Let us just be genuine in this. People are now enjoying the constitution that they did not even campaign for. They were against it. They are now in the offices, they are enjoying. In their regions, they have governors. When they were against it, they did not know that the governor will lead them in their region. So they are now enjoying what they did not even work for. One county, one product. That is under Baba, under Raila Odinga. One man, one vote, one shilling. This is what people are crying for, totally. Other regions, one man, one vote, 1 kilometer. People are crying all over. Those regions, they need access to roads. So let us not lie to ourselves. I loved DP, but the way he do talk, my friend, have gone away. Azimio La Umoja will help us a lot. Let me not go anywhere. I'm now under Baba without any other thing. Totally, because I don't want to lose my life. The government that you are going to vote in, my friend, tusidanganyane hapa. Ukweli useme tu, tusidanganyane hapa. Wewe imba tu UDA, ujui UDA ni nini? Ujui. Ask yourself, when somebody is talking, mimi kitu kimenifanya, the leader when he talks with these people, wana hasira. Hasira ni za nini? Tell us the bottom up. Tell us what will you do? What will this one do? Mara vitendawili mara sijui rege, mara sijui nini. Hiyo ni nini kila wakati? We are tired, tumechoka. Tulianza kusikia hii kutoka kitambo, nimechoka bwana, hii ni mimi bye. Asanteni. Nimechoka sana by the way. Imenichosha, nimekasirika.
It's you do well, you do well. Relax. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate. Community, what is it?
I have a question to Mr. Swale. Swale, in fact, you have told us that William Samoei Ruto about his bottom up, because he's saying that he's going to give maybe Mama Mboga 100 billion, Boda Boda maybe 50 billion, something of that sort. And you are wondering where you will get this money from. Maybe right now, where does William Ruto get this money which is giving as handout to young people? Maybe don't you see that is the source whereby he will be able to get that money from? Because William Ruto is not going to get money from the government to give these mama mbogas, because that is trickle down contrary to bottom up? Yeah,
My friend,
that is my question.
let me just answer you directly. Use money to make money. Use money to make money. Hizi pesa zinazotumika mwenzangu hazita
Samahani, ni kama neti imekatika, but I think community you answered. Use money to make money. It is investment, it's not distribution. It is not charity. It is investment. Unapanda leo utakuja kuvuna kesho. I believe that's what Swale is talking about. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate all of you for your input. Pato, naona una uko na la kusema kabla tuende kwa James. Pato ameamua kuwa silent leo.
I thought I am the next one.
Oh, you are.
I think I'm
no
next
problem.
now.
You are the next one. I've been waiting for you to be the next for a long time.
So can I continue?
Yeah, continue, please.
Hello? Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. First, I want to greet all of you. Good evening. Yes,
good evening to you. Karibu.
The topic of today is all about Raila
na serikali yake ya Azimio La Umoja. I want to start by saying Raila Odinga is our formidable competitor, which we all respect from the other side. You know, the united, and the only person I know is giving us sleepless night is Raila Odinga. That one I will not hide, and I know my presidential choice, which is William Ruto, will going to show Raila Odinga the door for once and for all. Azimio La Umoja, it is an ODM thing. It has been revamped. It is now revamped. It is now Azimio La Umoja, which when we go to history of Raila Odinga, he has been changing cars. This is another car, another tool for 2022, which is good because Raila Odinga is a very, very intelligent person. He's very informed in Kenya politics. So he has all what it takes, even to be the president of this nation. If that time comes, which is next year, and I'll be told Raila Odinga won, I will join other Kenyans to celebrate. But now I want to tell the supporters of Raila Odinga, let them start convince them there. Once the William Ruto won, he pack and go and retire from Kenya politics once and for all, because we don't want the other people to run away from Kenya because there will be fracas around. I want you people to give Kenya assurance once somebody is lost election to concede defeat. And by the way, this is the last. I don't know where the bullet of Raila Odinga came from. I thought in 2017 he was giving us the last bullet. I don't know where this bullet came from. So
the answer came today.
My brother,
he did not use it. The bullet was not used. Alitumia mshale.
Anyway, let it be. So I want to tell my people, my good people, who are behind the Azimio La Umoja, that this government, it is only that petrol is norm in Kenya. Don't expect much in that government. The just forest, the forest is now in the forest now. We have moved from one forest to another, but the animal are the same. You will see in that government Raila Odinga. You will see in that government Uhuru Kenyatta, who will be the chief advisor of Raila Odinga. You will see Atwoli will be not is the one excluded in that government. That government which we are dreaming, that most of you people are dreaming to have it. So I want to tell you people, nothing. Don't expect much. Corruption is there, even in Baba's camp. You know all the governors who are early to Baba, they have corruption cases. We as a UDA, we have been saying we want corruption cases to be given the independence. The agency which are mandated to do the corruption cases to do their work. But I know all these people are against William Ruto, because I know we all know all the corruption cases through the media, even up to this point, the corruption narrative is all about to finish William Ruto. But as we speak now, what is sellable in Kenya now is the manifesto. Your manifesto. You cannot now you cannot sell corruption in Kenya. You cannot sell. I don't think you cannot sell tribalism in Kenya. You cannot sell chief community in Kenya. This thing. This small, but we know, you know why William Ruto is against these small parties. William Ruto will going to form the next government where he want to have a big party like ODM, which is now Azimio. When I talk of ODM,
No,
I think we are in the same page.
Pato, you are saying a lot of things and not substantiating them. All the same,
which one?
you are telling us that the Azimio La Umoja government is bad because it is against William Ruto. Tell us what is wrong with the Azimio La Umoja government.
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm saying the Kenya politics is not sellable. When you come with in the current Kenya politics, if you want to truly fight corruption, don't fight in media.
No.
Leave the corruption.
You are telling us the current
independence.
Goja Pato. We are here speculating and going into the future to see, in case we have the Azimio La Umoja government, okay, how will be their performance? What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? Ni kama ametoroka. Atarudi. Atarudi. Josephat, ulikuwa umeinua mkono. Hebu nikupatie dakika moja, ni zamu ya James. Unmute Josephat. But K. Josephat, you are still mute. We can't hear you, so too bad. Pato,
Yes, sir.
umesikia swali langu?
Pardon?
Pato, did you understand my question? Oh, Pato, inaonekana bundles network. Uko Sugoi ama Kabarak? Tutaambia Safaricom walete booster huko. Too bad.
Sure.
Yes.
Bena waja ni wasalimu.
Okay,
Let me greet you.
Like,
Yeah, I got some challenges for connecting now. It's okay now, I think. Yeah, my question is going to my friend called Pato. They keep talking about Raila. Nowadays they are saying about Raila all the time. They're saying about Raila. And as we know, this guy called Raila Odinga is the champion of politics in Kenya. And the deputy president called Ruto is the student of Raila Odinga. Raila is not stopping anyone to seek for politics or to seek for any seat in government. Furthermore, the question I was going to ask Pato is one. Ruto is the deputy president since 2013. 5 years finished, he did not talk about Mama Mboga, Mkokoteni, people jobs. He did not talk about that one. He promised some stadiums, promised some things which never happened up to date. He promised children to get their laptops. Now they are coming from, they was singing the song called analog and digital. Now they are coming from digital, they are going analog. So we are not understanding which we are going to follow at this moment. But the one thing is, deputy president, 2013, 5 years finished, started 2017, the moment he was getting elected, second term. They did not talk about Mama Mboga, Watu Mkokoteni, these people who doesn't have any job to get a job. They did not talk about that one. He came after 3 years, after 2 years, he started talking about bottom up. Okay, my question, big question is, how sure are we, those people who were supported down there to generate some income into the government, when coming up here, he get corrupt and he get stolen from the government. There is no any development going there. There is any need to go generate income from down there. When it comes up there, if there is no proper management, can do anything. They cannot do anything. So these things they are talking about bottom up. So okay, you want to generate money from down here. If there is no proper management on top, nothing, nowhere we can go. And let me just come about talking about they are keep talking about Raila Odinga. It's about Azimio. Baba.
What is your question?
Huh?
What is your question? You have asked question and you are just.
I am asking several questions. If you are not attentive to answer, I'm asking. Deputy president was from 2013 up to 2019 now. We are in 2021 now. It's almost to finish, some months remaining to finish.
But no what question in sentence. You are making a lot of sentence. You just ask me question.
Order, Pato, Skriza. The question is, hold on. The question is from 2013. Deputy never talked about Mama Mboga and Nini. When did he discover that they are Mama Mbogas and their mikokoteni pushers in the city. Okay. Number two, the promises they gave 2013 to 2017 have not been fulfilled. What makes his current promises believable? If they didn't do them, what makes Kenyans to now trust them that this time they will do it? Secondly, the third question is, if money is generated down here, okay, and DP has not given us a proper roadmap of managing corruption, which is up there. Money is made down and it's taken up. If there is no control of corruption up there, are we not just going to labor these people to generate money for people to eat up there?
Okay. Let me start with this thing of why DP from 2013 was not talking about Mama Mboga. You all know that the Kenya politics is all about interest. The Kenya politics, there is a dynamic in politics. Even today, the 6,000 shilling we are hearing from Raila Odinga, even in 2013, he never talked about that. It is a counterattack thing. It is now William Ruto who is selling himself to the Kenya people. So from 2013 to 2017, he was the assistant principal of the Uhuru Kenyatta. And anytime he talk about anything, he was talking the person whom we were waiting to implement what the manifesto of Jubilee was all about was one principle, which is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The buck stopped at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In 2017 to 2022, the Jubilee government had an agenda, 4-point agenda: infrastructure, job creation. You see now, but now William Ruto, I assure you, what didn't happen in 2017, 2022. We will fulfill in Ruto's government, because in our journey we had a visitor whom we welcoming. We allow him to sit in sitting room, but he went all the way up to the bedroom and even throw William Ruto, which was the person, which was the assistant to the president. He throw him out. So now even when we, you know,
Pato,
yes.
Hold on. Sasa kama wewe tulikuwa tumekuweka caretaker, mgeni akakuja akakufukuza akachukua nyumba.
Yes.
Saa hii unaitisha usimamie inji mzima. Wageni wakikuja, si utatoroka umewapatie inji?
Wacha niwajibu hapo. You know,
Yes.
you know Raila Odinga, we cannot wish him away.
No, wewe umesema mlikuwa na mgeni. Mimi natia maneno yako mwenyewe. Sikiliza. Wewe umesema mgeni alikuja
ako na nguvu. Huyu si mgeni wa kawaida. Raila Odinga is not a usual visitor. Is not a ordinary visitor. You can imagine people's president inviting to your bedroom. Is not equal to any other person in Kenya. He's one of the rank. So you don't. So you people don't take Raila Odinga. Don't take Raila Odinga as a useless person. Raila Odinga akiingia kwako, it will end in premature. Yes, and that's why the agenda of Jubilee got finished.
let us rest it there. Let us rest it there. Sitaki iende sana. Hata watu wanateta huko kwa comments. Naomba tutulie kwanza, tuzonge mbele. Kila mtu atapata sababu ya kuongea. Nikotegea hapo umekuwa saa hii, tulia. Kama ni story na network, tutazungumza na Safaricom tukiwa huko. Unajua si ndio tuko headquarters, iko tu hapa nyuma. James 1. Ngoja sana. Karibu tafadhali.
Habari yenu?
Salama, karibu.
Ndio, naona leo tuko Azimio La Umoja. The gains and losses and fears and the state of the nation. One thing that some of the Kenyans have not appreciated is the cost of disunity in this country has been very heavy on our economy. Every time we go to the elections, we end up with a tattered economy. Why? Because a year before the elections, the economic activities decline because of fear. And the kind of politics that we play here is that of threatening others and generally creating an environment that looks like we are just about to descend to chaos. 1 year after the elections, we spent another year arguing and fighting and disputing elections and trying to correct where the mistakes were in the elections that we've carried out. So what happens is that we only have a cycle of only maybe 2.5 years. The other 2.5 years are wasted doing politics. Now, Azimio La Umoja is actually a solution. It seeks to, minimize those losses and put our country into a productive state where we are able to utilize every time that we have despite the elections. But you see, there is a section of Kenyans who would rather persist in the old way of doing politics, where we expend our energy fighting along ethnic lines and just thumping on who is more powerful than the other. Politics of personality that mean nothing to the common man. Mzee Raila Odinga with Azimio La Umoja is actually attempting to offer solution to a problem that we have had for many years. And if we get it right and save the resources that we waste, we will be able to put more resources in productive systems and build the economy. It is obvious that we are on a threshold of change. Of course, every time there is that push for change, there is another group that comes up to make sure that things don't change. And they are consistent and they don't hide. They are more comfortable with the status quo. I do not even know why they call their political parties democratic because democratic more or less means or connotes that you have progressive ideas. These people should just call their parties conservative because they consistently oppose any idea that indicates that the status quo should be overturned. I think I would be very proud if the deputy president came out strongly and said he is a conservative, so that we can start now defining our country very well, so that people can take positions and know whether they stick with the conservatives or the progressives. Now, going back to the Azimio, Baba has read out several economic suggestions, which I think he is trying to put into a manifesto. And all those that he has suggested, like stimulating, assisting the families that are actually downtrodden, they are poor, is a very good policy that will also stimulate consumption in the lower ranks and enable people to engage in productive work. Because a hungry man cannot engage in productive work. So you expect the people who will be funded will now be able to go to the farm and increase productivity in the farms. He has also suggested that we have Build Kenya products where we consume our own products made in Kenya. These are very good concepts if it is followed through, because what it means is that we shall go reducing the volume of imports and maybe increasing our volume of exports. And that is how countries grow. You cannot grow by importing almost everything, including toothpicks. Now, the other thing has to do with the value addition in our various sectors like agriculture and the concept of one product per county. These policies, if they are taken through, will have a revolution that will happen within the shortest time, that Kenyans will be surprised whether we were living in the dark ages. However, there could be problems here. We have a lethargic civil service. Some of them have stayed in the same desks for many years. They have lost interest. Some of them do not deserve to be holding the positions that they hold, and therefore you might have to do a surgery in some of these offices, because you find that some of these civil servants are actually the drawback on our development. They oppose everything, especially things that don't benefit them directly. You are aware of those two young men who started making hospital beds. That program was sabotaged by some government officials who obviously seemed to be acting on behest of some importers. Unfortunately, our political class is part of the problem we have, because they are also entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. So they tilt the policies in a way that fits their business. That's why the character of Raila Odinga could be the best to turn around this kind of situation, because when you have people who cannot bend, who cannot take in progressive ideas, who block change because of personal interests, the only other way is to push them out. It is painful, but it might be what he has to do if he wants to turn around the country very fast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you. That is well clearly put. I believe no question arising from there. Okay, Nico.
Yes.
Yes, ulipika nduru sana mpaka nikasikia. Karibu.
Habari zenyu?
Fiti, sema.
Nataka kuanza na jamaa anaitwa Pato. Pato, nikuulize swali kidogo. Raila aliwakosea nini? Kwa sababu kila kitu ni Raila. Mko kwa TV Raila, mko kwa matanga Raila, mko kwa rally Raila, mko kwa mkutano ya UDA Karen ya Alibaba na 40 thieves Raila. Nini tuambie kwa kitu kikubwa chenye Raila alikosea? Agenda yenyu, the main agenda of UDA is about ya Raila Odinga, is about mtu ya kitandawili. The same people wanakuja kwa show still ni Raila. Sasa nashangaa watu akili zenyu wakinusu kazuri, kumbe zinafanana tu. Walai mnasumbua wewe. Kwanza Pato bwana, nakuona mtu mkubwa lakini
Niko mind the language. Usitaje watu ambao hawezi kuja kujitetea hapa.
Hao watu wametuzoea bwana. Azimio la Umoja
niko na jibu yako.
Kuwa na majibu, sikuwa na jibu. Azimio la Umoja sio chama ati ni chama cha ODM. Azimio la Umoja movement imebeba ile baba aliwaambia kitambo atakuja na tsunami. Sasa nyinyi venye mlisikia tsunami, kazi yenu mnalianga tu ODM. Sasa hiyo mmeshindwa cha kusema, mmeanza kusema atazimio sasa ati no ODM. Azimio si ODM. Azimio imebeba vyama vingi kwa hii Kenya mingi, tena vyama vingine bado zinakuja. Hata leo kama leo umekuwa kin CS Munya na Kibicho, umeona leo amekuwa na meeting Mount Kenya kwa Kirinyaga huko. Ujua anapika nini? Hiyo ndio kitu tips nakuambia saa hii, mwachana na kuwa na bloggers. Sasa nyinyi mnajipiga kifua sana. 2013 tukienda tu kwa kweli, 2013 government ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, 2013 up to 2017 tribe yenye ilifaidika ni nyinyi wakina Pato, the Kalenjin community. Nyinyi mlifaidika kupata maloni, matrakta, nyinyi mlikuwa mnalimi Kenya peke yenu na mtaki watu wengine wakuja walime huko kwenyu. Mlikuwa na matrakta, kila Mwinandi, kila Mkale alikuwa na trakta ya kulimia watu na wanawalipa pesa.
I think we are not providing the community here.
Ngoja nakuja na kuambia.
Don't mention, you know I have not mentioned any community here.
Pato, relax.
Nakujibu.
No.
Nico.
Nakujibu. Yeah.
Avoid mentioning tribes, avoid profiling people. We are on a public channel and we have international laws and local laws to obey. Thank you.
Sawa. But the most people wenye walifaidika na wakina nani? Nyinyi watu. Nyinyi mtaka kuanza kudanganya watu hapa kukuja kitu ati inaitwa bottom up. Na nyinyi saa hii mko na mabilioni. Mlifanya mpaka saa hii Aror na Kimoriri imekataa kujengwa juu yenyu. Mlikula pesa. Mnasema ati ni 7 billion. Out of 63 billion mlificha. Sasa mnakimbia na billions of money kwa matanga, kwa sherehe, sijui wapi. Alafu mnaenda kuunda mawili baro na mikokoteni. Mnataka sisi kabla zingine mkiingia huko mnaanza ati sisi tubebe mkokoteni na wheelbarrow. Nataka kuambia saa hii Alibaba squad and 40 thieves will never rule this country. Nataka kuambia ukweli. Alibaba plus ongeza na hiyo plus corona, covid, UDA covid hawata rule country na tunawaona, tumeshawaona. Sasa mtaka kuniambia squad yenyu yote, squad ya Alibaba imebeba watu kama wakina Rigathi Gachagua, imebeba wale watu wenye wanaweza kuchinja tu, mtu hana msamaha na wewe Alafu nyinyi mtaka kujiita hapa, utaka kusumbua hapa kwa online ati amtaki tribalist party. Juzi hapa mmekuja kubeg watu wa Oka ati wa support. Mtaka kwanza kuja kuchanganya hapo Western ati Musalia Weta aingie kwa UDA. Hiyo tunawawatch na tunajua na hiyo haita happen. Nyinyi ndio mtabaki kwa mata. One Kenya Alliance hakuna siki support Alibabas and 40 thieves. Na hii country haitaki madealers, haitaki wa wash. Tunataka leader. Wash tumechoka nao. Watu wakora tumechoka nao. Watu wa kudanganya nchi tumechoka nao. Mlibia uhuru kabisa our president mpaka sasa alichoka na nyinyi. Our president sasa anaangalia tu na macho vitu. Na sasa hii baba aliingiza tu kichwa peke yake mkatoroka. Kichwa. Kama angeingia fully. Nyinyi mna agenda na mnasanyana watu wakora, watu wa wash, watu wa kuua watu kwa hii Kenya. Msanda ako wapi? Mliua Msando. Sasa hiyo damu inawafuata chini ya maji. Mtaka kujifanya mlikuwa manamba hapa juzi. Sasa mnaanza kutusi rais. Mnaita rais wote ati nitapeli. Rais alisema tu vizuri yake 10, Ruto 10. Sasa Ruto anataka 20 years ya nini? Sasa alikula 10 kama deputy president. 2013, 2017 5. 2017 kutoka 2017 mpaka 2022 itakuwa 5. Uhuru yake 10, Ruto ashakula yake 10. Kitu kingine, nyinyi hii Kenya nyinyi ndio mmeongoza hii Kenya sana kuliko tribe nyingine. Kenyatta aliongoza miaka 15 akatoka. Kibaka akaongoza. Moi aliongeza miaka ngapi? 24 years. Ruto ndiye ameenda hapo kama deputy 10 years. Mnataka tena tuongeze Ruto akuja abadilishe katiba tena aturuli 50 years mpaka hakuwe mzee. Hiyo yote haiwezekani. Tunajua chenye mtaka kufanyia hii Kenya. Hata mtachukua title deed ya Kenya mtaenda kuuza, mtuuzie hata Uganda. Kwa sababu sasa nyinyi mko na matapeni muungana hapa na watu wa Uganda, mtaka kucheza na sisi. Sasa hii mna insight wa Kenya. At Hustler Movement. Hustler Movement vitu gani? Hatutapenda vitu vya ujinga kama hiyo round hii. Vijana hatutaki mchezo na hatutatadanganywa. Juzi mlitusha hapa deputy governor wa Kisii Josh Mayangi. Mlimtusi kwa sababu ameenda kuona baba, kusalimia tu baba. Ruto anamwambia rudi penye ule, akatusi Josh Mayangi. Sasa Josh Mayangi amerudwa kitu yenye mnafanya. Sasa mkikuja Western mnajipiga kifua. Mnachomea baba. Mkiana Mount Kenya agenda yenu ni mtu ya kitandawili, mtu wa kung'oa reli. Na nyinyi wenyewe Rift Valley hakuna mtu mwenye anakujango kuinsight nyinyi hata siku moja. Lakini mbona nyinyi mnatembea kwa regional zingine mkitusi baba, mkitusi Uhuru nitapeli. Our president mnatusi nitapeli. How? Wewe mtu amekupatia 10 years kama deputy president, unaita mtu bosi yako tutapeli. Alafu nyinyi, najua nyinyi watu wa meno nyinyi tumeshawagundua. Mnatusumbua. mnatusumbui Kenya sana,
We
mnatusumbua.
Niko. Hata kumaliza tafadhali, muda wako umeisha pia.
Unaona Ben, hao watu wametuzoea, ajenda yao imebaki tu ati kutuzutuzu tu baba kila wakati. Hata baba mwenyewe amemaliza 3 months kama bado hajatuzi Mr. 6 months. Stadium iko wapi? Mlikuwa mnasema hapa 6 months, stadium iko wapi? Mimi sijaona stadium. Kama mngekuwa watu wa kusaidia hata watu wa Western, mngefufua hii Mumias. Lakini nyinyi mlifight Mumias, mkafungia Rukambuni huku kwenyu huku. Ruingi sana. Mumaamusha watu wenye walikuwa manamba, sasa hivi wanatupigia kelele, hamtaki historia. Maana mmejaza huko watu wanajenga shule, mnasumbua hapa.
Bernard. Hii maneno anaongea hii yote hii amelia sana kuliko baba bwana. Baba hata aliagi hii amelia sana bwana.
Bwana, tuko na machunga, hata tunaweza wakata na panga hiyo mjijingenyo mnafanya hapa, mnatusi baba kila wakati. Baba aliwakosea nini? Baba aliwakosea nini? Mtuambie kwenye baba aliwakosea.
Language usifanye ni kutume quarantine. Hakuna kukata mtu na panga yoyote, na there is no profiling of people, just state facts. Tunaongea kuhusu serikali ya Azimio la Umoja. Itakuwaje? Itatengeneza inji, itaharibu inji, itasongesha inji mbele ama itarudisha inji nyuma? Tuachane kama UDA agenda yao ni baba, na wewe unataka kuja hapa badala useme vile agenda ya baba ni gani, umebadilisha UDA ikuwe agenda ya baba. Sasa wewe sio ambassador mzuri wa baba?
Hapana, mimi nilikuwa nataka correct huyo jamaa Patu, anajua Patu huyu.
Usichukue muda wako wote kucorrect Patu peke yake. Tusonge mbele tafadhali.
Haya. Kitu ya pili sasa tuanze kwa Azimio la Umoja. Azimio, kitu ya kwanza tuko na utano, undugu, usawa, ushalishaji. Mnisaidie ingine ni gani? Umoja. Hiyo ndio maana ya Azimio. Sasa unaona sasa sisi watu wa Azimio kitu ya kwanza hatujaita Azimio ati ODM, hiyo tumetoa kando. Tunataka tuunganishe Kenya yote. Kila kabila itakuwa kwa Azimio. Kila mtu atakaa kwa Azimio na share yake.
Wapi kama unataka kunigonga na panga?
Ati? Unasema ati?
Nico, your time is running out. Stop responding to Pato. Finish your submission, please. Nico, are you there? Ako mute. Uko mute, usikiki?
Network inasumbua kidogo.
Harakisha, dakika yako 2 imeisha.
Narudi kidogo, network penye niko nasumbua.
Okay, asante. Rudi baadaye. Thank you. Twende kwa nani huyu? Josephat, ulikuwa umemaliza submission yako? Kamilisha tafadhali kwa dakika 2-3 tuende mbele. Kuna Ronald ngoja sana. Mandela pia anataka kunipatia chungwa na siwezi kuongea bila ongea.
Unajua hao watu wa wheelbarrow huwa wanapandisanga temperature very fast, hata kabla hujawaambia nini ulikuwa unataka kuambia. So I was saying Azimio la Umoja, baba hii kitu alikuwa anawaambia, he was talking about this one since he started PBI. And as you know, Papa is not the person who can have one option only. Papa has A up to E. If you cross A, you will open B. If now you can cross Azimio La Umoja, you have another option. So for politics, Raila Odinga is the man to beat. So we need Kenya to be collected. For all of these days is going wrong, Baba, he have akona jawabu. He have the solution, and he is the man to beat. Leave around these people who are keep talking about Furthermore, deputy president in the constitution of 2010, he was the person who's going against the constitution. He voted no. Now is the person defending that constitution, he voted no. It is perfect. When the moment is coming for change. So we cannot believe such a person like that. We cannot. Have a principle to do something, to progress. We need some Kenya to progress from generation to generation, from other sector to another. See, now they said 90% was good, 10% was wrong. Now it is the time to collect that 10% is now part again. It's now wrong. It doesn't want to change that one. You need to collect it the same it is. You don't know what you think now. We don't know what they want because it's shellfish. He needs to power like Museveni. You see the way he's connecting now with Museveni. He wants to rule Kenya the way Museveni ruling in Uganda. Cannot be. Cannot be. Sincere, it cannot be. Kenya is a civilized country. We know where we are. We know where we go, and we know where we came from. That's why Baba keep giving you history. And nowadays, small kids, they are saying we don't need history. How you don't need history? You need history to know where you're going, you're coming from, where you are, and where you're going. Without history, there is nothing you can progress. So, my brother, for those people supporting Wilibaro, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. Time is now. Baba is the one to beat, and the Baba we are behind Baba, and Baba we are trust him more than ever. See, these people who are talking about the deputy president is a deputy president, commander in chief, second commander in chief. And when the corruption cases happen, is the first person to defend corruption. How you can help the Kenya people? Instead of telling you this to protect and give the proper investigation to be done so that to know where the truth is the first person to defend the person who's accused. So the person like that one, you cannot give a country to rule. We will go hell. So we need somebody who's stable, see something, do something, but not defending without checking first. Don't talk like just we are talking because people talking. No, think first before you leave. In Kenya, we have so many challenges, and we are progressing every year, every 100 days. When you wake up, we find you are progressing. See now, 2017, they said Baba came to government to disrupt the government program. Things now from since 17 up to date, development is going on in Kenya. Now, when he going to somewhere, he said, we build this. Whereas it's not around. It's not around. It's only Uhuru Kenyatta doing with some ministries, doing that one. And then he said, this mtu afitandawili alikuja karibu hii akafanya hii na yeye hayuko hapo, lakini ile yenye imetengenezwa vizuri yeye ako ndani. Yenye haijakuwa vizuri anasema mimi nilifungiwa nje. Sasa mtu kama huyo jameni, mpe uongozi ya kufanya kazi gani? Waje asivuse kwanza. Yangu ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you. Let's sort that. The people on the waiting, please, you be patient. And then wale watu wamesubmit, kama unaona umemaliza submission, unaondoka ili wengine waingie, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao wanangoja kuingia, na we can only accommodate 10 people at a time. 10 people at a time.
Can you give me 1 minute?
Vincent, what is it?
Nilikuwa nataka kusubmit something because nataka kujoin another meeting. Nilikuwa nataka kujibu pato kitu moja. The first thing nilikuwa nasikia akiongea about corruption ati Side ya baba ndimejaza watu wenye mostly wako na corruption, na side ya Ruto wale wenye wako ile side Ruto ndo anataka waende like Ruto ataki mambo ya corruption. I want to tell Pato one thing, that since mambo ya corruption watu wanze kuongea mambo ya corruption, Ruto himself atakange hata kujitokezea aseme ya kwamba me I'm not a corrupt person. Ruto himself, I can remember back in about before this guy was in a Citizen, I think Hussein Mohammed, before he quit Citizen, one day he asked Ruto one question about his net worth, and Ruto refused to answer that. Currently, I don't want to talk about that, but so Pato, don't say that Ruto is not corrupt, that anataka kuongelea mambo ya corruption. Ruto kama anataka kuongea mambo ya corruption, yeye mwenyewe anataka mambo ya corruption iishe Kenya, anafaa jitokezee nje aseme ya kwamba all this amount that anamwaga nje anapatia in a day. I can assure you Raila will normally say that Ruto normally use about 10 million in one day, and that thing is true. If you follow it up, if you follow up each and every step yenye Ruto popote Ruto anaenda, kila stop over normally anaacha if less ni 2 million or 5 million. So can you tell me if in a day it makes about 5-10 stopovers, how much anatumia hapo is almost 10 million. So anafaa jitokeza nje aseme that all this 10 million, all this money anastore wapi, and yet we know very well that Ruto himself is earning about 1.5 million Kenya shillings in a month. So you can't convince us that hizo pesa zote zenye ni salary zake kwa 2013 to date. So on that, please go and talk to your man, mwambie ajitokeze nje if anataka mambo ya corruption ishe Kenya the way Raila himself anaongea mambo ya corruption. Please let him come out and tell people that me all this amount na straw ni pesa zangu ni zile za kuku ndo natumia ama ni gani. Alafu about devolution, Ruto himself attack mambo ya devolution, and let anafaji unajua currently Raila is talking about 35%, from 15% to 35%. Ruto himself attack mambo ya devolution, and that's the reason why currently analia that most governors, you people mnasema ati most governors wako behind Raila, they are corrupt. No governor is corrupt there, I can assure you. Even if they are corrupt, no problem. Everybody in Kenya, or not even in Kenya, in the whole world, everybody is corrupt. But currently, if you see like these governors, what they are trying to defend, they are defending, they want more money. They want the government to allocate for them more money to what? To county government, so that they can develop the country can develop. But if this 15%,
don't contradict yourself, my friend.
Order, Pato. Order. Now, Vincent, you asked for for 1 minute. You are taking 3. What is it?
Okay, so I just want to let me just clarify to Pato that let them go and convince their guy to come out and explain to people where Parliament has this amount. Thank you very much, and enjoy your night. Thank you.
Nikujibu ama?
Ben, just few minutes nilale please.
Nataka nimjibu Vincent.
Ngoja kwanza Pato umeongea sana. Ngoja utaongea wakati wako kwa ukijibu Vincent. Na wale wamesikia habari yake. Nelson, what is it?
Nimebeba chungwa mpaka mkono inaisha bana.
Kwa sababu hutaki kutransport kuleta huku fungu la 10.
Sasa ningependa kurudi mara ya pili, and I just need to speak to everyone, and as far as we are here as Azimio La Umoja, each and every person that is in this group, I just want to give you 5 aspects of Azimio La Umoja, and maybe tomorrow, after tomorrow, or any other day, we shall come with the person wewe mwenyewe unaona mimi kwangu ni baba, and we need hawa watu wa UDA wakuje kwa baba. Aspect number 1, national building. Under whose hands is Kenya be safe on the national building? Aspect number 2, transforming governance. Can Ruto transform the government? Can Baba transform the government? Aspect number 3, creating jobs and eradicating poverty. Can really Baba create jobs and Ruto eradicate poverty through wheelbarrow mix? Aspect number 4, regional and international cooperation. Can really Ruto and Baba provide Kenyans with regional and international cooperation? Let me talk on regional and international cooperation. This goes with the Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Industry and Industrialization. The Jubilee government had promised Kenyans in diaspora that they are going to speak on the behalf of the government to at least create job to the youths under their professionals. We have got a lot of youths in Middle East. We have got a lot of youths in US, UK, and everywhere in Kenya. I'm telling you the truth. If you look at Philippines government with Ruto history, some of the people that are outside Kenya working, they will be deported back. This guy cannot speak on our government and help the youths out. Since 2013, they said they will speak on behalf of the youths that will go outside. The only thing they can do is to play around, receive the money from the Foreign Affairs and keep quiet. There is nothing that the 2013, 2017 government has done to the youths in diaspora and the youths outside. Currently in diaspora, they are provided, IBC is going to provide them wapige kura. But the government is not doing anything. I remember when Raila was a prime minister, we saw what happened to Saudi. We saw what happened to Middle East when Raila was a prime minister. The sixth thing is that realizing social and economic rights. If you have a pen, please write down. Realizing social and economic rights. Under whose hands are we safe in realizing our social and economic rights? First of all, the Yuda people have really failed. They are not exercising their economic and social right. They are keeping abusing Baba every day. They have lacked the agenda. And that's why Baba just decided to put them aside. He's not abusing them. And the key component things in the government is that if we have a president that cannot build the government, a president that cannot build the nation, building the nation is to have peace and security. Are we safe in the hands of the Yuda people, inciting people, segregating both poor and the rich? The poor and the rich are in the Bible, unless the Yuda people are misquoting what is in the Bible. They keep on going to church, but they forget that segregating these people, that those who have and not have, is killing the economy of the country. And that's why we see insecurity has been rampant. The poor are very angry and they're fighting every day. If they hear what Ruto is telling them, mutu ya chini, bottom up, mumesikia, mumeona, that is not an agenda. The agenda is to see that the poor and the rich are together. You cannot kill the poor, the rich, to sustain the country. The rich are the people that are actually standing the SMEs, the small micro enterprises and entrepreneurs. These people, they are getting loans from the banks. The bank owners are our own and the government. The same Ruto is fighting them, calling them names. Bosses. They are our bosses, yes. If we don't stand with these bosses, we will lose jobs. You guys, you should be very careful, yeah? All the SME, small enterprises, they are being given loans by these banks. Let me use Equity. The Equity guy is not stupid to be with Baba. He knows what he's talking about. The Azimio La Umoja, he's giving loans to each and every person in the country. Ruto is forgetting that he's actually, I need to talk about another thing, state building. Let me just jump on the state building. Write down state building. On the state building, this lands in the hands of the presidency, not even in the judiciary, not even in, it is under executive duties under the constitution. State building starts with the president himself. If Ruto cannot build a state currently with the current ministers that are representing the government, are you really sure, guys, that Ruto is going to work with any other minister? Oh my God, simu yangu imesima. My phone had gone off.
You are still on. How can it be off, Nelson Mandela? It is okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think you have submitted enough, but we appreciate your input. Let's keep talking. I want us to hear from Ronald. Ronald Mayeka. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, nataka tutumie dakika moja na nusu ama dakika mbili ili kila mmoja afanye submission ndio tuanze kurudia. Hujaongea Baraka hajaongea, Evans hajaongea, RMJ hajaongea, Mwamburi hajaongea. So hao watu wote wamekuja wapya, lazima wapewe nafasi ya kwanza. Tunaanza na wewe. Chunga wako. Endelea.
I've been a good listener all along, and I think you should also spare some time for me. I've waited for like 2 hours. So my point is, politicians are not in the business of telling the truth. And we should treat politicians from that kind of a perspective. The 2022 election will be about a statesman and a politician. And the function of a statesman is to change a generation. And the function of a politician is to win election or power. I want to look for Safi's the two politicians who are serious contender in this politics. If you look what is the blueprint of UDA in terms of dealing with corruption in this country, and what is the blueprint of Azimio in terms of dealing with corruption, and the other thing, what is the blueprint of Azimio in terms of dealing with overtaxed Kenyans, and what is the blueprint of UDA in terms of Kenyans who are overtaxed. UDA has a model which talks about bottom-up economy. Then I think the essence of education in this country is to be able to discern those people who are saying the truth and those people who are lying. If you go and try to look what was in the BBI bill and what they were trying to suggest and what they were to bring to the Kenyans, I want to look at the two issues first. The first issue, the 5% that was going to the world level. This amount of money that was going to the world level was going to assist the Kenyans at the lowest bottom. Then the same was opposed by the people who are supporting the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Then the same people comes up with a model that they want bottom-up economy. This model, yes, then the question that Kenyans should ask themselves, what is so different from where the resources was going through the BBI to the people at the ground, and the people at the world level were to determine how that resources was to be used? Because the essence of leadership is not to put only money to the pocket of the Kenyans is to provide the environment of Kenyans to do business so that they can be able to put money in their pocket. Then the other thing that the UDA government is not trying to tell the Kenyans on how this model is going to work. The model may look beautiful as may it, but the question Kenyans should ask themselves, how is this model going to work? And I started by saying, politicians, they are not in the business of telling the truth. And how can we be able to discern the two people and be able to tell on whose hand this country will be safe? First, we need to look at the promises these people give in previous government, where when we go back to Raila, we need to look at Raila and judge him, how he performed during Nusumukati government. We need to look at Ruto and judge him, how he performed during the presidency between him and Uhuru Kenyatta. So my issue now comes here. Raila and Uhuru had a model like the only way that we can be able to change the economy and to change the face of this country, for us, we want to have a BBI. And this is what going to be there. Then there is another thing that was in this document, the equalization fund. The equalization fund used to be there all along, but the equalization fund, most communities were given 5%. It was increased from 5% to 25%. What was the essence of equalization fund? Is those regions in this country that are not at par with other regions so that they can be able to assist them to be at par. I don't want to go much into that. But my issue here that we need to look at is, what are the advantages and disadvantages in Raila presidency? And what are the advantages and disadvantages in Ruto's presidency? The question that comes out, Ruto presidency, there is a lot of lie, there is a lot of conmanship, and there is a lot of telling political lies so that to gain power. The reason why for me I put it like that, we need to ask ourselves, what are the 5 stadiums Ruto promised the Kenyans of? Where are the laptops? Ruto promised it. Others will say he was not the president. Yes, we will agree with you people. He was not the president. But this is the same person who stood in the podium, told the Kenyans that we will do this, we will do this, we will do this, and this is how we will do it. But now, things have not happened the same way. Now it's about Uhuru government. It's not about Uhuru Ruto government. So my point is, and in nutshell, my point is, if we look at Azimio government, we need to look at it, the people who are with Mzee Raila Odinga, who are the people close to him. If you want to know the government, how it will go in the year 2022, look at those people who are surrounding Raila. Look at those people in terms of the integrity. Look at those people in terms of corruption. And look at those people where they come from. Are they representing the face of this country? Then the same to be done with Ruto. Look at those people who surround him, the kind of business they do, how they talk. Then it will tell you the kind of government we love. The problem with our country, we like to be in cocoons of tribe. You will find that all our brothers from the Kalenjin region will support Ruto, thinking that Ruto comes from our region. If he becomes the president, we are going to gain, which is a lie. It doesn't matter where a person comes from. What matters are the structures this person is going to put so that it will be able to benefit any Kenyan regardless the tribe you come from. So there's a say says in English that show me your friends, I tell who you are. So I think for me, that's how we should judge these 2 presidential candidates. And the most paramount issue that we need to look at as Kenyans. And I always tell Kenyans it's good that we love ourselves before we love the politicians. Because this country is one of the countries the citizens are overtaxed. We need the government which is people-centered. We need the government which will think about the people before it takes an action. And that's the kind of government that we want in the year 2022. I think I will be able to leave it there.
Sorry. Thank you. Barak. Lakini chukue muda yote hivyo.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Quite so brief because all has been said. I've been following since we started. I came with a large video to convince my people, the agenda we have, the manifesto. But I will leave it here because many things have been explained well. And now we cannot go over past that. So mbuzi akikataa kuelewa, wacha aende achinjwe. So whatever I was just wanted just to say to remain being tied in the topic. Number one, let me first congratulate my deputy governor of Kisii for seeing the light. Is from darkness. I think that's need to be applauded for. So to be remaining tied in the topic of the fears of Baba, the only one thing I fear of, because we have a wonderful and amazing manifesto, I fear those who will come like hyenas to come and even go against Baba after he becomes the next president of Kenya. We have seen example like Obado in the governor of Migori County. He has gone against Baba, and some of few individuals who are just for themselves but not for the country. So that's the only thing I fear for Baba's presidency. The gains for Baba, I came with a list of them, but I will just mention one as I go. The one thing will benefit us Kenyans really is the fight against corruption. If Baba seal these loopholes where people get a lot of money, around one Kama government within 5 years, the money is so stinking rich. So if the Baba can seal this loophole, these people are getting money, then I think we are going to get a lot of gains and a lot of development, since Raila Odinga is the engineer of development. Lastly, for my people of order, today we were asked people of Azimio La Umoja, we were just welcoming you back. We were just showing you the light so that you can decide to come to join us or you just remain so that you may face the knife come 2022. So in many campaigns, you have seen Ruto saying, just saying, ule jamaa mi nilijenga reli, yule jamaa kujenga reli. We have seen like kitendawili, yule jamaa wa kitendawili, and sahii anasema bottom up, juu. Tuanze na bottom, tuende juu. Alafu watu pia wanasema bottom up, juu, bottom, without even explaining this. But for us, we have shown you policies, we have shown you everything that you require. We have even educated some of you. So I'm begging you, my fellow friends, let's join us, let's work together, and all shall be well. I want to leave it from there. I thank you, everyone, the panelists who have joined. I've heard you are very concrete, and let's keep talking. I think tomorrow I'll go to church, so I will have to beg to leave from here. Thank you, Bernard, for the platform. Thank you for controlling the platform well. See you tomorrow if there will be my panel.
Thank you. Baadaye leo or tomorrow still in today, yeah? Thank you very much for your submission. Let's keep good talking, and as you put it, be brave for Kenya and ensure that Kenya remains in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nelson, nakupatia dakika moja umalize story yako uende kulala. Unmute. Yes. Try again.
Hello.
Try again.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, hapa ni Azimio La Umoja. Actually, I did not finish my submission kwa sababu my phone had a problem. I had to use another one. Sorry for that. It's charging. Kitu yenye iko hapa saa hii ni hii. And my brothers and sisters, I don't think if I am wrong to say this, we are all Kenyans and Kenya is our business. And I think I had spoken on the 6 key points that Azimio La Umoja is after. We will be just going round, but it is just 5 or 6 key points. The first point is peace and security. Allow me, please, briefly speak about peace and security.
Nelson, just go from where you dropped out. You have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm just finishing. Azimio La Umoja, currently everyone is enjoying business. Everyone is enjoying Kenya. Hakuna vita za kisiasa. Kwa sababu baba, Azimio La Umoja is for peace and unity and security. To those who were talking about that Baba should be talking as an opposition, Baba will not talk as an opposition because kichwa peke yake iliingia na Ruto akakimbia. Sasa we want to bring the whole body now. Baba is working to bring the body. We are working on the fully coming into the government next year. The second thing is that we are talking a lot and some of our brothers and sisters are dying every day. I really feel bad. As a group here, we don't talk about this insecurity in Rift Valley because they are our sisters and brothers. And if you look upon what Baba talked before about security, he is going to have the rightful people that are going to lead in terms of security. Elgeyo Marakwet itself is for UDA, if I'm not wrong. It's where one of the UDA mouthpiece comes from, this Murkomen. And nowadays, I don't see him talking a lot because I think maybe he's coming to Azimio La Umoja. I believe so. In the next discussion, Mr. Ben, I'm very sorry to instruct you on this one. And please, in the next discussion, just look at only one day, we will discuss about insecurity. That is the only thing that Kenyans are suffering after. If you go to Garissa, it's all about insecurity. There are our own people. If you come to these micro small enterprises, wanaibiwa usiku na mchana kwa sababu serikali haishughulikia watu. If we go to the village, people are fighting day and night. People have guns. They are working with guns. And this one is in Yuda mouthpiece areas. You cannot get these things in Busia. Somebody just walking naked with a gun. But these people from the UDA, they are not talking about this. They are just talking about wheelbarrow and they are forgetting about what is happening in their own regions. Rift Valley. I want to inform Pato, I don't know where he comes from, in our which region he comes from.
Please, Pato, next time when you come in the TV here, tell us how UDA is going to bring security to Elgeyo Marakwet. How UDA is going to help Kenyans to at least have security. Ruto is the second in command, but he has never talked about insecurity. He's just criticizing Matiang'i and inciting people. They criticize Matiang'i and they incite people. When people fight, now they feel happy. That you see, Matiang'i is not working. The third thing, I just want to submit my last point. Youths, we are being used wrongly. And I think Pato is one of them. We are attending Ruto's rally because they know there is money. People are poor. Because Ruto has placed people into poverty. That nyinyi ni maskini, lazima nitakuja niwaone. And that's what is killing our country. Please, let us segregate.
Nelson, your minute is up. Please conclude.
I would like to conclude by saying, please, my last 5 words that I told you: national building, number 1, transforming government, number 2, regional and international policy and cooperation, number 3, creating jobs and eradicating poverty, number 4, government policies is there, peace and security is there, state building is there, under state security. Analyze all these things from your side. All of you, please, I'm very sorry. All of you analyze the 5 key points that I have just attributed on you and see who is gonna give Kenyans peaceful environment. It is only Baba. When Baba is peace, Kenya is peaceful. But when Baba now just cries little, my friend, there will be no business in Kenya. And that's what UDA people are forgetting. Let Baba wake up now.
Thank you. Let us end there.
Because we have got peace in hands.
Thank you, Nelson, for your submission. You're excited. I'm happy. But let's manage time. Today is, we have just crossed over into Sunday. We are supposed to be in church, so we manage time. Mwamburi upo?
Nipo. Wanipata?
Daka zako 2 tafadhali, endelea tu, tunakupata.
Asante.
Daka ni 2
nimeshukuru.
tafadhali.
Muda sana sijaingia huku. Asante. Nashukuru sana kwa mjadala huu. Na nadhani nilisema watu wa UDA inafaa wanaambia deputy president anasikiza huku. Manake hapa ndiye atapata uhondo na ndiye atajua anaelekea wapi. Ruto mwenyewe kitu cha kwanza yeye ndiye alikuwa akisimama huwa akituambia kwamba yeye mwenyewe kwamba laptop zitakuja, Jubilee itafanya hii, itafanya hii. Na hapa sasa hivi hata kama anasema ati hayuko pamoja kwa serikali, angetuambia kwamba before ndio wachane na Uhuru wasielewane, amefanya nini kama yeye deputy president. Manake walikuwa pamoja. Kitu cha pili, pole kwa kuelezea watu wetu wa Rift Valley. Manake mimi leo acha nikasema mamangu yutoka bara, mangu ni Mkisii, baba ndio huku. Lakini sasa mimi kitu ambacho naweza uliza wenzangu wa Rift Valley, Deputy President Ruto amekuwa deputy, let's say saizi ndio hayuko, anasema hayuko kwa serikali, lakini yuko kwa serikali. Amefaidi watu wa Rift Valley. Hawa ambao wanasema UDA wamefaidika kivipi na Ruto? Tuseme hata wakati wa tamu yake ya kwanza wakiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Manake watu wa Rift Valley ni wakulima. Ni watu wa kulima mahindi. Wamebenefit nini na Ruto? Kitu cha kwanza ndio waseme wanamsupport kwa president kama mtu wao mwenyewe. Hiyo ndio kitu cha kwanza. Nataka kuuliza tu kwa unyenyekevu na waangalie, kisha ndio wakipiga kura wajue wanampigia mtu wa aina gani. Kitu cha pili, napongeza Matiang'i leo imebidi hata niongee kwamba mama yuatoka kule. Matiang'i yuafanya kazi. Wakati juzi Matiang'i amesimama akisema haombi nafasi mtu yote kusema ati niliongee hili ama ni support huyu. Matiang'i anafanya kazi. Manake leo ndio umeona huyu deputy governor wa Kisii amekuwa mtu wa UDA na ndiye amekuwa appointment wa Kisii wa Ruto. Lakini umeona na kuna kitu fulani sijui watu wa mtandao mliona, kuna kitu alikuwa kwamba ukiwa na Ruto ni kama nurse, sijui ndio ako na rafiki kama sijui COVID, kitu kama hicho nilijaribu kuangalia, lakini sikuenda kwa ndani sana. So Ruto ni mtu ambaye unaweza ukamsoma hapo na ukajua this is a very dangerous leader. Kitu cha tatu, na siongee kwa ubaya, Ruto, you can imagine the government Ruto will have 2022 ati wa Kenya mkimpigia kura. You can imagine the government of Ndindi Nyoro, the government of Susan Kihika. Those people wenye wanasimama wana incite watu. You can imagine mtu kusimama kama kijana Ndindi Nyoro, basi unaongea yani mdomo wako unanuka matusi jamani. Ukisimama tu uongea tu baba wa mtusi jamani, hata mwezi kuwa na heshima. Yule ni mzee mwenyewe akisimama kwa podium atusi mtu. Yeye anaongea mambo zake, anaongea vile amependa Kenya, ameongea vile atafanya maendeleo na atatufanya sisi sote. Na acha niwaambie kwa to be very honest,
Chairman, point of order.
To be very honest, Raila has good, yani akona mambo mazuri kwa hii Kenya. Lakini ukiniambia mtu kama Ruto jamani, mtu ambaye anasimama kwa bodi, yeye kazi yake ni kutuambia, yeye ni kutuambia nani sawa sema
Mwamburi.
Naam.
Yes. Dakika zilikuwa 2. Alafu mada ni serikali ya Azimio La Umoja.
That is it. That is our point of order. That's our point of order.
Najab. Okay, najab.
Debate ya jana ndio ilikuwa na masuala ya serikali ya UDA. Utaifuata
najab.
Please, fika mara moja. Queue ni mrefu sana. Line ni mrefu.
Naja. Azimio la Umoja, angalia Azimio la Umoja. Baba akona Kenya nzima na baba anataka kufanya kazi na mwananchi yeyote yule mwenye ako hii Kenya. All the 43 tribes in Kenya. That is Azimio la Umoja. Yeye ataki kuacha mtu yoyote nje. That's why aliform kitu inaitwa Azimio la Umoja. Hata hao Rift Valley wenye wanasema siku nini, bado wako Azimio la Umoja. So baba akona uzuri, yani anataka Kenya tuendelee kwa pamoja. Na tumerudi nyuma, manake baba ndio ukiangalia ameenda mpaka Central, inabidi akae na wao.
Point of information.
Yes.
Mwamburi.
Nakupata.
Pato.
Chairman anapeana nafasi. Chairman hajakupea nafasi. Pato.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Naokoa muda, okay? Hizo naimaliza in the next 1 hour or so. So na niko na line ya watu kama 5 ambao wajaongea. So tusianze maswali.
Sawa, namalizia.
Namalizia.
Haya, asante. Haya, Azimio la Umoja ni kitu nzuri, kimekuja na tunashukuru wa Kenya kama sisi kama wapwani tuko ndani. Hatuna shida na tuko pamoja, tutasupport baba mpaka awe president na asongeze hii nchi mbele vile anataka, na vile tunamuona ameshaonyesha example na tunampenda mzee. Kenya sio sisi wenyewe basi tunampenda, wapwani tunampenda, wa Rift Valley wanampenda, kila mtu anampenda baba. Sasa baba mwenyewe tunamngoja 2022 mapema na asubuhi. Azimio la Umoja government iko ndani. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mwamburi. Next is who? James Evans, sorry. Evans Onyanja. Thank you for your patience. Karibu sasa.
Asante sana chairman kwa nafasi hii. First of all, I'm so glad that our politics has matured to a point that we can be able to sit and have a viable and fertile discussion from regardless of your affiliation is. First of all, secondly, I would like to highlight some of the issues that I captured during the presentations of the panelists that are here. Allow me to first of all to correct Pato in this manner, that becoming the president is not an issue of wearing a combat regalia and opening or closing of the traffic so that you can pass, and having the executive orders put in place so that you can feel the might. Being a president like right now is an issue of looking at the state of the nation. Using the law of in this way, probably Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania are the only countries that maybe are enjoying peace at this particular point. But you see, a country cannot become economically viable if her neighbors are not at peace. And that is where, when you look at the state of the nation right now, when the president was talking about that, there's a reason as to why I'm not going to leave this presidency to just anybody. Look at the kind of debts that we are in right now. It's not a problem that we borrowed. The problem is, where did the money go? And I want to tell you this, that as Kenyans, we were left with a gem from the President Uhuru Kenyatta. Infrastructure is the backbone of any country. That back in 2005, probably I was in high school, and back in my village, we never used to sell bananas because we could not access the markets. And when President Mwai Kibaki came into power, he gave us the way to the market by constructing roads. I can tell for a fact that the Keroka Kilgoris Ogembo Road was constructed during the time of Kibaki, and that is the thing that made us to take our bananas to the market so that we can be able to sell. The issue of raising the economy is not the government putting money in the pockets of the mwananchi. The role of the government is to enable her civilians to be able to work so that they can put money in their pockets, and that is one: infrastructure, education, the infrastructure, education, your medical care, and the future of every citizen in this country. So back to the point where I wanted to the Azimio La Umoja. Azimio La Umoja has been, if we take us back to the history of where this man is coming from, that is not even human. But when I came across and studied about this man, I came to realize that this man is a hero, only that he doesn't like showing how much he's of a hero. And that is the best thing about this person. This person has fought so much for this country. This person has laid his own life. I can even tell how his wife was crucifying him, trying to tell him to stop and maybe concentrate better to his family. But he came back and decided to fight for his country. And I will give an example. Back when he was Minister of Roads, Minister in charge, he was demolishing houses in Thika Superhighway, and the locals there felt that this person amekuja kutuangamiza. But let me ask all the panelists right now, because of that road, can you be able to buy land in Thika Road? So in turn, he gave the locals there a gem to be proud of. Back again, let us go when he was championing the multipartyism. Today, the likes of Akina William Ruto are able to enjoy multipartyism courtesy of this man. Let us go back to the time of the Constitution. Ruto is the strongest and powerful deputy president in the world, truth be told. And back in the days, he used to tell us in 2010 that this particular constitution is going to bring in homosexuality, lesbianism, and all sorts of things. The Bible said that my people perish because of lack of knowledge. And I'm wondering today, are we still in that era where people cannot be able to read and interrogate whatever that is written? Why are we so much fixed on our political affiliations rather than looking at the picture itself? Because for me, if you tell me that the Constitution says A, kindly show me where it says A, and I will agree with you. But do not tell me that the Constitution is written A and then you close that book for me. It's very uncouth behavior, and I will not accept. If today we were to put a scorecard between Raila and Uhuru in the coalition, not in the coalition, in the handshake that they had, people think that when Raila was given a hand by Uhuru, he came to scatter Jubilee, but that was not the case. Remember what happened in 2017, and these tycoons will tell you that for any person to make money in a business without peace, that is zero. And remember what had happened in 2017. People had started boycotting products. People had started stop going to work. In which kind of economy will we have had if these things would have continued? And there's no way Uhuru could have achieved his dream of leaving a better legacy in Kenya if there wasn't peace. So the best thing you could have done is to go and have a handshake with his brother who was of another arena of politics. And I wonder why Yuda people are so much bringing issues of this person chasing them away from their bedroom. Let me ask, what does the executive consist of? What is the composition of the executive? I will answer for the purposes of time. The purposes of the composition of the executive is the president, the deputy president, the ministers, the permanent secretaries, and the people working under the executive. So I don't know how your boss will tell you that we're supposed to be marching to the right for the prosperity of the executive. I can understand if the legislation is moving towards a different direction, but the executive cannot move towards any direction. That is why Matiang'i was saying that if my president tells me to move to this direction, I will move because that is my boss. So I don't know how the Yuda people should be saying that the CSS should not be campaigning, yet the deputy president is campaigning. So the Azimio La Umoja, to me, the way it is going to, the way I understand it at this particular time, its governance and the people surrounding it, in terms of morality, are the best people. Because I've not seen a country that is so much united than 2017 to 2022 as it is right now. So if there's somebody who is against Azimio La Umoja, that person is against the citizens and the prosperity of this country. I am begging a question to all the panelists. Would you rather live in a country that doesn't have peace, but has a person who is dishing out money? Or would you rather going to work where you are safe, doing your business, where you are safe, conducting the day in, day out activities, where you are safe, your kids can go to school, where you are safe that you're going to get your medical care? And this question, I'm going to beg it to allow maybe Pato to answer me. What is it that, why is it that the people surrounding the deputy president do not have that integrity that is supposed to be there? Because if today I'm asked, people like Don Bosco Gichana, people like Echesa, people like Oscar Sudi, people like Susan Kihika, who doesn't want history, yet his father Kimani Kihika had performed a lot of atrocities against Kenyans.
Now, Evans, conclude, please, and stop profiling people. Mentioning
Oh,
people that cannot come to defend themselves will bring problem. State your question
Thank you,
briefly so
Chairman.
that you can get a brief answer.
Thank you, Chairman, for helping him. Otherwise, he can be in jail.
all right, thank you so much. Let me conclude by this by saying this: that the only and this one will go to the UDA people. The only time you start at the top is the only time you're digging a hole. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Pato, I'm being tempted to give you to respond, but I don't want to. Nitakupatia, utakuwa wa kwanza ukianza kupeana closing remarks. Tusikie sauti ya wale watu hawajaongea kwanza, tumalize. Thank you. RMJ.
Salama jamani.
Karibu, vipi?
Safi, greeting from all the way from TZ.
Thank you. Uko mama ako vipi?
Achana na mama. You know, this politician, ukiwasikiliza sana wa politician, they're gonna end up diverting you to the wrong route. So sometimes you have to analyze, you look around in the world and see where can I learn from other people. So that's why for me, I'm so tempted to learn from other areas. Sorry, just 1 second, please. Yeah, so in terms of today's topic, I think we are looking in terms of Azimio La Umoja, which is led by Raila Odinga. I think fear gains or losses. For me, the way I can see, since 2017, is it 2017 where the handshake took place? I can see the Azimio La Umoja.
Early 2018.
Early 2018, yeah. The Azimio La Umoja, I think, is not only Raila Odinga. I can see is what Azimio La Umoja involves. You are brilliant. Someone, and no one wants to give him credit. Uhuru Kenyatta. People, they will hate him. They will try to bring him down, but that man is on top of the game. So one of the politicians who is so clever up there. You can name all the names trying to bring him down, but whatever he's doing for that country, a lot of people say they misled him. They thought he's a kind of the person they can try to play with him, but that person is easy on another level. His movement to go and shook hand with the Raila Odinga, I think has helped a lot Kenya. You have got a brilliant country, fertile land, but is messed up with it. This unit is messed up with some Tumbos people, is messed up with some people who just want power, and especially it gets to the time of politics, what they are aiming for. I'm aiming for that seat. I just want to take affiliation to this route because I need this seat, which they are not really there to help Mwananchi. So in terms of Uhuru and the Raila Odinga, since they came together and working together, there's a lot of things that have been going on in the country. I've been watching, was it this Friday, the launching of shipyard in Mombasa. Yote ni maendeleo. So that thing started in 2018. That's the time for handshake. And it's going to create opportunities. For who? For the youth. You train your welders, at the end of the day, where are you going to find them to get some work? That's the area where they'll get some work. Okay. I've been watching again the launch of the train from Nairobi to Kisumu, because those are kind of the project I look around in the entire East Africa and try to learn. Most of those trains, they died a long time ago. Same to Tanzania. But our late President Magufuli tried as well to revive them, a couple of them. How did he try it? I know you should have those radical movement go to and do something to make sure those things become to realization. So I can see the movement which Uhuru Kenyatta has done. Get the KDF people, work on this project, because he knew if he's gonna put this project to some other normal contractors, there's no that kind of people are willing to see someone succeed because of bitterness in terms of politics. People are sabotaging even national interests of the country. So the aim of the movement of him with his brother Raila Odinga, deciding that a couple of areas where they have to put KDF people to run the show, is bringing matunda now to the country. So the rail trade moved from Nairobi to Kisumu. I don't know for how long it has been not in active. It has been almost 15 years. So that one, take relief and bring relief to common mwananchi who used to struggle. People, they'll take their crops, mazao yao, from one region to another region using that rail. So you can see with the Azimio La Umoja, there's a lot of things can be achieved. If people, they unite together with the aim of helping Mwananchi, there's a lot can be achieved. This habit of trying to sabotage someone's agendas, that's where the country will collapse, and where there's no kind of movement, country moving forward. So what I can try to say, I know people, they'll never try to come forward, because what I can see, you have a big problem in terms of tribes. You have a big problem in terms of politics. People, they want just to be elected because of their tumbos. But this politics of tribes, that is the big enemy of you guys, which will never help you and will never take your country that far. But if you really aim to come together with the aim of helping Mwananchi, with really the Azimio La Umoja agenda, as Raila always tried to preach, Umoja, the 5 U's, I think I can see you've got a big chance to achieve and move that far. So I think that's only my remarks I would like to put forward for this discussion this evening.
Okay, thank you, RMJ. We appreciate your contribution, and let's keep talking. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Stone PK.
Thank you Bernard. Unanisikia Bernard?
Kabisa, endelea, tumia dakika zako mbili vizuri tafadhali.
Asante. Leo nina bahati manake mashini imefanya kazi. Now, I'll begin by debunking 2 things before I go to the topic. One of the things I want to debunk, which I've been following for a couple of days, is where people talk of that Raila is a source of all instability every 5 years. And I think this has been sold, this narrative has been sold and repeated every other time. But I think we should debunk it because it has now been confirmed, just like most of their followers have been saying, that he has always won. It has been proved and it has been said and it has been attested. So I think any member should not refer to Baba as one who does not accept defeat, because all the 3 times it has now been confirmed, he has always won. That aside, the other one I want to debunk is that Baba is an architecture of development. Every other small moment he has had, I think we can have examples. For example, if you go to near Kenyatta Hospital, you will see a road that he initiated, and he wanted to show us an example of the kind of development he would want. So for one, we can see by example. Now, going to the gains that I think come 2022, what I really feel like I will achieve or I will celebrate on Baba's government is I think he will really run for the low-hanging fruits. And the low-hanging fruits are, one, for example, the president of this country has confirmed that we lose 2 billion every day. Now, that is 60 billion in 30 days. I think Baba in his first and second years, he will be able to stop at least 60% of that. And that money, learning from when Baba and Kibaki were in government, we realized that banks were running to people. They were stopping us in the streets. Why? Because money, corruption had been sealed, and there was money within the country. So you can imagine now Baba in full control as a president of this country, and the way his agenda number one is to try and stop all those loopholes which these people have been infiltrating and stealing the coffers of the government. So one is that he will be able to achieve in 1, 2, 3 years, even if he doesn't stop 100%, because of course there will be people fighting him very hard. That one of our commentators mentioned. It is true. That is even my fear, that as fast as you will be fighting this, then there will be some forces that will be trying to, kind of circumvent him so that the status quo can be. Because one very sad thing is that Kenya now has been radicalized to believe that hard work is stealing. Majority of even the young people who are saying they don't want history is because for them money is money, irrespective of where the money has come from. And that's why you find now that small narrative is being sold to the young people, that chapa ikikuja ni chapa. It doesn't matter kule imetoka. And that's why you see the other side is trying to woo short-term gains, and this is what is actually conmanship, political conmanship. Putting young people under duress, giving young people handout and making them have temporarily joy so that you are able to quickly run away. In fact, quickly steal their right, which is their vote, by them singing Wuda and all this kind of a thing. So one of the gain I would celebrate is because Baba will, number one, fight corruption. And I'm sure in 2, 3 years, we will start seeing things turning around. Then the other thing I'll be very, very, very happy, with Baba is because I trust his consistency. I mean, for the last, I think, since independence, he has been proving that he's a social democrat. He's the only leader today in Kenya who has repeatedly spoken about empowering communities at grassroots level. When you come and talk of things like bottoms up and all that, Kenya started doing that long time ago. We started with the Rural District Focus for Development, which was a deliberate strategy to empower communities right from the grassroots. Kibaki came, he did it. So there is nothing new about bottoms and all that. Bottom has always been there, and the government has the will. Only that now we need the right people to really be elected so that they can go and empower the community. And they need to have a very, very assertive leader. And I don't see any other assertive leader currently. Not even the Mudavadis, not even the Kalonzos. I don't see any leader who can face corruption squarely. I don't see any leader today who can jail corrupt people. I don't see any leader who will be able to call Amwizi other than the old man. I rest my case.
Oh, thank you, PK, for being brief and precise. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. Twende straight kwa Murunga. Dakika zako mbili tafadhali, tumia vizuri.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good.
Karibu.
I'll break away from the current discussion and talk about the Luya unity and the events that took place at the burial at Mululu. It will be in order for us to talk about this for a moment. Yes, I followed the events today at Mululu, where we had a number of politicians, including the Kakamega Senator, castigating the former Prime Minister and asking him actually to back Musalia Mudavadi and going straight and actually inciting the mourners, asking them actually to reject Raila Odinga's request to unite, to have Mudavadi and the rest of the Luyas actually joining the Azimio. I'll go straight to. I will actually talk about what is happening in Western Kenya. Going by what is happening, I think Musalia Mudavadi is actually repeating what happened in 2013. 2013, when we had a country that was yearning for change and actually wanted to have a president that would actually work towards uniting the country after the 2007 botched elections. Musalia Mudavadi still actually alienated himself from the rest of the Kenyans and went straight actually to contest for the presidency, which he lost. And when you look at the numbers he was able to garner in the Western Kenya, it is apparent that Musalia Mudavadi cannot and he can never win the Luhya vote. I saw it is not profiling the people of Mulembe, but I'll be very honest. Today's event in Mululu was Maragolis actually going against the rest of the Luyas and asking Musalia Mudavadi to contest for the presidency, knowing very well that Musalia Mudavadi is going nowhere. I am a Luhya. I come from the western part of Kenya. And I strongly believe that Raila Odinga is the best person to actually take over from Uhuru Kenyatta. The current governor of Kakamega, Governor Oparanya, and I'm happy that Atwoli has brought together a team of professionals who are doing a research in the entire Western region to come up and actually the meeting is coming up on the 31st December that will give direction to the Luhya community. I'm sure the meeting in Kakamega is going to give the direction that will actually unite the entire Luhya nation. I'm not against the Maragoli. The Maragoli is going it alone. That is what will happen. Let me be very clear on this. You can disagree with me on this issue, but today let me talk about it. We are not profiling the Maragolis. Musalia Mudavadi is actually facing a political oblivion if he goes by what the senator of Kakamega is advising him to do. Looking at the OCA, the four principles, Kalonzo Musyoka cannot play second fiddle to Musalia Mudavadi. Kalonzo is actually senior to Musalia Mudavadi. And if you bring these guys together, I am sure Musalia Mudavadi and his team will not sit ground to Kalonzo Musyoka. And that is where we're going to have Kalonzo Musyoka move out of OCA. I'm sure he will be able to join the Azimio La Umoja. And Azimio La Umoja is actually poised for the win. Baba is going to be the next president of the country, but it would not be good to have Musalia Mudavadi alienated from the Azimio La Umoja. We want him back to the Azimio. We want him to be in the Azimio as we head to the general elections next year. Now, there is another issue of the Luya unity that I had. Hello?
Murunga,
Yes.
you are not making good use of the time, although you have prosecuted your case. The Luya unity is, I would say, is an issue as at now, but from where I see it, it is taken care of. We shouldn't be worried about it. Like you said, it is 31st. And how many days to 31st?
Few days.
Yes, we have not been, we have, this is not the first time. We have had people that have campaigned Baba in Luya land to their own detriment.
Yes, Bernard,
so
I agree with you, but we want...
There's no cause for alarm as at now. With the atoll in place now, there is DAP, and then there are other whatever players on the ground. Oparanya is not a pushover as people think he is. So I think we'll dedicate a day to deal with the Luya unity, but as at now, no cause for alarm. Wachana maneno ya wale watu kuongea kwa matanga. Hiyo ni Malala na group yake. Wasikupatia wasiwasi.
Inatupa tumbo joto manake. We don't want to have we don't want to isolate Maragolis.
Nobody's isolating Maragolis, and Baba is going to get more votes in Vihiga than other places. Otichilo is the governor of Vihiga. He's an ODM governor. So, what is Musalia talking about?
Point of order, Bernard. I think it's fair that you check also the time, because Murunga is taking us in circles and we need to conclude. Some of the people have not made their submissions. Like David, I know is warming up his mouth so much. Thank you.
Sawa asante.
Let me allow my...
Hold on. Thank you, Murunga, ngoja kwanza, relax. Nilikupatia muda, ukaamua utaki kuongea kuhusu mada ile tulikuwa nayo, ukaleta Luya politics, nikakupatia muda ukaprosecute, na mimi nimeintervene, na mimi Luya natoka na Baholo. So siasa naielewa vizuri sana. Hiyo imetatuliwa. Wachia mzee Atuoli na Eugene na Oparanya. Yo wanatosha hiyo kazi. Hata Baba hahitaji kwenda huko. Hiyo ishashughulikiwa. Let's go straight to David. Nelson, sitaona wewe sahi. Nitaona wewe wakati naanza kufunga station.
Thank you, Bwana Bernard, for the chance. Thank you, panelists. I've listened to you. I don't want to give a rebuttal because we are now, the topic restricts us to discuss one side of the political divide. So that's why at some point you had me say point of order, because I noted that some of our colleagues are digressing to discussing a topic of another day or what we have already dispensed of some days ago. I have 7 strong points to put across very fast. I think I've been a teacher before, I can summarize, but if I swallow my words, you forgive me because of the time I'm given. The topic says, we are analyzing the Azimio governance under Azimio La Umoja governance under one Right Honorable Raila Odinga. What did we expect, and what are the things that we have? As I'm online, please can you give some time, Brian? The boys are disturbing me, so sorry for that. So one, from where I stand as a strong UDA supporter, I don't expect much from the Raila Odinga presidency because of the following 8 strong points, in my opinion. One, it's our belief that as UDA, Raila is a project of the state and the deep state. After they have looked around and seen nobody is strong from a particular community, if you can allow me to use that, they have seen it better to shift it to somewhere temporarily as they warm up for themselves. So this is a project. Raila will be a puppet president under a very strong deputy governor, deputy president, sorry. A best example is Sonko. Everybody knows what happened in Nairobi and how he was sabotaged. You can be a figurehead president, and when things go down under your feet, you may not even realize what's happening. So we don't expect much from this because this is a project and the people who
Not
deny.
Baba.
Allow me to dispense you can rebuttal later on. Why we ask this is we support
Baba,
you by saying.
Baba is not weak.
Elson, the people who denied Raila Odinga presidency in 2007, to an extent of swearing someone at night, are the very people who are advancing him as the best choice. Then you ask yourself why. Behind there are questions to be answered. So Raila will be given presidency, given in quotes, as they warm up and take it up. Now that's why you don't be surprised to see that he can be a puppet president. 2, in UDA, we believe that Raila and ODM has a bad history of performance because you are given 5 talents. We expect more from you. Then before you are put to be in charge of many. That's what your Bible tells you, Bernard, from your Matthew 25:5. Look at his performance in his constituency for 20 years. In UDA, we believe that's not the kind of governance we are looking at. We don't expect that. Impoverization, degrading of human settlement, and utter environmental degradation. Point number 3, when you look at ODM counties and their performance, the best example is Homa Bay County, Nyamira County, Siaya, and Kisumu. The performance is so dismal. I can tell you today, in 21st century, people in Homa Bay have no water, clean water. And an institution in Homa Bay that is oldest and biggest producing, who had produced giants academics, and drink water which is colored. And the neighbor is the county boss. No water. And this is the person who was rigged in after the right candidate fell out of grace from Baba. So that performance alone tells us that we don't expect much in the coming government. Point number 4. We have seen Baba sanitizing thieves, corrupt individuals. When you have been cornered by a court case, you go to the house on the hill. Once Baba says that guy is okay, you are sanitized. But today, I'm seeing supporters of Baba saying Baba is corrupt-free. Every corruption has moved to the other side. I don't want to mention it because his name is not mentioned here. But history and the media does not lie. The mega corruption that has taken place, which Baba has identified, of course, happened with the family of His Excellency the President. We don't want to dwell on that because we mentioned it last time. So, but because Baba wants leadership, we have seen him sanitize those people. Baba has been favoring family members. The reason is when he appointed his own brother, very old brother, to be a member of IALA, East African Legislative Assembly. That one tells you there are no any young person who can take up that position except his brother. Look at the Nusumkate government and the ministers he chose and he elected, he appointed. Many slots went to Baba's kinsmen and close friends in Luo Nyanza. In as much as today people are throwing stones and saying, the Nusumkate, we know who the ministers were, we can tell you. The only slot which went to Kisi in Nyanza, it went to one who was a financier of ODM and left out a very senior ODM official who was a treasurer and was given a slot of a deputy, not an assistant minister, and actually backed out because it was humiliation. So we don't expect much. In that, we can simply say as
David,
good.
David, repeat the last
That
point.
is,
We didn't get it because of your network. Repeat it. It's very important for our scrutiny.
oh, my network failed. Bernard, did I fail in my the network?
Your network is not consistent. Please just repeat that statement, Amon. There's no problem.
I think the boys have come. They are joking with the internet. Maybe. Sorry for that. I'm saying point number 4 was that Baba has been known to sanitize corrupt individuals who go to the House of the Hill and get sanitized. If you have a court case, you visit Baba, that court case is thrown away. We have seen very many, we cannot mention that. He has been favoring family. A best example is Oburu, his brother, who is very old, and he elected. Through his influence, he got an appointment in the IALA. And in the Nusumkate government, the same number 4, the ministers he appointed were actually relatives and a very close ally that went to his own community. And he only gave one slot to the Kisi community, that is the financier of ODM, and left out a very senior ODM official who was a treasurer then. 5, because my time was interrupted, democracy. We don't expect much with this government in terms of democracy because in ODM, we have suffered internal democratic prejudices where we sell. We have bungled nominations and sale of tickets to friends and favored political officials of the party. Remember of the black men in suit? When things go wrong, that the guys expect to be elected, not elected, the elections can be disrupted. And those who are old enough can remember the black men in suit and how they disturbed the ODM elections simply because guys expect to be elected were nowhere. So, who is the chair of ODM? Ask yourself. You know the chair of ODM is one Ibadi. The party leader is one Raila Odinga. The secretary general is one in-law, Tifuna from Western. Then we still come here and tell people that ODM is a national party. Second to last, Baba supports a top-bottom approach as far as the economic model is concerned. What top-bottom means for the economic development, guys, is we have few millionaires and a million paupers, where you assign a few positions for communities who will mobilize votes, and therefore the poor people remains as voters mobilized by their kinsmen instead of them participating in economic development and production. But in the other side, I don't want to mention it because that's not their day. We don't believe in that. We believe in an economic model where everybody participates in production, where everybody has money in circulation, such that we can slow down the fight for smaller positions that Baba tries to create by expanding the constitution. 7, which is last one, Raila is an economic saboteur. He has sabotaged economy several times. My battery runs down, sorry, I'm finishing quick. a national leader who stands and calls for economic boycott has no moral obligation or authority to run that country. That one tells us that if he becomes president, he expects support which he does not want to give others. Look, for example, how many times has he called for economic boycott? Several times, not twice, but many times. This is not a character of a nationalist or a person who the country wants, because you must have the interest of the country first than your personal interest. Know that when things don't go right on your way, you call for economic boycott, you call for demonstrations, you call for swearing in illegally, and then you call for handshake. That means you don't believe in losing. In UDA, we believe that we will win. If we don't win, we will be an alternative government waiting for the next chance, but we can't call for economic sabotage and economic disturbance as we see from one Raila Odinga. Thank you.
A quick question, Bernard. A quick question before it escapes my mouth, my mind. A quick
Ask who.
question, kind.
I don't even know who's
If
talking.
if I'm allowed. It's Evans talking.
Okay, quickly, please.
I just want to ask David 2 questions. The first question is, in a layman's language, for those people who do not understand like me, the issue, the model of bottom up. Kindly, in your fair and undivided language, explain to us what is bottom up. The second thing I want to ask him, between Raila and Ruto, who had nepotism in choosing the ministers when he was in power, and with reference from 2013 to 2017, and with reference to 2008 to 2013, when these two people had the same power. Thank you.
Bernard, do you want me to respond, or you are the chair, so if I don't get permission from you, I may not.
Please respond in 1 minute.
Oh, thank you very much, Bernard. What we mean by bottom up is that the smallest person that makes the majority of the population is able to participate, is given tools of work, tools of trade, is given empowerment to be involved in production, in an economic activity, rather than sitting down and waiting to be assisted, rather than being a socialist waiting to be given handouts or alms. We want you at your level. Whether you are, if you are a graduate, it's okay, you can be given your job at the level of a graduate, but we don't give you a graduate and represent the entire nation or the entire community. We want everybody to participate at his level, what he can do, regardless of your education, regardless of your level or status in the society. What do you mean by this? Kama si kuenda shule, but I'm able to do something, some skill, let me do at that level and feed my family. But when the other hand says, let's create more offices and have Bernard to be in charge of lawyers, have Onyancha to be in charge of cases, and that is all, so that we are all in government. We are not talking about being in government. We are saying, let each and every individual at his level participate in production economics, in producing something for your family. Second question, in terms of nepotism, I'm talking of, I mentioned in my point that in 2007, when Raila Odinga was given the nusu mkate, we are talking of nusu mkate and not one government. Jubilee government, to information on Onyancha, is one government headed by His Excellency the President and deputed by His Excellency the Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. The nusu mkate is a 50-50 negotiated agreement. You get your part, I get my part. Look at the ministers chosen in 2007. I can mention if you want me, but time does not allow. Only one slot went outside Luo Nyanza, about the so many slots given. So what I can explain to you is that the whole of Kisi can have one minister, but you have 4 or 5 in Luo Nyanza. That tells you what? It tells you Even the same ministers I'm talking
What
about
about
have their
William Ruto,
relationship.
who was the Minister
Look
of
at their
Higher Education
relationship
at that
with,
time and later the Minister of Agriculture? Was he
look
from
at,
Luo Nyanza?
I want to finish my point from the chair. I don't know who is talking.
Now, David, I appreciate your response, but I get the feeling that you're deliberately refusing to acknowledge the obvious. The Jubilee government of 2013 was an alliance between URP and TNA. And the negotiation of the sharing of the government was 50-50. So there is no difference between URP and TNA agreement and the Nusumkate in application of appointing slots. Even the slogan of Tano Kumi Yangu Kumi Yako is born out of that same agreement. So if we are going to be factual, we remain factual. If we want to be superficial about it,
we are not superficial, chair, and I hope we are not arguing.
Secondly, Ngoja, the appointment of ministers. Somebody has given here Malala, Ngilu, Fred Ngumo, Joho, Ababu, Namwamba, Otuoma, Ruto, Kosgei, Teti. All those people are from Luo Nyanza.
Chair, am I answering you, or you are giving your short?
Yes, no, I want you to acknowledge that.
Look at, I want to look at the ministers given from Luo Nyanza. How many were there, and how many were from Kisii and Kuria?
No. We are discussing a national leader here.
We are talking of Nyanza. My point was,
we are not talking about Nyanza. We are talking about Azimio La Umoja and its governance. And you reduced it to be a Nyanza issue. You turned it into a Homa Bay. Your Homa Bay governor is your governor. It's not Raila Odinga's appointee. It is you that went to the ballot, voted him.
You can't be biased.
So why should you
biased
blame it on
drag
Raila?
my point out of what I'm saying? I can repeat what I said. He favors family. He favors tribe.
No.
He is therefore not a nationalist. That's what I.
Okay, thank you. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, so let it be so. But when we come here on a public platform, let's not be economic with the truth. Truth will remain no matter how much lies we share. Let us be honest, especially because of our stature in the society, and our age also demands on us to provide leadership. We can't provide leadership when we are economic with the obvious. So let's get out. All this information is on Google. You can Google the cabinet of 2007, Google the cabinet for 2013, and get the answers from there by yourself. But let us not feed people with half information, half truths, so that we look justified in pursuing a particular narrative. There is no problem with the Ruto presidency or the Raila presidency, but if any of it is built on lies, it will not hold water. That is my take on the same. But
Chair, remember we are analyzing that government, and that is what we are doing. Your topic is very clear.
The most successful government was the Grand Coalition government, according to the history of Kenya as at now. But all the same, let's conclude. I wanted this show to end by now. We have already crossed over into the other hour, but no cause for alarm. Let us sort this out. Is it Nelson? What is it? Unmute first.
I have a question to David, yeah?
Yes.
Mr. David has just told us that His Excellency Nigma Raila Odinga sabotaged the economy of the country.
Will he be in position to actually tell us what is a constitutional right? Secondly, he has talked about Raila Odinga he appointed his brothers. Can he be in position to tell us what does Ruto's daughter doing in abroad? What position does she carry at the moment as a Kenyan diplomat in abroad? Is Ruto's daughter Raila daughters or Raila family? Just two questions, please. Give us an answer on that. What does
Okay,
Ruto's
yeah,
daughter
your
represent in
point is
abroad?
made, Nelson. Let David respond. Please, quickly, David.
Thank you, Chair. A leader who calls for economic sabotage does not deserve a chance to be the leader of that economy is calling for sabotage. We have seen Raila Odinga call for economic sabotage, economic boycott.
David.
Safaricom is one of them.
David, you are asked a question. Do you understand what a constitutional right is?
That is an ambiguous question, Mr. Bernard. We have several rights. We have so many rights.
Okay, the Bill of Rights gives us rights. One of it is we are free to picket, we are free to demonstrate, as long as we feel aggrieved. All right, it is a requirement of the Constitution. So you cannot say that when you are calling people to practice to exercise their economic right, or rather their constitutional right, that makes you unfit to preside over a nation.
Bernard, I understand your standpoint.
Yes.
I also need to remind you, you must know your position as the chair of this panel. And you need to protect both me and Nelson for us to be fair enough. I want to say that Nelson's question was a bit ambiguous, but I picked it because I knew where he's directing his anger to or his point to. You cannot, some things, if you can quote one former Vice President, Saitoti, sometimes the interest of the nation comes first than individual interest. If you love that country and you could wish to prosper, if you could wish to be supported as a president, you should be the first person to support others. You should be the first person to see that country grow. But when you call for economic sabotage, you understand very well, once the economy has fallen, it will take a long time to get it up. And that's where I was coming from. You can have the rights, yes, but some things override individual interests. Secondly, we're talking about Ruto's daughter. Look at Oburu's age and Ruto's daughter's age. If we are talking of a country that is made up of young people over 40% or 60%, and then you keep on recycling old people with old ideas, that one tells us you have no interest in the young people. You are only using them as soldiers so they can be killed. Then you go and stand in the field and say, Shujaa Melala. We want the youth to be empowered, to be given jobs, ambassadorial jobs. We want you to be elected into electoral positions so that they can feed their children and run the country with the energy
Point
they
of order,
have.
Chairman.
All men.
Point of order, Chairman.
No,
Point of order.
hold on, Evans. David, I find it very difficult when you choose to segregate against an individual on the issues of age and then justify another matter because of age. All the same, I would say this: in party politics, appointments are even done before the elections are done. They are not issues, they are not decisions that are made by the chairman of the party or the party leader. As we go into the elections, there are slots. Like, for example, the Oburu wanted to be governor of Siaya, okay, and then it was not possible. So he said, forfeit this so that we will put you on the list of the people to be nominated on this. Now, when that is a negotiated democracy within the party, it is neither a decision made by Raila directly as an individual or a favoring case. It's a matter of negotiation within the party and to help the party stick together. Now, when we begin to use that as a weapon to fight an individual, is either we don't want to see the obvious, or we just want to have an argument on something that we all understand. You have been involved into party politics, and you know how much it comes into play when parties are meant to make decisions. Now, I need to go and attend on something. Let's have Mark. Okay, after Mark, we go to Pato. So. Somebody on my door, I need to go and check.
Has David left? Is David around still? David, are you still there? Can you unmute?
I'm saying I'm still there. Sometimes I take off the camera to even blow my nose, so I'm still there.
Yeah, I actually didn't want to make a contribution today, but because you have made your submission, I felt like I can also
give a rebuttal. That's okay.
Not really a rebuttal, but I just want to make some small contribution. Perhaps it will bring some bit of sense. You guys talk about what happens at Langat for the last 20 years that Raila was a member of parliament. You hardly tell us what happened at where the DP comes from as an MP. Whether there are unique things that he did for the years that he has been an MP that we can be able to compare the two. You cited the counties of Homa Bay, Kisumu, and I don't know which other. You didn't cite the counties where Ruto comes from so that you can give us a clear picture on those counties, how they are performing. And to what extent you can be able to hold Ruto and Raila responsible for governments which are run by governors. 3, I actually made some bit of notes, so you'll excuse me so that I refer to the notes. I don't know why you feel like Raila is a compromised candidate. I mean, between Ruto and Raila, who could be more compromised if today Uhuru was supporting Ruto? What will you be saying, you
Mark,
guys?
point of order. Your network is not favoring us. We are not getting what you're saying. Thank you.
Oh, I'm using some network here, and I think are you not getting me? Mnanipata?
I think I'm getting you. Maybe it's not.
Maybe where you are, it could be the network, not mine. Mine looks a very strong signal. Now, I was asking, I was just making a response to what David said. Let's look at the basis and the history of CDF. Let us look at the history of our devolution. Let us look at even the latest one that was 40% proposal for counties to have funds. What other kind of commitments will you want for a leader who wants the best for our ordinary people than the proposals that have come and the benefits that have been accrued based on the starting of CDF, the aspect of devolution, which was purely Baba's idea, the 40% you've been seeing that he has been fighting for, even when he knows that there are chances he can be the president in the coming election, after the coming election. If there are people who have been so committed to this thing you call potom, to the ordinary Mwananchi, I don't think there is one leader who stands out more than the Right Honorable Prime Minister. David, I found your submission being biased because apparently you come from where I come from. I found your submission as having some kind of tribal overtone. You felt like perhaps because Obure was given the ministry of was given a ministerial position during the Grand Coalition, that the Kisses were not given enough slots. But let us also appreciate how many slots were there to be given out during the Grand Coalition. We were talking about 20 slots. And in those 20 slots, we had Kosgei was part of the ministers, actually 2 Kosgeis. We had Ruto himself. We had even Kones. Of course, Bure was a minister then. We are not even forgetting Ongwai, because Ongwai then was in charge of the Prime Minister's office. In fact, Gesami's madam was in charge of the Prime Minister's office also. So we cannot say that ideally Raila was not very considerate to our tribe when it came to giving out the cake during the Grand Coalition. Finally, David, the biggest the biggest problem you guys have is you talk too much about Raila and forget to talk about yourselves. Tell us, what is this that Ruto has done that is so unique that makes him stand out? Tell us where we can be able to have signatures of Ruto that makes him to stand out, so that you can be able to, when you keep on refusing us to talk about history, well, but we still want to know what Ruto stands for. Because as far as I'm concerned, there is no single day I've heard Ruto talk about corruption. Nowhere, not once. Secondly, if it's about distribution of positions before, we have seen how much he has been able to do before. Perhaps it's time we also reflect on that. And finally, even as we make these submissions, sometimes let us be honest. Between you and Uhuru, who could be much more annoyed when you talk about economic saboteurs? Ideally, even if it were you, you have an election that you have seen that you have won. You have a court ruling giving directions that let us have the servers open. The very institutions asked you to do that, they don't do that. What were you supposed to do at the time?
Bernard, those issues raised, do I need to answer them, or they were just points of information?
Okay. In the interest of time, let it be food for thought for everyone, and for everybody to be considerate, even as we make our submission. And Waswahili wanasema mwomba ngoma uvuta kwake. Wakati unavuta kwako, elewa kwamba hii ngozi ilihitaji mnyama kufa kwanza, ndio ikatolewa, ndio ikaanza kutengeneza ngoma. So isikuwe tu ni ngozi na wewe unavuta kamba.
Yeah, but I remind, just one statement. I need to remind the last speaker that we were analyzing the Azimio. You know, we can have a day where we can analyze Ruto. I'll give you 20 strong points why I support Ruto. So don't get worried. We will be here.
Okay, thank you. Let's have that settled. Pato, nizamu yako tunapofungasha. Unmute.
Thank you, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity to make my final remarks. Today agenda was so about Azimio La Umoja, and we were cross-examining the Azimio and what people expect from Azimio La Umoja. We as a Juda people, we were here to examine the Azimio La Umoja, and I feel so uncomfortable when the supporters of Raila Odinga and the Azimio La Umoja, when we come to this show we keep this show to be interesting or interactive, because we cannot you cannot be in a show selling one agenda. It will be a monotony. So you people, you just accommodate us so that at the end of the day, you even don't lose a sleep. You remain awake.
So we don't ask them to accommodate us. We fight for our rightful position and we make our voices heard and known.
Yes, that is what we have been doing. we have been awake for more than 4 hours. This is 4 hours running live. So even as we want to build this country together. That's why I've been calling out that come 2022, you people, if we defeat you, just accept. No calling maandamano, no nothing, no. We have been wasting time of going back to after election. We go like tunataka kuongea hapo nyuma, tunataka we have been rigged, we have been doing, man, the Raila Odinga which we are facing in Azimio La Umoja is a fabrication. Tumefabricate ODM. And I want to tell you, Joas Maangi coming to Azimio La Umoja is running away from Ominga Mangara. We know that is a fact. So even we have two options. Is either you are in Azimio La Umoja or you are in UDA. So when you feel the ground is not favorable to you, you can just go and be sanitized. Hata kama ulikuwa umeiba upande ile, you see the Waiguru ndio alilaunch Azimio La Umoja Nakuru.
Pato, I love your submission. The only issue I have with you is one, okay? In fact, I had forgotten David brought that up also. Raila Odinga that we have right now, he doesn't have the anti-corruption. He's not the director of prosecution. He's not the head of DSCI. He's not the president. But he has power to sanitize. How in the world can that take place?
Of course.
And then you hold on it as if it's a verse in the Bible you have to preach over and over again.
Of course, in this world of Kenya, Raila Odinga is the sanitizer. You see
He's
the Waiguru now.
Judiciary. He's the head of judiciary.
He has a nun.
He has what?
He has an upper hand there.
What do you mean an upper hand? You are a young man. You need to kind of, even if you hear something being said, check it out so that you have some substance on it as you give it as a claim.
These are politics, eh?
No, even politics is not authorized. It's not a license for us to propagate propagandas that have no base.
But
Raila Odinga cannot sanitize anybody. Why hasn't Raila Odinga sanitized William Ruto?
In this show from the beginning of this show, I've heard of Ruto is a corrupt, Ruto is a corrupt, Ruto is a corrupt. Where you pick it from media?
We don't pick it from media. Ruto has been prosecuted for land grabbing.
Pato, tell Bernard the chair that it's not only Ruto who is corrupt. We have government ministers selling baruas at TSC kwa village 300,000. We can name them. 2 people have bought 300 each than the government minister. What are you guys telling us? We can name them.
So does that make corruption legal in Kenya? Does that make corruption right in Kenya?
The idea you are pretending that Ruto sisi ndio wezi peke yetu, we can mention, but don't mention that because we are analyzing.
Nobody is on record for defending people who are being followed by DCI like Ruto. Nobody is in defense of the corrupt governors, Waititu, Sonko, and the rest like Ruto. And he does it on the glare of the television, and he speaks as the deputy of the Republic of Kenya. Now, in my school of thought, it does not compute, because you are the government. The government is after somebody because of corruption. Then you are defending them because you claim that they are being accused for corruption because they associate with you. Then you are the high priest of corruption. We cannot call you any other name. All the same.
But you can believe, but Bernard,
tumalize show.
You can
Okay,
also share our sentiments.
nikimaliza
kumaliza show. Yes, dakika yako
nikimaliza
Yes.
I
Harakisha
want
tafadhali.
to there's a jamaa hapo alikuwa ameuliza Murkomen ameenda wapi. Murkomen is participating in a mchezo pale Tanzania and is the top scorer kwa Kenya, so is there, hata wale wengine wako, so timu yetu iko imara and I'm waiting for that time where you will cross examine the Raila Odinga versus Ruto. By the way, the only person yenye tunajua tunashindana naye na tunajua the weakness ni Raila Odinga. In fact, we have been praying so that Raila Odinga can be endorsed by even the Oka team. But we are happy again. The Oka team can be split into two, which is it will be more advantage on our side than new people, because Mudavadi, we know Gideon and Kalonzo Musyoka can come to your side, and I'm happy. Mudavadi, whom you have been saying he has no vote in Western, we treat him as a striker on our side, as a plus, as a vote. So don't worry. Even when you don't want Mudavadi, we have a big house in UDA, which is a national conversation. You people, in the next show, I know you people, you will be in our side, and you will turn the Mutembei TV to be one of the supporters of William Ruto. Thank you so much.
Mutembei TV, one of the supporters of William Ruto. Yeah,
yes,
through you.
It will happen.
Through you.
Bernard,
it will happen.
With the utmost humility, I indulge you kindly to allow me, because my phone is going off, for just a minute before it goes off. Kindly, I'm just praying. Okay.
Quickly, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, when I was listening to David, I'm just requesting David, first of all, to desist from the politics of emotions. I'm coming from Kisii too.
You can't come here to give me lectures, my friend. That is my nature. When I give my points, give your points. Time is up. People are supposed to sleep. Why are you attacking David?
David, you're out of order. David, you're out of order. Evans, go ahead, please. Joy is on my neck. Community has arrived to close the show.
Yes. So the politics of emotions, first of all, are the ones that lead us to the violence that we see after the elections. Secondly, when I was listening to the submissions, he kept on saying that as Yuda people, we believe. So first of all, they are not factual. They are built on malice. And when I started my submissions, I said that in the Bible, there's a verse that says that my people perish because of lack of knowledge. The Uda people are perishing because of lack of knowledge, and that is why you feel whenever you see them talking, they talk with a lot of wrath in them because they do not have those facts with them. When he was talking about the ministers and all that, I'm very much happy that he has been informed that all those ministers that he was saying that were from Raila Odinga backyard, they were not the same, because I was surprised that he was even leaving out William Ruto, who was the Minister of Higher Education during the time when Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister. I was surprised that he's leaving facts of June Ruto, who is the daughter to William Ruto. So when we are when we are doing politics, let us be factual, let us be straight to the point, let us leave emotions aside, let us embrace what we call the issue of looking things the way they are. If today Raila is faced with corruption charges, where is my stand as a voter? Will I go sanitizing him just because I'm supporting him? My answer is no. If today Raila is prosecuted of any corruption case, I will stand against him. That is my stand as a voter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Evans. I think that's clear enough. Let's hear Joe as we close.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I've been listening to this from the senior margin, and I'm surprised that most of the supporters of UDA, what they say, what they give out to people to hear, has got no basis at all. Just like the way Ruto does. I would not like to say. I would not like to concentrate on what David has said, because I think David is a grown-up. He knows these facts. He must have been there when the appointment Raila appointed his team, and he must have been there when Ruto appointed his team in the Kumira. We know very well in Rift Valley, we have the Pokots, we have the Turkana, we have the Samburu, we have the Masai, we have even the Kikuyus in Nakuru, we have the Luyas in parts of Rift Valley. But when Ruto appointed his cabinet, he did not include those. He included his Nandi tribes only. So I don't see why he should talk about the Raila coalition government, Raila Kibaki, when he knows very well Raila appointed across the country. Secondly, the demonstrations of boycott, that is a constitutional right. He should know it. There's nothing, if it's for the love of the country, then those people who are carrying out the boycott are also doing it for the love of the country. You cannot let your country to go down the drain because of an illegality. So they were trying to correct that illegality. That's why they were demonstrating. And that's how actually multi-party came in, through demonstrations. That's how the democratic space of this country was open, through demonstrations. So that's a tool, and it's within the constitution. It's not an illegality. So David, you should know this. One thing, the things you talk.
In as much as Bernard, you allow them to.
No, let me finish.
Points,
we had you.
They should
we
also
had
be
you.
reminded. They should not be diverted from the point of the
you
day.
had your time and you talked.
Discuss.
Bernard, protect me. He had his turn. He talked. Nobody disturbed him. He finished his talk submission without any interference. So as I was saying, all these things were very much within the constitution. So what I'm telling Uda guys, you see, so many people are listening to these talks in Mtembe TV. So much as you talk lies, it strengthens what people believe Ruto says all the time, lies. It actually strengthens. It gives people more strength to believe that you people and your head are liars. Now let me talk about the Azimio La Umoja government. This could be God-given. It could be the best government you'll ever had. This is what Raila has fought for over 50 years. An all-inclusive government. He has shown it. He has got a track record on that. Because this is a club where everybody is allowed to come in, whether you are in a red t-shirt or a yellow t-shirt. You are welcome to the party. Unlike a place where you only have to wear yellow. If you're not in yellow, you are unwanted. So this is going to be an all-inclusive government. And again, on the side of the economy, it will grow. Because Raila has not been known for any corrupt act. Massive act, corruption act like the Aror Kimwarer Dam. He fights for his people, and his people, I mean the whole country. He's never fought for the Luos. He has never even contested on a Luo region. So he usually does things that the whole country gains. I've never seen Raila stand up for the Luos alone. No, never. But I've seen Ruto does that. We have clips when he was saying some people have come to the Rift Valley and they should move. They have even named some part of the land after names from Central. These people should be removed. I've never heard Raila talk something like that. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate your responses. Please, let's restrict ourselves to see to it that we give information that is credible and defendable. And then Pato alisema maneno ya kukubali uchaguzi. I have said on this platform before, and I will say again, election results are not to be accepted. Election results are supposed to be
next time.
valid.
Next time, point of order, Bernard, we demand we have coordinators.
No
Because
problem.
For a long time, you have been biased with ODM and you silence
It is
us.
my business to set the record clear. Election results are not to be accepted. Election results are supposed to be credible. They are supposed to be verifiable. And those are constitutional requirements. It's not Bernard's requirement. It's constitutional requirement. So if you go and cook figures and bring and say, accept this, we don't accept. We have right even to reject results from the laboratory. Okay? No doctor goes inside and brings anything and say, these are your results and you accept it. You have to verify.
Can I ask
then
one question, Bernard?
They are rightfully yours, then you accept. But if you bring results and you're forcing me to accept, it means there is something you have done about it. And that is why the Constitution recognizes those rights to boycott, to picket, to demonstrate, to demand what is right. There is nothing wrong or illegal about it. So your narrative ya kukubali results, wekeni tu kwa juu yenu. In fact, this time around, those tankers.
Allow me, Chair, to ask you one question, if you can allow me.
Uliza, nataka kwenda kwa community nifunge station niende. Kesho ni church.
Thank you. Now, Raila Odinga won election in 2007.
Yes.
The people that took that victory from him are the very people that are fronting him now. What has changed?
Yeah. What has changed?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
One person has a big heart to accommodate even the people that crucified him.
Can I answer that one, please?
People who detained him, he has forgiven them.
Yes, Moi detained him for 9 years, and he was the one when Kibaki wanted to crucify Moi. It is Raila who stood on the floor and said, wacha mzee aende retire, apumzike, msimsumbue. They came up with another bill to stop Moi from commenting on anything political. It was Baba that stood up and said he has constitutional right as a citizen of Kenya to make his comments and make his political decision. So Baba is a freedom fighter, wants everybody to be free.
If today we say that Baba is a project of powerful individuals who want to get to power as soon as 5 years, can we be wrong?
That is neither here or there, because if the project you defeat it on the ballot. Okay, we defeated Uhuru as a project in 2002, and this is my free advice to UDA. Stop trying to stop something, and you claim to have numbers. Okay, now you are preaching that you stopped BBI. BBI was not stopped by the people. It was not stopped by Ruto. It was stopped by the court. Okay? You did not have numbers to stop it. That is why you couldn't allow it to go to the ballot. Even this one, this project you are talking about, you don't have the numbers to stop it. That is why you are afraid when it gets to the people to decide, you will not have the numbers to stop it. So relaxing it to enter the ballot.
Bernard.
Yes, Marco.
It is a humble request, or is something I'm asking if it is possible. Is it possible you have the same bench and you be neutral. If it is 4-4, UDA 4, ODM 4, and you be neutral. Is it
That
possible?
will
One
be
day, one time.
a special show. A special show. Get me a
Yeah.
UDA 4 people. I'll get myself the ODM 4 people.
No.
Then we have a special show, not this one. This one is general.
In fact, that day we will be having an askari there, so that to stand. If you want to defend the ODM boys, you will be thrown outside there.
If you want to divide what?
We want
UDM vote.
We want you to be. We want you to be neutral. Eh?
I am not neutral.
Bernard cannot be neutral. Maybe,
I am not neutral.
Temba can try, but Bernard cannot.
Skilizeni. The problem with you is that you want to turn this platform into the primary school debate program. It is not. This is a general platform where people come and air their different views. When you want us to debate between UDA and ODM, we arrange a special show where you bring the 4 people, I bring 4 people, we lock out everybody else. Only those 8 people will be the one talking. Then
do you know what happens,
we
Bernard?
can talk about being neutral.
Bernard, let me tell you.
But this one is working.
What happens is
David.
What happens is, Chair, you combat us so much, you deviate from the main point, and
because you bring things that are non-issues,
and therefore people get afraid. It's only a few of us who can stand and tell you, okay, hold on, this is the fact. But some people here are very combative. I mean, they can abuse you, they can do stuff. People say, okay, let's go and do other important stuff.
And this area is very polluted for ODM. This area is very polluted. So we demand a space.
Bernard, let me tell David, Raila cannot be a project because Raila did not go for those people. These people came for him. So who is a project of who? It is Uhuru who sought for Raila. Raila did not go to him. So how can he be a project? A project
Joe, I hold a lot of respect. Joe, I have a lot of respect because the first time I heard you and how you were empowering youths, I didn't want to argue with you because you are Mzee, but I said, suppose as you that we say, some powerful individuals want to have Raila as a project, a shortcut of 5 years because ni mzee, wakiona Ruto akishika wanaweza kalia miaka 10. Can we be wrong? Instead of you dispensing that point, don't ask me a question directly. I've only thrown a bone to you to chew.
Skilizeni, you people, you don't have control over this country. You only have one vote, and that vote counts. But deciding who will be president and who should be stopped from being president, all those are just imagined narratives.
Can I answer him? Can I answer him? Look here, once you are commander-in-chief, you have all the power. So why do you think if Raila is old and maybe is one term, that he cannot put his people in and he cannot have a preferred successor? He's the commander-in-chief.
That's what we're saying, Joe.
Yeah. So why do you think? David, have some decorum. When I'm talking, please. When you talk, nobody talks. So after the 5 years is enough. The 5 years is enough to change this country. The 5 years enough is to put everything correct. So nobody should have a dream that because of age, I've heard you talking about age several times. No, you should not believe that age is a factor. No, it cannot be a factor. Once you get on that seat, even if it's 3 months, we have seen people acting president in the death of a president, and they stick to it. Nobody can push them out. But I don't think this is what Raila is going to do if he becomes a president. He just wants to correct things so that things can work democratically as it can be. Over to you, Bernard.
Joe,
okay,
I have a question.
Thank you, Joe. No question now. Please, we are closing the show. Okay, I were to close at 1. Now it's already 2 o'clock, and I have someone to deliver by 8 a.m. So please, nisamee tafadhali. Tusikize Maureen na Kipkei alafu tung'atuke tafadhali. Maureen. Unmute kwanza, unmute Maureen.
Okay. Saseni, habari zenu nyinyi wote?
Tuko poa, karibu karibu.
Yeah. I didn't know what topic you're talking about. Hello? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you talk.
Okay. I don't know what about the topic you're discussing about. I just came in. I just bumped into the stream. But Bernard, as a moderator, you should be very neutral, you know? Don't be partisan. You know, as a moderator of this channel, you give everyone equal chances to talk about their issues. So I don't know what you're talking before, but about Kenyan politics, for real, all people should have chances to follow whoever you want to follow. Because I've been following politics. There's Baba, Azimio La. The latest was Azimio La Umoja. And then I see Ruto is pushing. But at the end of the day, all of us are Kenyans. By the way, for me, I voted for Raila. The first vote I ever made, I voted for Raila. Next time, I've never voted, but I was championing for Ruto and Uhuru. You know, I believe in this platform. Most of us are youth, most of us are young, and tusikuwe na emotions. Hizi emotions za kusema ati juu ni mtu wetu, at the end of the day, by the way, what will Raila help you as a person? What will Ruto help you as a person? Ni zile two policies, you know, you should follow somebody who has the right policies that can suit you and your future and your kids to come. Unajua hata tusiangalie hii generation yetu, tusijiangalie as sisi watoto wetu watakuaje. You get it? We want systems that work. Hatutaki zile za kusema ati juu unajua umsee umetoka sijui wapi, sijui wewe ni nani, that you have an upper hand. Seriously, as I said, I live in Finland right now, and for real, the Finnish government, it works perfectly. If you go to hospitals, they give you the right services. If you go to even the police, as people say, wazungu racist. Mimi, I live with a Finnish man. If I call the police now and even fake, hata nidanganye that amenipiga ama amenichapa, just faking it, they'll throw the Finnish man out and leave me. Hata kana ndanganya, because they have taken women and they look at like they're just okay. Education system is working right, no matter who is the president, no matter what is who is who, and they don't care. Even hata kawe ni nani, hata kawa unaishi na like governor, they don't care what is your position. What cares is the services they deliver. Sasa mimi nashangaa hizi vitu za kusema Raila, Ruto, nini, who will deliver? Who will deliver the services to Kenyans? You see, who will give Kenyans this Kenya huku Finland tuna enjoy, enye hata mimi nikikuwa na ball saizi naenda tu OC nitapewa doo za kukaa home nichunge mtoi, I'm comfortable, food si shida nini, everything is okay. Huwezi pata ati mtu amekuharas, you know. Hata huku jela, by the way, za Finland, hata ukienda jela unaweza fikiria kama Mkenya, wacha nikuje niishi kwa jela ya Finland, because jela hata unapewa food ni poa, ni kama home, mpaka unaenda gym, una watch, unakaa. You can even, it's better to be a criminal in Finland than being a regular person in Kenya. So what we have to discuss is who will make it to be that way. For me, naona Raila, seriously, let me start with him. Amefanya nini? Mbona Raila akuja ashikane na Uhuru? If Raila could remain alone na fightie justice ya ukweli, lakini Raila ameingia, ndio hizi ma COVID pesa zimeishia, ndio hizi amedanganya watu washikane na Uhuru because ni masonko, washikane wanyanyase wa Kenya. You see? So I don't understand how Raila is helping. I'm not saying Ruto is perfect. Sitetei Ruto, but I prefer Ruto to Raila because Raila kama alikuwa statesman for real, si angebaki yeye peke yake afightie Kenyans mpaka, mbona alikuja kushikana na Uhuru na kusema ati ndiye apate ati inaitwa nini hizi sijui inaitwaje Kenya, sijui state machinery inaitwaje, kushikana na ati ndiye asaidiwe na state ndiye akuwe president. Why couldn't he just remain straight alone on himself and fight for Kenyans?
Maureen, how long has Raila been in the struggle, according to you?
But the worst Raila did is even to make that handshake.
How long? Answer the question. How long has Raila been in the struggle?
Raila has been in the struggle for long. I know it. Do you remember Ruto was working with Raila?
Na hakuwa mwizi wakati huo.
Sikiliza.
Do you remember Ruto worked with Raila?
When we are talking about struggle, we are talking about going against an established government policy that does not favor the masses.
Bernard,
under the Moi regime.
Of which,
yes.
Wachana na Moi regime. For me, I knew Raila as a statesman before tukipatia Raila, wote tulipatia Raila votes. Then, what happened to Raila to come and handshake, ndiye aseme ati, bora ako kwa...
Sio bora, please, Maureen, you missed the very serious point, okay? The handshake was not an easy decision, number one. Number two, it was not Raila that needed the handshake.
No, it was Raila. Do you remember Raila's brother said what? Raila's brother said...
Carefully. You are mixing two different things that don't relate. Forget about Oburu Odinga's system.
Yeah. Oburu Odinga said that now tutakuwa na machinery ya government.
Were you here in 2017? No. Were you here in 2017?
Nope, I wasn't there.
You are not here. So,
but I was following.
You are following, yes. The country was splitting into two. We were ready. We were ready to remove Uhuru's portrait and establish our own currency and run a parallel government. That was how
can I keep it short, Bernard? Can I keep it very short? You know, the only places I knew is the Kalenjins and Kikuyus were fighting, and it was the worst. When Uhuru and Ruto came and made it to make a government, it was a very big sacrifice because it was perceived Kikuyus and Kalenjins were fighting. And that was, I think, the handshake that made it peaceful in Kenya to work at least together. So these other handshake ni ya ukora, by the way. Na hata Raila angebaki peke yake.
Now I understand
Bernard,
you. I understand you very well,
Bernard.
Maureen. You
Yeah,
think the problem of
Bernard,
Cut it
Kenya.
short, Bernard. Cut it short before I go off.
You think that the problem of Kenya is the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus. As long as the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus are enjoying, every other person can follow whatever they are saying.
No, not whatever they are saying.
You are not here. You are not here in 2017 when the repeat election was to take place and 3/4 of the country did not vote.
I wasn't there, but I was there when there was banning. Yeah, when Ruto alikuwa akitetea Raila. When everyone was banning.
2007. I'm talking 2017. The handshake of 2017.
That's what I'm telling you. I wasn't there 2017, but 2007 I was there and I saw it when Ruto was with Raila. You see, even our neighbors were Kikuyu za Makalenjin, walikuwa najificha kwetu, and we were neighbors like these. And when Uhuru and Ruto waliongea waka make gava, that is to me when peace was there, when Kikuyus in Kalenjin, in Eldoret specifically, because I was born in Eldoret town, when Wakikuyu wa LD na Wakale waka make peace ikakua. That's when Uhuru wakafanya government na Ruto. So this other second handshake, I was not there, but I see it, of course, on the media, of which for me this is hii ya Raila na Uhuru ni propaganda tu ya, and policies zenye wanasema.
Propaganda? Why do you say it's propaganda?
Because we were so peaceful. Hakuna tuko tuna fight, wakuja ku make handshake. Watu walikuwa na fight.
Hey.
Apart from enye Raila anaenda kujideclare president.
Forget that. Let's do this. Maureen, just
Bernard, please, let's move on.
Okay, Bernard, thank you. Thank you for
2017. Okay.
Thank you for the time.
Get the papers for 2017. Read them fast, and then you come. We'll talk about whether there was
a 2017. I know there was a repeat election that Raila declared himself as the people's president. And I think Raila has to be
Bernard,
made
let's move on.
Yeah, please.
Okay, please, I beg, once again, let us just some little research. It will help. Little research. You just Google what happened, and the information will be available. Tusizungushane tu kwa swala ambalo obvious, naomba. Okay, thank you. Tuende kwa nani Kibet. Kibet, ulijaribu jana. Did you speak yesterday? Kibet. Okay, Kakwama huyo. Community ancestor.
Yes, asante sana kwa nafasi ndugu Bernard. Mimi Madam Maureen, mute, mute please.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Mimi kama mmoja wa wale ambao wanaunga mkono Azimio, ningalipenda kusema namna hii about in fact public debt yetu in fact sasa hivi imepanda cause in July this year ilikuwa 7 trillion. So maybe kitambo hii government itoke uongozini itakuwa imekanyaga hata 10 trillion. So cause hii unajua hii, this is just a speculation kuwa
gava ya cause jana tuliangalia gava ya William Samoei Ruto ikiwa in place itaova Kenyans nini. Leo tulikuwa tunaangalia gava ya Raila under Azimio movement itaova Kenyans nini. So pande ya public debt, yani ningependa kusema kuwa Raila Amolo Odinga in order address hii mambo ya hiyo debt, lazima broaden what we call the tax base, whereby expanding economic activities, it will be able to attract tax avenues, so that when KRA chips in to collect the taxes, itafanya nini? Itasaidia, because once we have the same if we have got a same item, let's say if it is oil, if it is maybe agriculture, whereby we don't add value, my brothers and my sisters, that is why when we lack resources in order to make some developments in our country, you find we are being imposed high taxes. So hilo jambo litatusaidia sana. Alafu kitu kingine, addressing hii mambo ya high taxation nayo, high taxation asa pande ya fuel na food items, you know, the issue of about lack of broadening tax base ndio ina lead to hiyo jambo ya high taxation. So tukiangalia hilo, tutakuwa tumesaidia Wakenya kutokana na huo mzigo wa kulipa ushuru kubwa. Jambo lingine, energy production. Baba vile ametuambia kuwa anataka kumake Kenya iingie into industrialization, so lazima aangalie mambo ya energy, whereby energy production ikiwa chini, itawezesha in fact investors waje, then we invest in our country, and at the end of the day jobs zitakuwa created for the benefit of our people. Jambo la mwisho, as I hand over to you, it is about job creation. Job creation sasa hivi in fact tunalia, vijana wanalia, wamama wanalia, wazee wanalia, because it is not only young people ambao wanachangia uchumi ya nchi, even akina mama, even wazee. So if young people hawana kazi, so zile kazi kidogo zenye maybe ziko watakuwa wanang'ang'ania na wazee. So baba ataensure kuwa kitu cha kwanza kupitia hii Azimio la Umoja, ataensure kuwa in fact as from 2022 onwards kutakuwa na political stability in Kenya. Kukiwa na umoja, mambo ya vurugu na nini hasiwezi zikahinda our country from progressing. Then kitu kingine, education standard tukiweka vizuri, iwe ni job oriented, it will really assist us Kenyans. Alafu kitu kingine, encourage self-employment and entrepreneurship, nayo in fact itasaidia sana kuliko watu kwanza kukimbilia kwa maofisi, then ni vizuri watu wafunzwe jinsi ya kuemploy themselves. Jambo lingine, creation of more industries to provide large scale employments for our people. Hiyo niliguzia tourism. industry nayo ikuwe promoted so that in fact tupate kutap hizi pesa ambazo foreigners wakati wanakuja kuangalia mbuga zetu, wanakuja kuangalia our beaches, kama vile Kenya tumeprogress, tutatap hizo pesa na zitusaidie. Alafu na jambo la mwisho, healthcare in urban centers. Urban centers kwa sababu in fact in rural areas vile sasa hivi watu wengi wamemove kuja kutafuta kazi in urban centers, so ensure that tumeunda dispensaries ambazo zitasaidia kutibu watu wetu, ndiposa wawe na nguvu ya kufanya kazi. Alafu kutoka hapa, at the end of the day we get revenues so that we can move our country forward in terms of developments. So hizo dispensaries, wale nurses, wale doctors ambao wataajiriwa pale, wale cleaners and what have you, in fact hao ni watu wetu. Still hiyo itakuwa part and parcel of ensuring that Kenya tumesonga mbele. Let us our tears, cause tumelia sana, in fact let us our tears which we have shed due to bad leadership be a bridge towards a bright future for us and our generations to come. Brother David, Wanga, wakati uko hapa na kutambua sana, hata kama uko kwa ile side ingine, reason being at least you make this forum inakuwa mzuri, because once you bring your points from UDA side na sisi watu wa Azimio, then kutoka hapo we will agree, because this unajua tunajaribu kufanya upekuzi kwa viongozi, ndiposa tupate kiongozi mzuri ambaye ataensure kuwa Kenya imepiga hatua. Because Raila Odinga akichukua uongozi, he will be a president for us all. William Samoei Ruto akichukua uongozi, he will be a president for us all. So kwa hii forum imekuja mzuri, tusiwe in fact tunarushiana cheche, iwe tu wacha tujaribu tu kung'ang'ana in terms of opinions, na at the end of the day kila kitu kitakuwa sawa, na Kenya ita remain kuwa moja past hii election yenye inakuja ya August 9, 2022. I thank you all and I back to you, Mr. Panad.
Thank you, community ancestor. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. It is important that we shape the direction for our country by ensuring that we share out information that is valid and necessary. Kibet, have you sorted out your mic, Manenos? Unmute. Am I uko region ambayo internet iko shida? That's better.
Nanisikia?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ben.
Sauti imepotea. Kibet,
Ben.
You still have issues.
Ben, it's Nelson. Just a minute, I sleep.
Nelson, I released you.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute, I just want to sleep. Just a minute, please. Just allow me to just give one thing here before I sleep, because
okay,
I will not feel happy when I sleep.
You're making me responsible
sorry, guys.
for your happiness when you sleep.
Actually, I saw my sister Maureen here had talked about some few things here, and I think she's in the lap set of another moon. We are in Kenya, and I hope she's in a lap set of another moon. I would like Maureen to just verify and tell us about this one, please. Sorry for this one, yeah. Maureen, please. I see you are in UDA side, and I just need you to tell us if at all Ruto is going to be the president of Kenya. How is he going to tell the Wananchi where the laptops are and where is the free education? Of course, I've been going through the Jubilee manifesto. Free education, currently you have CBC and we are really suffering. Where did the laptops go? Where is the free education? The job creation, he's pretending rounding every now and then that I will give jobs. Why can he give the jobs? And it was in the Jubilee manifestation as the second in command. And also the stadiums he promised us in Wote in 6 months, in 3 months. In fact, I've been watching here and just laughing. Yeah, this man is a crook. He's not supposed to be in the government
No,
actually.
you are using unpalatable terms. You are using unpalatable terms.
Sorry,
which may
sorry
not
for
allow
that.
us to give you answers.
Yeah, pesa za wazee, pesa za wazee. You know, can you guys explain for us, because these are the best things that we're supposed. In fact, my child keeps on asking me, Dad, Ruto had promised us laptops. Where are these laptops? And
But you are in a
I had to buy a
document.
laptop. Yeah, I had to buy my daughter a laptop a laptop to use at home, and Ruto ate the money. And there is no free education actually. I see these guys that are supporting this guy. And Uhuru Kenyatta was very wise. He pushed him to announce the manifesto, knowingly that this guy is a liar. And if you saw his movement they were talking about the manifesto. In the next 3 months, we will have Wote.
So, Nelson,
Actually, where is Wote?
Your question, you want me to
Unamharibia kura. Nelson, you are
no.
liability, no DM.
No, I am ODM. I'm just asking you, my friend, because Ruto was the one. David, allow me to just tell you.
You can't use unpalatable terms to our president, then you expect us to answer you. He's using
no, it's
unpalatable
not.
terms and we are saying no.
Now, all of you are out of order. All of you are out of order. David, you are a senior member of this channel. If you don't stay in order, you're going, please.
I've kept quiet. I've kept quiet, please. I'm sorry. And please, why is the DP not talking about corruption? Actually, this thing has really hampered our country. And I see some of us, we are youths here and we have old and aged people here. Ruto has never talked about corruption. And I see people are supporting such kind of a person. We are talking about corruption since independence. Since 1963, we are still talking the same thing, corruption. And the guy, he never talks about corruption. But he's giving us a term of segregation from the segregating poor and the rich. Those who have and not have. Not those who. David, listen. I will give you a chance. Those who have and those who doesn't have.
Order. David and Nelson.
Point of order.
Mute your mics. Mute your
Last word, please. Yeah.
No.
Because we have to tell these people the truth, because they ate our money.
Apana, let's do this. I want us to use this platform for the betterment of this country, not just sharing information to score points, okay? Like I said, we are not just exchanging among ourselves. There are people who are watching, and those people need to carry something home after the show, not just hearsay and claims here and there. That's for one. Number two, I'm signing out. I am leaving you under the captainship of Wekesa and Themba, who have just come in. You can continue with the show as long as they take you. As for me, I'm going to put my head down, ready for my sermon in the morning. I mean at daybreak. It's already morning here. But I will meet you guys later on in the day for another show. Otherwise, Wekesa and Themba, Kibet is the one having challenge with his mic. If he sorts out, let him speak. Jack Kindube has not said anything, so he's the only one remaining to speak. You should give him priority. And of course, the two of you who have just come in.
Na mimi.
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, kuja hapo ukaongea.
No, I was talking about what David had said.
Okay, hakuna shida, umekumbukwa. Okay. So, Wekesa, come in, please. And usher in Jakindu Bey and the rest of the panelists. Otherwise, let's do this again another time. Keep talking, but please, let's remain civil. Watu wa comments, mmefanya vizuri sana leo. Tafadhali tuendelee namna hivyo. No exchange, no calling names. See you in the next show.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard, for leading us well. Some of us have been away, but we have been following. I want to say that we only have like 8 months to election, and the hot debate about election will be over. Unless we decide to grow this channel, we will not have anything else to discuss after the hot election. So it's high time we begin converting our conversation into issues that we run even beyond election. At the end of the day, one of the candidates will be our leader, and we have to bear with him for the next 5 years. So let's bear with each other. Kenya will not be expanded. Whether Ruto becomes the leader or Raila, all of us will be in Kenya. For those who are in diaspora, will still be in diaspora. So what I want to say is that we have always urged each other that let us not regurgitate what happens in public rallies. I think the main thing we come here is to be more of analysts. It's good to analyze the rallies of Ruto, the events of Ruto, and even the game plan. It's also good to analyze the game plan of Raila and tell us from your own perspective. But then if you analyze, you'll also grow. One day, if you step in that political field, you realize that you never learned much. You were just reacting to what was happening. But if you look closely what Ruto is doing, you can learn something. If you look closely to what Raila is doing, you can learn something, including Davadi and the Oka team, whether we call them Serilac, but when we look at what they are doing, also they know that there is something they bring on the table, and that's why the others still need them. Okay, so I've seen the topic we guys have been discussing is how will the state of nation look like after assuming that Azimio La Umoja takes the government. On an ideal situation, we would want to see a united nation where all parties working together. Azimio La Umoja is working to bring together different forces to expand democratic space that whether you don't agree with me, whether you have a small party or big party, you still have a space in the democracy of our nation. So we will see the restoration of democracy. We will see one of the guys who have been fighting for freedom, city, and power, how he will change the political terrain. We expect that having fought for long for democracy, he will also allow democracy to thrive. We also expect that because one of the challenges maybe Azimio La Umoja may face is when you have so many splinter groups, it will be you have to try so much to balance power, to bring all forces together so that you can work. If you have one big party, sometimes it's easier to govern than having the small parties. but that comes as an advantage and a disadvantage. An advantage is you have to consult before you do anything else. So you have to consult all those other parties, and you have also to ensure that you keep them in government. So in other words, it will encourage more of consultation in the government, because it's not one homogeneous party speaking. Some people have been even asking, why is it that the ODM is not rating high in opinion? Because Baba has not concentrated on building ODM, but is building a whole team that comes together. So he wants Jubilee to have space, he wants PNU to have space, he wants DP, hizo zingine including the DAP mbolea yenye imetengenezwa juzi. So he's not focused on selling ODM in Western, selling ODM in Central, but he wants every party that enjoys majority in a particular field to continue thriving. So in a nutshell, he's saying, let's all come together and work together. So I see restoration of strength of multi-party in the Azimio La Umoja government. I'm also hoping that since we are assuming that Azimio La Umoja has won, and because UDA is campaigning on one strong party, I see also a formidable opposition keeping the government in check. Having a strong opposition is good, unless there will be a handshake beyond Nini. We expect that now there will be a check of the government in issues to do with governance, which is not happening right now very conspicuously, although opposition still claims that they are keeping the government in check. But because of the handshake, it is more they consult behind the doors. We have seen UDM trying to create an opposition wing, but they haven't utilized it very well in terms of having. They argue that they have 160 MPs, yes, but we haven't seen anything tangible in Parliament that they have passed as people who are not satisfied with the government's agenda. So we still have a problem. If at all they become an opposition, we don't know whether they will really articulate their role well. Those are questions that we are asking ourselves. So I want Themba to make his point as we proceed. I just wanted to weigh in shortly like that. Sitaki kuongea sana, ni wakati ya watu wanaweza lala. It's already
Jakindube, how are you?
Salama bwana, leo sikuwa nasikia vizuri sana, lakini nilisikia debate nikasema nitashiriki hata kama nipo.
Umekuja mbele yangu ama nimekuja mbele yako?
Sijui, lakini labda tumeingia pamoja.
You have contributed or not? Jakindube?
Sijazungumza tangu nije.
Oh, and then ni wewe na nani mwingine? I
thought
he is me and Simba.
Najua.
Unajua?
Najua, lakini Joe nasikia ni kama alikuwa amezungumza.
Joe aliongea, nilimsikia.
Acha Jakindube aongee alafu niongee.
Jambo unanikata mguu.
I wanted okay, Jakindube ongea, and then we can have now another round of everybody.
Asante sana Themba. Leo sikuwa nasikia vizuri, lakini nilisikia watu wakizungumza, ikanibidi niseme nitazungumza, nitajaribu kurudia yale maneno mimi ninasema. Nafikiri hawa wengine hawajasikia haya nikiwaambia nikizungumza. Nataka niwaambie wale watu wako hapa ni kwamba kuna kitu kimoja ambayo Azimio la Umoja ya muhimu sana ambayo inafanya ni kwamba kufanya sisi Wanakenya tuwe na umoja. Jambo la umoja ni jambo nzuri sana. Kitu inaitwa political stability. Kuna mtu mmoja nani alisema hivyo, aliwakumbusha political stability ndiyo muhimu, ndiyo msingi. Hii mambo ya kusema ati tutafanya mambo mengine zaidi ya hiyo political stability, kwanza uwe na msingi. Ni kama nyumba ukijenga, ukiweka msingi ulio mzuri, nyumba yako itaishi miaka na miaka. Usipojenga msingi mzuri, utakuwa na nyufa kila wakati. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu nchi yetu, kitu ambacho inatufanya tuko mahali tulipo hapa ni vurugu, ni kwamba hatujakuwa na msingi ambao inaitwa political stability, hatujakuwa nao. Na mimi naamini kwamba this time Uhuru na Bwana Raila wamepata hiyo ugonjwa, na hiyo ugonjwa kama tunaweza kuiponyesha, nchi yetu itaendelea vizuri. Kila mtu tutakuwa na raha na tegemeo nzuri kwa nchi yetu. Mimi naweza hata kuambia kwamba mimi vile navyoiona ni kwamba ikiwa tarehe 9 itatangazwa kwamba Azimio la Umoja imeshinda, siku hiyo hiyo kesho yake kutakuwa na economy itaanza kuvuma siku hiyo, kwa sababu mnakumbuka wale ambao walikuweko 2002 wakati ilitangazwa kwamba KANU imeshindwa, economy ilianza kuvuma siku hiyo, kwa sababu watu walikuwa na matumaini, na watu wakiwa na matumaini watafanya kila kitu. Kama wana umoja, kama wana feel kwamba wana umoja, walikuwa wanafanya vitu ambavyo zilifanya hata mambo ya corruption ikadidimia, kwa sababu sisi wote wananchi tulishiriki. Kwa hiyo Azimio la Umoja ni jambo la muhimu sana katika nchi yetu. Hii ni jambo ambalo tumekuwa tukikosa. Jambo lingine, nimemsikia huyu mwanadada amesema kwamba Raila alimuita kwamba alikuwa nationalist. Kwa hiyo hangeweza kwamba aliposalimiana na Uhuru, sasa hiyo ni salamu za aliita ni ukora. Sidhani kama yuko sawa. Je, Mandela mbona alizungumza na wale makaburu? Kama mtu ilifika wakati Mandela aliwaambia wenzake lazima tuzungumze na hawa makaburu, na walipozungumza na makaburu walipata suluhu na nchi yao ikapata uhuru. Kwa hiyo usiseme kwamba kuzungumza na mtu ambaye mnashindana na yeye au mtu wewe unatumaini kuwa ni adui. Sasa ukisema kwamba nationalist, kwani hawa ambao wana nani saa hizi, hiyo kama ni mkono wa ukora, mbona? Okay, nataka kusema hivi, kujenga msingi mzuri wa umoja inaonyesha kwamba wakati tulipata ile serikali ya 2002 kitu ambacho hawakufanya, hawakujenga uwiano, hawakujenga msingi wa political stability. Ndio maana walipochukua usukani hawa serikali ambayo ipo, uchumi ambao watu sasa wanalalamika umeporomoka. Kila mtu anasema hana pesa. Kwani ni kitu gani ilifanyika? Ni kwa sababu hatukuwa na stability, hiyo ya political stability haikuweko. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi sana wale watu ambao wako kwa upande ule mwingine kwamba waone kwamba Azimio la Umoja ni jambo la muhimu, kwa sababu inatuhimiza kuvuta pamoja. Hauwezi kuendelea kama ushirikiani na wenzako. Asanteni sana.
Thank you for your contribution. Let's have Themba.
Thank you so much, Wekesa. On the topic of Azimio, Kenya and Azimio La Umoja, I want to start by saying that anything that brings more people together is a good thing. The strength of the Constitution. Under Azimio, we have people who have fought for the Constitution, for equity, for justice, fight against corruption. So we have a true face of, especially Baba being the chosen proposed candidate. He has shown time without a number that he cares for constitution and constitutionalism. So a Kenya and Azimio will be a Kenya that is ruled by the constitution and constitutionalism. It will be a Kenya that has a leadership that is determined to fight corruption. It will be a Kenya that will respect the devolution, the spirit of devolution, in the sense that the national government will operate in tandem with the devolved government. It will be a Kenya that transparency will be a word of everyone and to everyone in government. Kenya and Azimio will not require any kind of handouts for people to function, because it will be a Kenya that will focus on the strength of the counties, because what we need is a focus on what the different counties can produce. They say that when you go to bake a cake, you don't eat the same cake. You bake a bigger cake so that everyone can be able to eat it. And in Azimio, I see that they are trying to focus on making counties strong, focus on their resources, the economic resources, and making sure that they are able to feed and exchange whatever they have with other counties. That way, you can able to create jobs, industries can be built within those particular counties, and the Kenyan economy can start getting revived again. Kenya under Azimio, I also see a sense of acceptance and feeling confident and pride in being a Kenyan, because it will be across, it will be accepting multicolored kind of governance that will respect people and where they come from. I also see a Kenya under Azimio respecting the political parties. The Kenyan constitution says that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. It is not a party of one national party. One national party is not anywhere in our Kenyan constitution. Kenyans should be allowed to have different parties as much as they can create and they can manage. As time goes by, even in other developed democracies, people are free to join the political parties they want. Now, these political parties should be able to persuade people to join them and persuade people to vote them in. And then, of course, after the voting is when we know which are the major parties. The parties are known by their strength after the voting has taken place. it is premature right now to try indicating that certain parties are national or others are not. There's as at now, the two parties that I can say that they are actually major parties is Jubilee and ODM, because they have a majority of members of parliament. The rest are soon to be. So we need to allow these parties to thrive in an environment that will make people exercise their political right and political activity as envisaged in the constitution. So under Azimio, that will be a reality, because all the people will be free to form their parties, join the party of their choice, and even vote for the party that they want to. So I look to a Kenya like that, where political competition is not necessarily a fight. It's not a way of trying to look at someone negatively. It's respecting people's views. So that's a Kenya under Azimio that I think will be a gain for the country. In fact, it will be a great again, as opposed to other opponents who have not shown how they have stood in terms of consistency in constitutionalism. Under Azimio, Baba has shown that consistently he has stood firm in constitutionalism. He fought for multi-party democracy. He fought for the 2010 constitution. And even right now, when we are saying that BBR is deferred, is a dream deferred, it means that they are fighting for equity and equitable distribution of wealth. Not where some people will go and get the power, then they say that we fought to get it, and then they are going to take whatever resources into certain parts. When you go to seek leadership, you don't go to seek it for certain people who vote for you. You go to seek it to make Kenya a better place. The whole of Kenya, whether people voted for you or not. This lecture that we are constantly being given, that, we went and we sought the leadership. So nobody else should be able to enjoy what comes from government, as if there are parts of the country that pay taxes and others don't. I think that one is a very irresponsible behavior on our opponents, which we are not even opposing. We are proposing a government that is going to assure that whether you vote for Azimio or not, every part of Kenya deserves development, deserves healthcare, deserves job opportunities, deserves to feel like they belong to Kenya. This voting is just a process of getting leaders, not a way of being marginalized. That is not what you are looking for. Azimio will ensure that it is not us versus them. Azimio will ensure there is no poor versus rich. Azimio will ensure that there's nothing that is going to happen that will discriminate against anyone on age, race, economic strength, or whatever. That is the Azimio government that we are looking for. Finally, as we build a nation, we don't require that everybody becomes like every other person. We need to appreciate our differences. We are strong in our differences, and we need to appreciate that. Azimio is going to appreciate that. And even Baba, when he's going everywhere he's going, he's not looking for followers. He's not looking for people to follow him. He's not looking for people to disband what they believe in, to join him. No, he's looking for partners. That is the way of leadership. Appreciate people's strength, what they are doing, and then allow them to partner with you. We are looking for partnership, acknowledging the strength of people, strength of parties. That is the way to go. And that's the Azimio government. So I see a Kenya that is going to be very, very progressive, and a Kenya that is going to be very, very accommodating. A Kenya that you will not have to wake up and think, whom do I vote for? Because everybody will be having what everybody has. It will be an equitable society. That is the Azimio. Now, challenges that are likely to happen in the event, unlikely event, that many people, of course, as Azimio is, the more the people, the more the dynamics. It will mean that it will require a lot of consultations and negotiations, which may take time. But you'd rather have those negotiations than have a forceful implementation of things where you have one man deciding what happens to you. Our opponents have one person who wants to determine how many parties you should have, where you should vote. There are even places where people have already been endorsed by one person. One person has already endorsed who is going to be, he has already told some people that let this person be my DP. He has already told some people that this will be your governor. He's already assured some people that this will be your MP. We do not want that. Kenya is far beyond one party, one man rule. We do not want one man army. They say that a group of lions led by one sheep can defeat a group of sheep led by one lion. You don't need one person. You need a whole team. On the other side, our members are one-man army. When they wake up, they tell us anything, they tell us one person saying it. Baba is not doing that. He's saying consult, consult, consult. Build on consultation. I want to stop there for now because under Azimio, one nation, one Kenya, one people, different colors, one people. That is what we want. Thank you.
Thank you for that substantive contribution. I saw Maureen raising up her hand. Maureen, raise your question as we go to inawezekana. You're on mute, Maureen.
Okay, am I heard enough now?
Yes.
Okay, is it Thiemba? Okay, the thing is, Azimio La Umoja is even to me, I want Azimio La Umoja, a real one. If you're forming Azimio La Umoja, excluding other people with different opinions against you, is it Azimio? Is it like being together? If you're excluding or you're making that Azimio to be you're excluding other part. Do you know in that Azimio La Umoja, there are Kenyans who feel excluded from that process? And secondly, what is Azimio La Umoja for to Kenyans? What is it really about? Because I saw that was it that rally or something? I didn't see anything that can help a common Kenyan to come out. They were just talking about history and talking about the way wherever. I didn't see what they were really talking about. The mwananchi mwenye ako chini. I didn't see what Azimio La Umoja was all about. Because if you talk about Azimio La Umoja, remember, it is just like divide and rule. That is what I look it up to. It's, to me, personally, I see it like they are now taking themselves like these people. Of course, Uhuru is part of that Azimio La Umoja, Raila, and the bourgeoisie, the rich people, these people on top, they were making themselves, and do you know what? They want to make Raila to continue them being so to overrule the down people in the society. If you see Azimio La Umoja, who are there? They're the bourgeoisie, the upper class.
I think Bernard, Mr. Wekesa.
Maureen, let me ask you. Kidogo tu.
Mr. Wekesa, maybe before you ask Maureen.
Kidogo tu. Out of the 10 points Raila mentioned as a vision for Azimio? You didn't see anything that touches common Mwananchi?
I
Because
did
me, I
see.
saw they were more tailored to common Mwananchi than anybody else.
I did see, but I don't know how eventually he will implement that, because for me, Raila as a person, if he stood for himself, I couldn't oppose him, but people surrounding him and the agenda they have, they want to
Maureen,
bring this class.
Maureen,
I think
Yeah.
Maureen, let me answer you. Joe, it was me being asked. So can you keep quiet?
So like in that Azimio La
I'm
Umoja,
very able to answer that question, because Maureen is telling me that the people surrounding Raila, who are surrounding Ruto.
I'm not supporting Ruto either. I'm just
Are you
thinking
answering a
as
question
a
by another
Kenyan,
question?
I'm not in Baba or Ruto. I'm just analyzing.
David, shut up.
I think Mr. Pemba and
You know,
Wekesa.
you heard what Murave
Mr. Pemba,
said in that
Mr. Wekesa.
Azimio.
Now, Joe, wacha nijibu swali jamani. Si ni mimi
You
nimeulizwa.
heard what Murave said.
No, actually, I'm not asking a question. I just want to put something through to Bwana Wekesa. I think Maureen is very genuine. She's talking what she understands of all these things, And I think this is the best opportunity. Yeah, this is the best opportunity.
Don't take me like I'm for Ruto or Raila. I'm just for Kenyans.
Yes,
You
that's
heard
what I'm
what
saying.
Murave said. Murave said what? Tulikuwa tunadanganya hawa watu wa mlima. Sasa sahi tunaenda kuambia ukweli. What was that to Kenyans?
Relax kwanza. Being a different debate, because when you tell us Maureen is genuine, who is not genuine here? We all normally, everybody is always genuine according to him. So it's
To their own opinion. Okay, let me finish.
Let's allow Maureen and Themba to settle that first.
Yeah, that is it. That what I saw, the speeches that were made in Azimio La Umoja, I was very keen. Somebody like Murathe, what he said, and to me, not to all of you, to me personally, Murathe is just bullshit. He was saying like, tuko tunadanganya baba, now we can go now and tell to the mountain we were lying to him. Somebody like Kimemia, what was he talking about? You know, and to me, to my own opinion, they are just using Baba because they see Baba is so easy to become the president for them to strive to take on their interest, not the interests of Kenyans. Those are bourgeoisies, the upper class of Kenya. They want to control Kenya. And to me, it's not that I'm siding Ruto. They seeing Ruto as a sharp man that will come and scatter them. And they are rich. You know, these guys are rich. They want to take Raila because they know Raila is a weakling. They want to take him like, come, we give you money.
Can you ask your question, Maureen? Ask your question. Don't make your points. Ask your question.
Okay. My question is, you as a, what's your name? Tiemba, I don't know. How as you as a person, without Raila, without Azimio La Umoja, without Ruto, how do you think we should go as Kenyans progressively going forward? How would you get our social needs? How can we be empowered as Kenyans? Because leave alone Ruto, leave alone Raila. Will you as yourself, if you yourself could stand today and stand for presidency or stand for any seat, what would you change? What would you do?
Maureen, I thank you. I get you, but your question is not based on what I've submitted. I wish that now we focus on my submission. Today, the submission was, yesterday we were talking about submissions about UDA. Today, our submission was about Azimio La Umoja. I've given my submission. Hold on.
Talking about that.
Hold on. I've given my submission about Azimio La Umoja. So I've given you a bit by bit gain that we can get from an Azimio government. Now, I respect the view of those people who think that the current crop of leadership cannot give them an alternative of what they are looking
Okay,
for.
you know what?
You're not listening.
Mm-hmm.
I respect the view of those who think that the current crop
Nelson,
of
what
leaders
is it? What is it?
You can hear me?
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
Nelson, what is
Can you guys can you guys hear me?
Yes, what is it?
I just wanted to correct something from my sister Maureen. I think she would have taken action on what Mzee had talked before, that Azimio La Umoja is strengthening political stability. A country cannot stand without political stability. He said that, and it was really spoken during the Azimio La Umoja. And she talked about segregating people in the Azimio La Umoja. We have got people who were invited and they never appeared. Who are we going to say that they were segregated? They never appeared. As Azimio La Umoja, they did their part. They invited a lot of people, but some did not appear. On the next thing, social and economic rights.
Okay,
Maureen.
can I answer that? Can I just answer you?
Just I will finish. Just
let's
please.
kindly. Okay, Nelson, let's do this. Huh? Let
just a minute.
Demba just finish your and then we come. We go
just
the
a
other
minute.
round so that you can make your
Nelson,
point.
see, wait, I finished my. I finished my.
I just wanted to widen Maureen minds little. Only to widen Maureen minds little on Azimio La Umoja.
No, she asked me
Maureen
questions.
was
You
not
let me
supposed
respond.
to submit. Maureen was to ask a question. So
okay, let me just generally not even ask a question. Let me just conclude.
Maureen,
what I feel is that Azimio La Umoja from Baba.
I want Demba to conclude so that we go to the next person kindly.
Maureen,
okay, can I just not even ask question, conclude?
Maureen.
I conclude. I continue. I wait.
No, wait.
Now, wait. You'll make that contribution in your time. No?
Okay,
you people, Maureen, hold on.
Let me just
hold on.
Let me not even ask questions. Let me just say generally about Azimio La Umoja. For me, Baba maybe has a right heart for Azimio La Umoja, but the characters surrounding that Azimio, people who are surrounding Baba and the one who are talking are very questionable characters.
Hold on, Maureen.
You know, it looks so fishy. It looks so cornish with that Azimio La Umoja. I conclude on that.
Learn to listen. Okay. Maureen, thank you.
Maureen, conclude in 1 minute. I want David and Nelson to come in.
Yeah, let me finish. Maureen, you have expressed your views. Today we are discussing Azimio La Umoja. All right? We are discussing the fears. Now, Baba starting Azimio La Umoja does not in any way deny any other person to have their formation. Just the same like UDA have their formation. It does not deny someone else to start their formation. And indeed, there are many formations. Like the other day, there was a said coalition of smaller parties coming together. That's a good thing. So what happens is all the other people who feel and believe that the so-called front runners, that is Raila, Ruto, or anybody, are not best placed for them, they have a political space to give an alternative and sell it to Kenyans. If Kenyans are ready for that, they are going to vote for you. If they are not ready for that, they are going to vote for the people that they want. So you are very right to not want to align yourself with any of them, because even when you talk like that, all the political parties right now, UDA, OKA, all of them have the so-called bourgeoisies that you're talking about. UDA is owned, the chairman is one Senator Modama. That's not a proletariat. Kanshagwa is not a poor man. Ruto is not a poor man. So all those are bourgeoisies. Oka, I don't know where she went. Oka is led by bourgeoisies, people who have been there, they are rich. So the political system has all those bourgeoisies. There's nowhere you can say that this one is led by a poor man. The so-called pretenders of UDA were coming to say that this one is for the poor people. That's a pretense. That is one person trying to use the poor people, the name, to try and portray himself as poor. That is not true. UDA is led by billionaires. So it is billionaires fighting other billionaires on the other side, Azimio. So this thing coming to say that this one is billionaires, this one is billionaires. No, there's nothing like that. Let us not be cheated. Let us choose which billionaire we want to stand with, 3 billionaires or 40 billionaires. Alibaba and 40 thieves or Baba. We need to decide which side we want to stand in. So I think she has left and I want to leave it at that for now.
Yeah, thank you. Maureen may disappear. I don't know where she has gone. Okay. But I hope she has heard your response. Nelson, you are making a point. I want you to comment. We go to David, and then Joe, then Inawesekana.
No, okay, so it was supposed to be me. Can I just
Oh, it was
present?
Inawezekana. You have not contributed. You came late, actually.
Yeah.
Nelson, let's just have Inawezekana first. Then we come to Nelson, David, John, then Jack Endube, in that order.
Okay, thank you,
There
Mr.
I'm
Wekesa.
restricting myself. I don't want to talk a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. I've been listening to the speakers of today for quite some time. They have brought on some good points, while others, unfortunately, they have disappointed. They do not give good points enough to support or kupinga the motion. I would like to just repeat the 10-point agenda that Baba is bringing on board in the next general election so that Kenya can be made great again. Pale Moi Kibaki aliachia. Baba is talking about kuinua jamii, inua jamii na kuweka pesa mfukoni. You know, a country, a nation's greatness is judged by how it treats the poor and the vulnerable. Pesa Mfukoni is a social protection program aimed to deliver 6K into the pockets of those who do not have anything. You know, Baba is to promise. He wants a country where no one ataachwa bila kitu chochote cha kukula. When you don't have anything to eat, you cannot, hawezi ongeza kitu chochote katika nchi. So this is a very good thing that Baba has thought about, and it will, in the simplest manner, enable us as Kenyans to move a step forward by ensuring that everybody has money, and when there is money in circulation in a country, the country must move forward, will eventually move forward. Onto the second point, Baba is talking about Baba Care. I think this one is same to Obamacare, where there is universal health care in a country. You know, Baba is anataka pahali ambapo when we are sick, we don't have to worry about the financial status of us, of an individual. Mtu anauza shamba, mtu anauza mali yake, life savings zake zote, ili atibu ugonjwa ambao haukutarajia kuupata. So this, I believe, is a very important thing that we must talk about. And Baba is proposing that there will be universal health care. Ukienda hospitali, you don't have to worry about paying huge amounts of money to get treated. It's your right. It's written in the it's written in the constitution that healthcare is a must, is something that is supposed to be there. So clearly here, Baba is following the constitution. Point number 3, as I move fast, kuna kazi kwa watu wote, kazi kwa wote. This is where industrialization comes in. Baba wants Kenya to be a country that is industrialized, whereby kuna industrial parks in maybe several regions in the country. The youth get to work, the youth get to get money into their pockets, and the country will move forward. On to the 4th point, uchumi kwa kina mama. Women, our mothers are the backbone of a society. Where there are women, good things are bound to happen. Baba in his wisdom ameonelea kwamba he should focus. We are supposed to focus on women, like financing their women group and financing them into and encouraging them to apply for government jobs to wapate nafasi katika bunge and all those places. So with this, I really support Baba in that, because women are crucial. They hold a crucial part in our society. The next thing is inawezekana, synonymous with my word on this forum. Inawezekana, which is ni kitu ambayo it's best for the youth, where the youth will have a great future in this country, where they are supposed to get opportunities by giving them jobs in industries na kuwafungulia this micro programs and macro programs. So in this, the youth wameangaliwa sana na Baba, and I believe it will be a great thing. Other points I think is the not to waste a single child, where there will be free education. All people must be educated. All people have the right, all children have a right to education, and I believe this one is good. The other ones I will just read: fukuza njaa, maji kwa kila boma, one county, one product, which is just the devolution. And also the last thing, administrative continuity. In Kenya, like in Kenyan, many governments that have passed, they like to start a project and they don't finish the project. In turn, they just start another project without continuing the project that had been left by the previous government. Baba is telling us that he will continue with the mega project that had been done by President Uhuru. I believe that one will minimize wastage of funds by continuing the project that had already been there, instead of starting a new one, which will waste more money. And also to repeat the last point, to repeat on what I have just said, the fukuza njaa, which was point number 7. It is on record. William Ruto denied that there were people who were dying of hunger in hunger-stricken areas in Kenya. It is on record. It is on the media. He denied that there were people dying, but on that day, unfortunately, the media had covered that there were people dying. Was it in Nakuru, in Turkana? Someone will correct me if they know that place. So William Ruto is not the kind of person to vote for, because he denied, and this is a big problem, and Baba is talking about it in his 10-point agenda. Thank you very much for giving me that chance, and I wish to comment later. If you do not have a question to ask.
Okay, kuna swali? Nelson, ni swali?
It is a submission. You said after him, I have to.
Okay, sawa. Kama hakuna swali.
Yeah, actually, my brother, inawezekana. I think it's like our minds were together. From what I had written here, just down, he has spoken everything that I had written. But before we move on, I will just have to appreciate our dad here, Jack Bay. Yeah. All these things that we are talking about, if you heard what he said on political stability, forgive me, please, I will repeat that word. Political stability. Political stability is the key of everything. If our country is politically stable, there is nothing else that we will not achieve. All things will be in correct position. And he said that thing, and it is the only thing I took from him. No matter how we will go round, round, we might have healthcare, but the political stability is not working. Political stability consists of three arms of government. There is a judicial, there is executive, and there is legislation. I want to speak on that side. We remember last time when Maraga left the office, he said our government should be, when they went for recess, that Uhuru Kenyatta should disband the government because they did not meet the correct respondents as per the constitution. And Baba keeps on always telling Kenyans that there is chance for women in his government. This is one of the best things that I have never seen Ruto talking about women. Correct me, right or not? There is a social right to economic rights. That is housing. He has spoken. Medical care, education, and employment. Before we move, we still come back on the political stability. Let's not forget that word. We are enjoying today the fruits of peace in our country through political stability from the handshake that Baba made with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The same political stability in 2017, there was no political stability. That's why our economy was going down, and the only thing was handshake to strengthen the economy of our country. Let me talk about the SMEs, the small micro enterprises.
No,
Baba talks
before
on
you
this.
move, let me ask you about political stability. Are you then suggesting that for us then to move forward after 2022, we need another handshake between Raila and Ruto?
It depends with the who will take, and it depends with the person. And from the perspective view, already Ruto is smelling defeat. You can see how he's speaking on his rallies. And correct me right or wrong, Ruto is smelling defeat, and the defeat is the kind of words he's using in the ground on segregating the poor and the rich, those who have and have not. That is a very bad word. Biblically, it's very wrong. And once you make sure that the poor have that feeling that these are the people who have our money, then it will affect our political stability. We have to be very careful with that.
So how do we mitigate that?
On the political stability,
now, we have already created a wedge between the poor and the rich politically. How do we mitigate and ensure this stability?
To ensure that the stability is there, we need to emphasize on the state building. To be very open on the state building, we need to have partners. not followers. And that's why Raila Odinga is asking about partnership. I need partners. I don't need followers. The state building is only built by partners of the state, not followers of the state. And Baba is very right, and he's very wise. Always listen to him. To also bring the political stability in the right way, it normally affects the first people to be affected in political stability are SMEs, these small micro enterprises, these businessmen that Ruto keeps on telling people, mtu wa chini, mtu wa duka, mtu wa kiosk, they are the first people to be affected. And to strengthen and give them chance to be heard is to look upon KRA. You hear always Baba saying to the businessmen that my government is not going to give KRA chance to hamper Kenyans, those small enterprises. Once there is no political stability, it's going to affect the business.
Hello, Bonawakesa, just a moment. Nelson, sorry to interject. I have a power blackout, and my Wi-Fi is off. I don't know how much bundles I have. So my opportunity, my chance, give it to somebody else because I don't know when my phone will go off.
No problem. Should I continue?
Yeah.
So you allow Joe to speak, and then before his power goes, that's what he's trying to say.
He needs to speak, right?
Yeah, allow him to speak so that
no problem. I appreciate as much as my chance will be there. I really appreciate. I'm here.
No, don't
I'm
worry.
here till morning.
Yeah, just give. Just
I will not sleep. I am here.
It's back. It's back. It's back.
Okay. Your network is back. I will continue, right?
Yeah, it's back.
Okay. Actually, to bring the political stability in realization of the state, we need also to check with it might be very small thing, but we need also to check with the regional and international cooperations. Regional and international cooperations. These are the key points that strengthens the economy of the country. One, the person we need to elect must be of good integrity, must be honest, and he must be a person of good integrity to partner with the international relation. Not the abuse we see everyday people roaming around. You know, the international relation, the world is watching Kenya. Next year is election, but they are also watching the presidential aspirants, how they are talking in the ground. And that's why my sister was talking about Murade. Murade was on that part. We need an honest and the president of high integrity. If your integrity is on the high questionable doubts, then you don't need to be the president of Kenya. Does Raila pass the maximum percentage of being honesty? Does Ruto pass the maximum percentage of being honesty? The answer is no. Why? He has disobeyed his own leader, number one. As the second in command, he really failed to be honest to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Honest alone, he's not honesty to the president. But he keeps on going around, I am the second in command. The integral part of that really makes him fail completely being part of the government. Being in the government is not these jokes we are talking about water. My own place in Busia, I've never seen people coming and give me water. I have water. Water is just running. Water is running in Busia. Water is running. That's where's Lalanja. nitakula maembe, nitakula mapera, nitakula ndizi, miwa iko. We need to look upon parts of the country. The only person that can actually talk about the government in place currently, Ruto is against the government. In due respect to those who are supporting Ruto, do you really think when Ruto takes the next government, what is he going to do for Kenyans? If he is opposing the president currently as the second in command, do you think he's going to propose you or he will oppose the mtu wa mkokoteni? Taking care of vulnerable society, he said that. I'll not talk on that. The other brother talked about that. Promote gender sensitivity.
Yeah, you can summarize now the remaining.
Taking care of vulnerable society. We have got regions in our country that actually they need to be taken care of. My own place like Busia, they don't know the government, but they are eating, they are sleeping. You'll never see them on news that they are suffering out of Nja. We have Garissa, we have Wajir, we have those desert areas, and we have Elgeyo Marakwet, where Ruto comes from, and Murkomen. They don't fight for their own people, but when they come outside, they want to fight for, we call it that leadership starts from home. We can see the Honorable Nduale. When he talks in the parliament, you will think Garissa people are okay, but he forgets his own people. We see them on news. And that's why Azimio La Umoja does not exclude anybody. It was very open, it was announced, and everybody is invited to the Azimio La Umoja. There's a right to food, right to water, right to housing and social services. We will demean these people from down, those ones that we call the chiefs to assistant chiefs and wazee wa mtaani. Those are social ethnic services in lieu and direction of the government. But under whose hands are we safe? Currently, His Excellency Deputy President William Ruto has really failed us because he is not honesty and integrity. Only that can make you register you as a presidential candidate, as an MCA, as a woman rep. Only the two things being the integrity on the integrity part. If one of the aspirants does not pass that integrity test, then he is not going to be our leader.
Sorry to interject you, but Nelson, you have brought a very good point. In whose hands are we safe? Now, instead of telling us how we are safe in Raila's hands, you are telling us about Ruto. And you see, today we are limiting ourselves much of Ruto, and we want to bring out the the Azimio. Because we are
actually
on the other side, we can contrast, yes, but the major contribution should be on the Azimio. I think that
okay, no problem. I'm talking on Azimio. When it comes to Azimio, there is what we call, I've talked about national building. I've talked about creation of job and eradication of poverty. How do we create jobs and eradicate poverty? This is a very big problem that our government has. The current government has really killed the economy of our country due to companies have been closed. Our brothers and sisters are suffering because there is no opportunity. I am 100% sure if Raila Amolo Odinga is our president now, sio kwa ubaya, kazi zingekuwa Kenya. But we allowed the two to lead us, and that's why we are facing this, and we are going to repeat the same thing. Wrong choice, repetition.
Thank you.
Transformation of the government. How do we transform the government?
Because we need to balance time.
Allow
I
me.
think you can stop there.
Yeah, I'm just finishing. Give me just 2 minutes. I summarize, then I sleep actually. Transformation of government. In Azimio La Umoja.
We have listened to you. You need to listen to others.
I will listen. No problem. Niko job 5, ntangoja mpaka 5 o'clock asubuhi. Transformation of government. Raila Amolo Odinga has really given Kenyans a clear picture of a transformed government. If you need to understand what is a transformation of government, my brothers and sisters, go back to Nusu Mkate. You will understand what is a transformation. When Raila Amolo Odinga was working with the Kibaki, everything was running smooth because the government was transformed from top to where it's supposed to be. There was regional balancing. Kulikuwa na Mkisi, kulikuwa na Mluya. Hiyo ndio shida ya Kenya, ndio ethnic grouping. Kulikuwa na Mluya kwa serikali. We had Mkale, we had Mkost, we had all regions, we had people. But when it comes to Ruto 2017, actually, my brothers are listening here. You just Google and check 2013 ministers. You will not believe yourself. You will not believe yourself. And Raila cannot accept that in his own government. He said he will include all the 43 tribes. All the 43 tribes are going to be in Azimio La Umoja. Of social and economic rights. Realization of social and economic rights. I will repeat that word. Realization of social and economic rights. When it comes to Raila Amolo Odinga, we see him every day. When he is going around selling his Azimio store, and he always calls Kenyans together, and he will ask them, munataka baba arudi ama asirudi? You will listen from the voices. And that is the only strategy that Baba has been doing, going around. Munataka baba ama hamutaki. He needs people to realize his presence, and they need to realize their rights, social rights and everything on the ground. He will go to Mombasa and ask them, munataka baba ama hamutaki baba? Like for Oka, sorry to say this, I've never seen any leader from Oka saying that, munataka nikuje ama nisikuje. Though Arap Mashamba is right, he asked these questions to people.
Someone will tell you those are just campaign political sound bites.
No, it is not that. Raila is very wise. And when you see Raila stands before people and ask them, he needs them to understand their social rights. You need to understand your social rights. He asked them and they will answer him. He asked them and they will answer him. Let me talk about Azimio La Umoja on women and gender.
I think let's have David first. Kindly, that was too much time.
Yeah.
You know, the rest you
just
can
one thing. I just want to say one thing.
No. Kindly, just hold. You'll say in your parting shot. Kindly.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you.
You see, when we balance, even the viewers don't get bored. So let's have so that the debate is not one-sided. Let's have David.
I was rising on a point of order, but if that chance is mine, I can dispense what I had. I start by saying that just before you came in, we had raised a point of order on the conduct and the bias of the moderators to have a healthy debate. And one thing we alluded to is to have our candidate addressed with the respect he deserves, because you never know, tomorrow he will be your president. We have been addressing the Right Honorable with the respect he deserves. But the constant abuse coming from supporters of ODM towards Ruto makes some of us uncomfortable, and we tend to protest that kind of behavior. So we appeal that we be treated with respect and our candidate be treated with respect. Terms like Arap Mashamba are demeaning and detestable. Having said that, I want to say that I made my points as regards to what I expect from the Azimio La Umoja governance. And I don't believe in repeating. I've already said it, unless someone wants me to repeat that. But if you can allow me to just dispense 1 or 2 points that I had already mentioned. But before that, kindly, Chair, allow me to ask the following few questions. Like someone mentioned, Yawezekana, that with the Azimio La Umoja government, we shall have maji kwa kila boma. I think I'm of age and I've heard this thing for a very long time. Maybe I can ask the oldest member here in my own analysis, Jakendu Bay, and from Jakendu Bay means he must have come from Kendu Bay. Is there water in Kendu Bay? Because I believe if there are people suffering from lack of water, are the people in Homa Bay, despite the fact that they are just a few meters or kilometers to the lake, just down there around Kendu Bay, Nyakwere, and the like. And we don't have water there. Again, Nelson mentioned that leadership starts from home. I wonder whether Kendu Bay or Homa Bay is a home to one right Honorable Raila Odinga. Talk of roads, I'm here to see that leadership starting from home. And of course, lastly, and the rebuttal, Nelson mentioned that one William Samoei Ruto should not be given a chance to rule Kenya because he has been seen to oppose his boss openly. I don't know whether he has forgotten that, and again, he has gone forward to say that Raila worked with Kibaki very well and he applauded the gains. But after 5 years, what happened? Why couldn't Kibaki and Raila remain together? He's forgetting that the same Raila opposed Kibaki from the word go. We have had complaints, me does not lie, of Nusumukeka, Cho, and all that complaints. So as we dispense our points, let's also pin the point of references to our side. Let me come to my 1 point, because I've already said from the beginning that I've said my points, but I want to reiterate on this 1 point, that Raila Odinga won election in 2007. I think in my own observation, that was my third voting. I voted. But we saw people snatching that leadership or that chance from him by force. That is history. We cannot deny it. We cannot hide from it. Now, what makes us suspicious about the Raila candidacy is the fact that the very people who denied this man his rightful chance then are now forwarding him. They are now having him to be a saint. When we ask what has changed, we simply see as Raila being a project of powerful individuals, which Maureen referred to some term which eluded me, and as a way of getting power back to them. So in any case, ODM should thank Yuda for standing with Ruto and push this agenda to an extent that it can materialize on your side. In unlikely events, we don't get it, but we are for it. So projects normally are puppets. And according to the topic of today, from the Yuda standpoint, we are seeing Raila as a puppet president with a very powerful mafia behind him to protect the interest of those people who have pondered the economy of this country. Ruto is getting all type of lashes and prejudice because he is believed to be a very sharp man. He can see you from 18. He doesn't have to wait for you to come closer. And that's the only sin we have committed as Yuda, that we have a strong candidate, whereas the powers to be have no strong candidate. They just have to have kind of an interim government through Raila. Because if they are genuine, they couldn't have taken the very seat he's looking for 10 or so years ago, actually almost 15, if I'm right. It is incumbent on ODM to dispel this type of narrative that he is not a project, he is not a puppet, he is not an interim or caretaker president as people organize themselves because they have been caught pants down. Lastly, the Uhuru government, in my own opinion, has frustrated Kenyans. When you come to government, you have aspirations. When you are partners, you have aspirations. Just like you can marry today your spouse and have aspirations of raising up a family. But if those aspirations don't go as per the agreement from the wedding day, you call it quits. Why do I say they are frustrated? The Kenyans, the wage bill is very high. Secondly, corruption is on runway. But instead of addressing the real issue, we have hidden behind our own succession politics to only kutwika mtu mmoja mzigo ndio tutekeleze agenda yetu. Kibaki left a government that was very stable, but the leader with whom we partnered frustrated everybody. And now he has got another woman from town. He has married. He has chased the rightful wife. And he wants to continue the legacy of protecting the loot. And that's why we are saying, as Yuda, we want to change that narrative. We want to bring things right, do things right for Kenya. And the rightful person to do that, and with the rightful mind, with the rightful strength, is one, William Samoei Ruto, but not a caretaker president or a project Raila Odinga. That is my submission from the Yuda point of view.
Yeah, I see quite a number of questions facing you. Maybe the first question I ask you and then allow others to. Do you know South Africans say that Mandela was a project of the white? That he compromised on the issues that Africans were fighting for. So, don't you think the issue of project is how people view it? It's how you view it. And then the second question is why I think a project is a mission you want to accomplish. So when Ruto tells us he's a man on a mission, what project is he having to accomplish in this nation? Okay, we have Demba and then Nelson. They hit a question.
Thank you so much, David, for your submission. Let's take back the hand of time, and I want you to be honest with us. If the president, you guys said yangu kumi yake kumi, if by chance that was to remain like that, would you be calling Ruto right now a project of the current Jubilee government? What would be different?
Okay,
Yeah,
Nelson.
Nelson,
Let Nelson ask his question, then you take all of them.
Give first of all, Jakindu Bey, please. I respect him so much. His
I
hand is
haven't
up.
seen his hand.
Yeah,
He's
please.
raising like
I
this. I didn't
respect.
see it. Jakindu
My
Bey,
respect to
sorry,
him,
I didn't
please.
see your hand.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Mimi nauliza David kwamba amesema 2007 Raila aliibiwa kura openly, na baada ya kuibiwa kura openly, namuuliza Raila alifanya nini ya kuweza kuonyesha uzalendo? Alifanya nini? Kwa sababu aliibiwa kura hadharani, ambapo wewe ulipiga kura yako kwa Raila na Raila akuwa president. Swali langu la pili ni kwamba unasema kwamba Raila ni puppet, kwamba kuna watu fulani wanataka kuwa president baada ya yeye. Sasa nauliza Ruto ni nini? Kwa sababu president wa kwanza alikuwa ni Kenyatta, wa pili ni Moi, wa tatu ni, you see, from the same community. Sasa Ruto akiwa president itakuwa ni community gani? Kwa sababu ye atachagua makamu wa rais kutoka wapi? Kwa sababu tayari kuna hiyo unasema uvumi kwamba vice president wake anatoka Central. So tukienda na vile Ruto anataka kwamba yake 10 na ya huyo itakuwa 10, so itakuwa ni Rift Valley Central, Rift Valley Central. Hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Sijui hiyo maswali ndio hizo ndio maswali zangu. Asante.
Okay, sasa naweza peana yangu swali.
Yeah, so briefly.
Mr. David, my brother, my elder brother, this is what I just wanted to ask you. You just said very well here that the current president, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta government, you said Uhuru government. Why do you exclude Ruto's name in Ruto's government? Can you please explain on that? Because you are excluding Ruto from Uhuruto's, because the government and the Jubilee government was Uhuruto's. I never saw only Uhuru. Why should you exclude Ruto from this? And another one, just before, I think you told us you don't belong to history. And I have seen you quoting things here on history of 207. Why should you embark on history? Yeah, okay. You are embarking on history, actually. You have spoken on history things here on Kibaki, and what is about history. It's not the present. You should give us present things, not the historic things, yeah, because you don't belong to history.
I didn't say that. I'm repeating. So ask your question.
You said that 2007, Raila won.
I didn't say I don't recognize history. That's what I'm repeating. Please, don't force words in
And
my
you
mouth.
said very well, 2013 government, that is history. Talk about the present things that Ruto is going to give us.
Tembo,
All
can
these
you
things
assist him to understand me?
Okay.
Nelson David didn't say that. He doesn't. He hasn't said that. So that's not his view.
That was Maureen's view, kindly.
Okay. He was talking on behalf of Maureen, yeah? Okay. On the part of home, can you please, because you have provided us, you know much about Kindu Bay, and can you please tell us what are the key things that Ruto has done in Sugoi? Because as much as we understand where Sugoi is, it's very close to Western region. Could you please tell us the good things that Ruto has done in Sugoi that we can show his leadership, and we can also tell that he can be a good president that has really done in Sugoi? Forget other parts, only Sugoi. The things that you see from the ground that Ruto has done this in Sugoi. We have water in Sugoi, we have food,
We've
we
got
have
you.
everything in Sugoi.
Yeah, we've got you. Let's have PK. I think hiyo maswali inatosha. PK, briefly, kindly.
Thank you, Bwana Kesa. My question is, throughout all these debates, I keep on hearing that Ruto is the strongest candidate. Ruto has the heaviest following, but I've not really known why everyone is referring, people from UDA are referring him as a very strong candidate, someone who has a very heavy following. So that narrative is being sold. And I've heard David repeat the same, that they have a strong candidate. What are the indicators of their strength? Because for me, what I'm seeing is the youth following for the handouts and all that, because we have all those clips when people are being given money. And any youth in the village who is told there is somebody coming and they'll be able to get 100 shilling or 50, and the guy has no single cent, he will just run there, I spend an hour and then earn his 100 shilling. So I would not think it's a real indicator. Secondly, this man has been running alone. There has been no other candidate, so that you could say, they were all in the race, and then you have Raila there, you have Mudavadi, you have all these other candidates, then you are able to gauge. But now this is a man who has been running a race alone. So I would like to know from David or anybody else, what are the indicators and what parameters have been used to already determine that this is a very strong candidate? Thank you.
Okay. So, Kesa, can I now go ahead?
I hope you remember that library of questions.
Yeah, but the second one from you bypassed me, so I don't know how. I'm able to capture about 8, but the second one from you especially, I didn't get it. But I
Answer
got the
what
first
you can. What you forget, we will remind you.
Yeah. So you mentioned about South Africa referred to Nelson Mandela as a project, and don't I think that us referring Raila as a project can be likened to South Africa? That's how I understood you. And I said in my submission that it is incumbent upon ODM or Raila supporters to disapprove that is not a project, because projects are meant to shield some things that we don't see now, or interests that are hidden to be protected. And if you can remember, way back in 2002, the Moi project, who was Uhuru, the strongest point which brought him down was that he's a project which is to advance the atrocities and the economic thuggery of the 24 regime. So also tell us, it is not now you to tell us, not us. Us, we believe in that. And we see it from another eye, another angle. So I guess the right person to answer that are the proponents and the supporters of ODM and Baba. Of course, that one don't expect an answer from us, but we see it that way. Themba asked me about Ruto being the project. What is different if Uhuru could have supported Ruto? I've said in this forum time and again, if Uhuru could support Ruto for the 10 years, he couldn't even score 3% of votes. Reason, he becomes a project. Two, the idea that yangu kumi venye mzee amesema was already sinking in the people's mind. You know, people believe that people in government should provide services, and therefore, if you don't, we give alternatives. So Ruto today, Themba, is very strong because of the humiliation and treatment he is receiving. I've said this in this forum. You can go back to our clips. So that tag of project, we have already shared it. It's no longer with us. Ruto stands on his.
David, can you in the same strength, because you're talking about, you can join that question with the question PK asked. You have said he's very strong today. Can you, in the same vein, explain his strength as you answer that? I think you can tie those two.
I have already organized my answer. You know, Themba, I've defended a thesis. Therefore, you cannot mix me up. So give me time. I will dispense that point. If it can't satisfy you, you can still ask, because you ask me to dispense point number 8 when I'm in point 2. Definitely, you are telling me to give results before I give the background of study. So the tag of project could have killed Ruto, and the Ruto being are you hearing me? Okay. So that's why he stands on his own. Why? Because things didn't go right. You know, when you come to government, you have aspirations to serve the people. But when things go wrong, you must now be on your own. And that's what we are. Number 4, what did Raila do to show? This one I didn't write it well. I don't know where it came from. What did Raila do to show Uzalendo? I don't know. I'm sorry, that one bypassed me. I think it was asked by...
It was asked by Jakindube. Aliuliza ya kwamba if Raila aliwon election 2013 then na akawin, alifanyaje kuonyesha uzalendo?
Oh, thank you. As I mentioned here, Raila won elections in 2007. That election was snatched, and you know where we went. And one of the reasons why some people really hit us hard today is because of the actions that we did to defend the vote. You saw Ruto being very vocal to protect this, and we negotiated the government, which Mzee is saying, I know what he's looking into. Raila gave in to be part of the government instead of taking the government. So that one, Mzee, I have no quarrel with it. But our question is, the person who took away your bread, now he wants to give you another bread. What does he mean? Why couldn't he allow you to be there? There is a hidden motive. There is some scheme and cards under the table, and that's what we are saying. We cannot allow that to be happen or to be used. So Raila has lost Uzalendo by accepting to be endorsed by the very person who wanted him never to be next to presidency. 5, Ruto is not a puppet. Where will he, the 10 years plus, you said if Ruto was to be given 10 years and Uhuru 10 years, couldn't he be a puppet? I think I've already answered that one in conjunction with number 3. You know, we need to agree that when you come to politics, you give people promises. And the promise that you are given there is that give us 10 years, we will give you a 10. Believe me, some people wanted their first 10. And I remember very well, we were being warned thoroughly that there are 10, you not see them, problems will start immediately after the second election. That prophecy came to pass. Our real problems started when the second government started. Now, meaning we have served you better. We were good. We were Mtongoria. We have earned you this seat. You have taken your share. Now you are looking business elsewhere. Politics of deceit, politics of betrayal. And that is where we are hanging and saying, we cannot allow to be used and dumped. We have the energy to stand on our own and go to Kenyans and tell them, look, we want this. So we don't need that support because it can really weigh down on us. But it can be a puppet. Yes, we care about Themba because people outside the government always have that unsatisfied answers for the government on day. So if Ruto could be supported by Uhuru, definitely he could be somewhere 10%. Why do I exclude Ruto from government? When we came to government, we had agenda. The other party had agenda to implement for Kenyans, but we were shortchanged. And therefore, we can't own that bloated debt. We can't own mismanaged economy. And that's why we are protesting out. And therefore, Nelson, when our agenda does not succeed, we disown. Just like your partner, if you are all controlling, you can't allow any idea, then someone can simply either stay with you silent, not doing nothing, or go away. So we are a divorced and jolted wife whose voice is not heard. And therefore, we can't take much of the credit. And that's therefore the reason why we exclude Ruto. Personally, I exclude Ruto. Why is Ruto viewed as a very strong candidate? I have this to say. One, Ruto has been seen flexing muscles politically in the political field, the political battlefield, and we have seen him make very big gains. Ruto has been endeared by the Raila wing in 2007. He's a very good immobilizer. In fact, in 2007, you couldn't talk of ODM without mentioning Ruto. When it came to who to partner with in 2013 and 2017, the Mount Kenya saw Ruto potential and came for him. Ruto has been seen single-handedly opposing national debate and still make a lot of sense, a lot of mark. If you can consider the the referendum, those who have some records can check the level of score he had single-handedly. When the entire nation came together, Ruto single-handedly garnered a reasonable number of votes. When it comes to developing parties, Ruto developed a party called UDA just recently. And you saw him penetrate areas that are historical for some political parties and get a reasonable number of votes. You can take a case in Bonchari, a party that is not even 3 months old. You can go to Central and see how Coast. And currently, why we believe Ruto is a very strong person. One, he is the highly talked person in all Kenyan media, main media. You can't just talk anybody because there are several presidential aspirants, but Ruto catches the eye of everybody. Even this Mutembei, if you don't talk of Ruto and Raila, this forum could have been closed by now. So it means mti ambao uko na matunda ndio unarushwa mawe. Avoid talking about Raila or Ruto here and you'll see nobody. And Ruto is a strong man because everybody is looking at him as enemy number one. You have heard people say in national TV, kwamba adui tuko naye ni mmoja. Even you people, if you are honest to yourself, the only person, the only challenger of substance is one William Samoei Ruto. These other people, they are there, yes, but they are not the contenders. You have heard people talk of a two-race horse, and definitely know one horse is who. So as Yuda, we believe in a new Kenya, transformed Kenya, and we are appealing to Kenyans that we have made several steps in improving Kenya. Because this is a day for Azimio, we cannot highlight them here. We'll highlight them what we have done and what we intend to do. Give us this chance and we will transform Kenya. Don't believe in people who are just put there simply because someone wants to massage their ego and protect their interests, which are injurious to Kenyans. Sugoi, I may not answer Nelson, because if I answer Sugoi, I've not been there, but you know, when we search in internet, an area that pops up most is actually Nyanza, where the Prime Minister comes from. Those social problems are more there. So when an area is silent, we assume that everything is right. So maybe we need to get somebody from Sugoi to tell us, but I wanted to tell you that we don't have water in Homa Bay. There are no roads. We are using lorries.
No, David. There are roads and
That's where the
there's
vision
water.
was coming from. That's where the vision was coming from. So I'd rather say that, Themba, I'm finishing up. I mentioned Homa Bay because that is out of experience, and we were wondering why can we suffer when we have the Prime Minister.
There's water. There's water in that place. You can't use that. No. If you're going to use water against a presidential candidate, then you can. There are places. There are places in.
Let me answer Nelson. Nelson, I've said I have no much about Sugoi. I gave an experience. If you want me to produce photographs of what we were taking when we were joking, we don't need tea leaves to make strong tea. We only need sugar. And we use lorries to travel. So we want to take leaders to be responsible, not to promise us current when they are delivering hell where we are living. I rest my case. I may not satisfactorily answer all, but that is the much I could say.
Okay, fine.
David, Wekesa, you are lying, David. To go away. Wait, Nelson. David. Nelson, wait. David.
I'm not going, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm starting the night now, so I'm not going.
Allow me to talk about Sugoi.
No, hold on.
It's Wekesa to allow you, not me. It's Wekesa to allow you. Oh, Themba.
I am married from Sugoi. I have the experience of what I'm talking.
Nelson, wait.
I am married from Sugoi. I have experience.
Wait, Nelson. David.
So, yes.
No.
So who is talking? Nelson
okay.
and Themba, who is talking?
I've told
Allow
Nelson
me please
to wait,
to say something.
I've told Nelson to wait, but it seems you want to say something.
1 minute each.
Just a minute, please. Just less than a minute.
Mr. David. Okay, Nelson.
Just Mr. David, please, can you please check on, because you said we check on internet, can you please check on the Kenyan Constituency Performance Ranking 2021? And you look upon top 20s. And 8 out of top 20s, they are from Nyanza. I'll read for you. And show me from top 8, any top 10 from Ruto side. The second person from Rarieda. The fourth person is from Kabondo Kasipul. Kabondo Kasipul is in Homa Bay. That is Obara Eve. The next person, Nyatike, number 9.
I want you to read the ranking based on the parameters of ranking. You know, you may be talking about the legislation in government, and we are talking about the development on the ground.
We are talking about development on the ground. You are,
the participation in parliament to mean development on the ground.
Not in parliament, my friend. This is in ground. Just Google Kenya Constituency Performance Ranking 2021. Constituency Performance Ranking 2021. It's here. You know, you the people, you are giving us what we don't have. You are looking upon 2022 Google that is not available. We are going on history, which was posted yesterday.
Relax. Dispense your point without.
Go through and tell me, please, because I'm just talking from my own top 20s. 8 of them are from Nyanza region. 8 of them are from Nyanza region. 8 of them. Shame on this UD actually. 8 of them are from Nyanza region. 8 of them.
I've heard you. Do you want us to answer, or we keep on listening to your repetition?
You've made your point. Because, let's have them now.
Yeah, because 8 of them are from Nyanza. Please, everybody, just Google and give your submission on that. And the next thing,
in 1 minute, Joe, kindly.
Yeah. And he said something on why Ruto is not talking. On why Ruto is not talking on the president.
Nelson, listen.
Why should he not resign?
Wait, Nelson.
Let him resign.
Nelson, wait.
You've made your point. Let's have another.
You know, Nelson.
Raila Odinga himself resigned.
Nelson,
he resigned as a man.
Let's be disciplined.
These are cowards.
Nelson, it's okay.
Raila Odinga himself resigned.
No. You don't need to take that heat. Yeah.
He should resign. And
let him ventilate. He might burst. Let him ventilate.
Nelson, you don't have
These
to.
People should. They should appreciate Baba for the constitution is holding this man. This man is being held by Baba's constitution.
Nelson, kindly, let's have 1 minute, Joe, 1 minute.
These are spoiling for us, Bana. 8 out of 20 from Nyanza region,
Bana. Out of order, kindly.
Please, Nelson Kidogo too. I know how you're feeling.
Kabondo like Kaspool is from my own place, Bana. Mimi naenda huko maji iko bana.
Ni sawa.
Let's have order, kindly.
David, thank you for your.
Sijui time ilikuwa yangu ama sasa umechukua tu. Haya, sawa.
Sema sumeongea tu kuchukua hapa.
Achia mzee Themba, wewe utawakaa tu kidogo.
Sumeongea Themba, unajua anapendanga kunifinya tu, mimi najua. So David, thank you for your submission. It's very good, but I was at some point I was confused who you are talking about. The negative things that you're giving, like a Jubilee government that gave promises that did not deliver. When we talk that, whom do you think of? We think of Ruto. When you talk about a project is something new. Raila have always contested, so it cannot be a project. A project is kama ile Uhuru. He was doing it for the first time. That's what we call a project. But Raila has been contesting. This is the 5th time, so it cannot be a project. It's not new. When you talk about bad roads, no water, you blame it on the past government. Raila has never been there in those past governments. So I don't see why you should load it on Raila. Yeah. And when you talk about the stable government of Kibaki Raila, the stability came when Raila was inside. You know, it cannot be the first 10 days or the first week. The stability, you see it after some time. That's why it was seen after some time. And when Raila went out, it dripped again. Then you talk about not staying in a government that is not, fulfilling the deals that you made. Yeah, Raila is the one who stepped out of a government that he did not agree with, just like his dad. Ruto has not stepped out. If you go to the political registration office, he's still in Jubilee. So I don't think he has stepped out. So when you say you decided to go your own way, I don't see where you have gone your own way. You go to the registrar's office, these people are in Jubilee. They have never had the guts to step out. Yeah? So these things, I don't know how you go round and round and you think you're talking over the other person. Well, actually, you're talking about UDA. The false promises you're talking about. A government is chosen to fulfill some things. And if they fail, they are kicked out. This is what has happened with Jubilee, and Ruto is inside. Failed promises which they did not fulfill. But I don't want to dwell on that. You talk about the promises. I think I've talked about it there. And I think the best thing Ruto should have done is to go out, form UDA, and come back and serve the people with the energy that he has, the ones that you're talking about. But all the same, I think we are talking about potential or the incoming government here as Azimio La Umoja. And I said here before, earlier, that this is going to be the best government. I don't want to repeat what I've said, but you see, Raila he has an international recognition. If the economy of this country is to grow, you need your international partners. Why do I say so? We can export. I mean, we can take our people to go and learn new skills, and they come back with the new skills. Like we're saying, we are going for manufacturing. There's that what we call partnership. There's that thing we call skills from outside. Like today, or was it today or yesterday? Yesterday, we had the KPCL, the shipyard that is built in Mombasa. It was done with partnership. Maybe we don't have all the skills, but you can only have those skills if you can take your people abroad and they learn those skills and they come back and they come back to the country. So if you don't have those bilateral, international connection, then your students, you cannot take people to that country. So what you need is those bilateral agreements with the different countries. And also, if you have an international recognition, that means you can attract foreign investment. Foreigners, when they come and invest here, they come with their people. And we get employment. From there, we can get the skills. That means we'll get employment, we'll get the skills. I don't think Ruto have got any international connection. I'd like you to tell me if he has. I know only of two. Sudan Bashir is no longer there. We have Museveni, and we know what Museveni is doing. The other thing is you're talking about the perception of projects. I want to come back to that. You see, the perception is what you hold. Like the Mau Mau.
Yeah, Kedube, before you move that to the next point, I think one will argue that international relationship can be at two levels. One is individual based, two is country based. That Kenya already has international relationship with other countries. So whoever comes in, unless he chooses to discontinue those relationships, they will be there. So it may not necessarily that maybe we can say an individual can bring an extra international relationship, but it doesn't mean that if Ruto goes to power today, all the international relationship that Kenya has been enjoying vanquishes, unless he has chosen to do that.
I've heard what you have said, but you see, mutual understandings usually is based on how you manage, you administrate the country. They cannot break relationship, but they might resist from doing some things with you just because of that head of state. We have seen it in so many countries. We have seen what they call it, economic sanctions. Economic sanctions comes in, but you don't break the relationship. But they comes in because of maybe the type of administration you're conducting in that government. And I wanted to talk about the projects. You see, you people you're seeing Raila as a project. When the Mau Mau was fighting for freedom, they were labeled terrorists by the British. But to us, they were nationalists, they were patriots. So you can confuse somebody unasema ni project and it's not a project. But according to your view, maybe that's what you see. But to Kenyans who want a better country, they don't see him as a project.
Yeah,
so
but I think also we can open up a discussion. What is wrong with project? Obama was viewed as a project by a certain class. Do all projects fail? Even Trump was viewed as a project. So do all projects fail, or do all projects come in a bad faith? That's maybe we need to open up that discussion instead of just defending it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need to open up that discussion and discuss it. Whether is it a wrong project? Is it the right project? What is on the table? Okay, what is if Raila is a project? What is the agenda? We need to open up and discuss, because just defending, I think that tag will not go away. It's already put there.
I think a project is not necessarily a negative thing, but you see, when you talk and you try to give the perception that it is negative, like it's a bad thing, projects are not bad things. Projects are actually something meant to improve on whatever you're doing. They're not necessarily a bad thing. But when you label it like it's a negative thing, then we have to come out and say it is not. But I agree with you totally, like Mr. Wekesa. I don't think all projects are. Nobody goes to a bad project, actually. So I think that is my admission.
Okay. Then ask your question, then I bring in the
just took my time away, but it's okay. I respect him and Jakindube, and when he insists on talking, I back down. Yeah, that is okay. Now, I guess I want to start by just a rider. Projects are judged on their success by their deliverables. So Ruto is his personal project. Raila is a project of the people of Kenya, depending on who is talking. At some time, it was Project Uhuru and Project Ruto. At the point at which they stopped being together, any other person who is going to be supported by Uhuru.
Demba, kindly, I'm moderating. I don't want to delve in, but I think it doesn't begin with Ruto project. Ruto began as a project himself. You remember even Kibaki carrying him on the Land Rover. He's the only minister who was able to be carried on the Land Rover president. That was the project being, and the aim of that project was to pin down Raila. So can you begin there?
Yes, of course. I wanted to make it a little easier for my brother David, because I know he has all that history with him. So I don't want to bog him down with a lot of thinking. So I want to make it to start from the recent past. Project Ruto was supposed to have gone from 2013 to 2027, I think. 2027, yeah. That was Project Ruto. Now, when that project was faced, just like many other projects, you can be faced with other unforeseen circumstances. You know, when you put a project together, you also you can say some exigencies can be coming in. You know, unforeseen circumstances. So unforeseen circumstances happen. Now, anybody coming in to be supported by the president, as it is right now, according to those who are supporting Ruto, is a project of the state. And that one is put carefully so that they can put a divide. They are struggling to put a divide that can make them, they say when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name. Give the person a bad name, then say it's a project. Then when you say it's a project, you can find a safe haven by saying that they are on that side, we are on this side. I can tell you, and I'm sure, as day follows the night, that if Ruto was in Ruru today, we could hear nothing of a project. I have evidence to that. In 2013, when Matiang'i, 2017, I think, when Matiang'i was supporting, Ruto was with Uhuru in one hand, and they were going for the repeat election. When Uhuru and Ruto went to the coast, Uhuru said that time the running con for Kinababa was that Matiang'i is using the police force to curtail the freedom of political expression. The response by the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, the deputy president, was categorical. Wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. That time Matiang'i was doing what was just according to one deputy president, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. So moving forward, that is not happening right now. And that's why I have evidence that if Uhuru was supporting Ruto right now, you could hear nothing of a project. So the project is not that it is bad or good. The project is that they are trying to find a safe haven to map their campaign. It's good for them. If it works, that's okay. Now, I want to tell David also that he's used, finally as I finish, he's used this comment that Ruto is currently the strongest candidate. The strength of a candidate is known after an election. Currently, Ruto does not have any MPs who are under UDA. None. Even himself is in Jubilee. They have refused to move out. Why? The fear that they might never make it back. You cannot judge your strength on the basis of the current MPs. 75% of MPs don't come back. So the 160, you are sure that 75% of them will not come back. You cannot use that unless you are having those ones, you have given them direct nomination. They are not going to go for any nomination anywhere. They are all going to be vying with UDA, and they're going to come back, all of them. If that is what you're saying, then you tell us there'll be no nomination in UDA. But if there'll be nomination, even these ones, they will not be, might not even see parliament come next year. So there's no way of judging the strength of one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. The strength of talking and culverting in the country for 8 years is no strength in my view. So let's we allow you, I mean, we agree as a political, formation, you're allowed to have words that can make you try and mobilize your supporters. But in the words of strength and the word of 160 MPs who cannot even currently pass any bill to support the Mamamboga, I don't think you're being genuine to your followers. You need to be genuine with your followers. Tell them the truth.
Yeah, but then also I think in terms of strength, there are two facts we cannot run away with from. One, he comes from an organized backyard. You cannot compare it to a backyard of Mudavadi or what. That's why he's among the two horses. And then two, he has the money to spill. That's why he's roaming around in the choppers and You see, Oka cannot make a rally if Gideon is not there. So I think maybe those two are a strength to him. He alichipanga na pesa. He has an organized backyard, maybe. Yeah, let's give him credit.
If that is the strength they're talking about, then I think it has worked well because people are trooping to get the handouts.
But Wekesa, if you can allow me 1 minute kindly. Themba, how would you dispel this? How would you dispel that you are not a project? You are not answering that part. Assume I understand you are a project. Tell us how you are not.
No, you see, David, that's a very good question. You know, we asked you a question. You know what you told us? That one is for you to answer. You know,
so I need an answer.
A project is your narrative. You do not allow your opponent to give you how you map your campaign.
Can I answer him?
It is hold on, Collins. It is David and his ilk. In their campaign manifesto, they sat somewhere. You know, Wekesa, I want to help David to take him back to history. They first sat down, and their first campaign strategy was the rich versus poor, if you can remember. That campaign, as it went on, it was hit so badly, so they retreated back. And then there was another narrative just before they came with bottom up. There was a second narrative. And then they came back, they realized that that one was not working as well. The next one came the bottom up. Bottom up has been, imekuwa kizungumkuti, they are not able to explain it anyway. Now the third one they are trying.
But you don't understand.
Hold on. They have, now they were waiting because if you can remember, just before BBI, the narrative was wale watu wanataka vyo, sisi tunataka kusaidia mama mboga. Now BBI ikashindwa. They have refused to move away from that narrative of watu wa vyo. They are not even remembering that BBI ilisimamishwa na Court of Appeal. So they are still following that line. And now they were waiting. Unakumbuka very, very well, the deputy president was always saying, wanaungana majamaa 8, sijui 6, wanashindana na mtu mmoja. BBI ikashindwa, then Azimio La Umoja ikakuja. So they were waiting for these people to come together. It was good by chance, and maybe God allowed it, that Musalia Mudavadi and the other Oka guys did not go to Kasarani, because they were going to come with the narrative. You see, there are 8 of them against us. Now, hiyo pia imegonga mawe. Now wamekuja sasa na hii ingine sasa wanaimap. You know, we are actually learning where they are manufacturing, and if you want to hear how they are manufacturing, immediately it comes out, you will see somebody has tweeted, Itumbi will tweet it, immediately Ishungwa will go with it. Immediately that week, you'll see the deputy president following that line. So the manufacturer does it and puts it out, and then people come, and immediately that week you see people coming to the forum, they run with it. Now they are running. Let me finish with that. Niambie David, they are running with the idea of a project. What we are doing on our side, we are not concentrating on how you guys are mapping the propaganda. So you answer us, create a project, create whatever. On this other side, Raila said, we are not running against anyone. We are proposing. So if we say a project, we are not mentioning Ruto as a project. We are not saying him anywhere. We are proposing. So take the proposal.
Okay. Yeah, hold it there. Let's have Collins. You wanted to answer on the issue of project, and then Collins, it's long, bwana.
Yeah, it's been long. Fine.
Thanksgiving mingi.
No, I was sick. I was admitted, and then
sorry.
Almost lost it on the virus, but thank God.
Oh,
for
COVID.
The last.
Wow.
There's another virus. There's another virus. It's not COVID, but it almost went away with me. It's called RSV. But
my friend, you don't, in Africa, you don't say I almost went. You see, you are either dead or you're alive. So Akunanga almost dead or almost alive.
I almost went because I could not talk, I could not eat, and I could not do anything for a whole week. But
welcome back.
But I've been following some of the things you guys do, so we are good back. I think David is really going. You people have left David to go with a lot of non-factual information.
And remember, I'm alone, so you don't hit very hard. I'm only one in the forum.
No, my work is only to take you to question form so that when you answer,
I'm trying to help you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. You have protected me.
Yeah, I'm not in any form currently. So I'm only going to make you answer few questions as we discuss, but any answer you give may either remove you from the chaos or will put you deep down in the chaos. So your answer will be a yes and no with a simple explanation. You guys follow me with him. You say Ruto is the strongest political person as at now because he's very strong in foundation and forming parties, correct? You said that, right? Because he has formed UDA, right? And you gave an example of that, right?
Yes.
Can you give me one name of a party that Ruto has been into in the last 10 years? Give me 3 parties.
There was a
Start with ODM.
Yeah, he was in ODM.
Correct. Did he form it?
No.
Okay, the next party.
Okay, even without forming it, he participated as a very active member.
He was a member. Did he form it?
I've said no, Collins.
Okay, let's go next. Next party.
URP.
URP. Did he form it?
Let me write them down. There is URP.
Okay, URP. Did he form it? I'll give you the name of the parties. Yes, if you.
There was UD what? UDM?
UDM. Did he form it?
Now that one was formed with Madam Professor Mbiri.
Okay, so he didn't form it, right?
Yeah, he didn't.
UDA. Did he form it?
According to your question,
fasting before you be.
Okay, URP. Did he form it?
No.
So the next is UDA. Did he form it?
No.
So has he formed any party?
You know, Collins, you began very well in your line. Listen.
Yeah.
You know, to be a political leader in a party, you may buy a party, you may adopt a party, but your participation is what matters.
So you say he is good and is strong in forming parties. So he has never formed a party.
No, listen to me too.
Okay.
Without even forming, you have said you can adopt a party, you can buy a party, and still run it. We have had people who form parties and have it forever, but they do nothing with it. So the dynamics, the transformation, and the activities taking place in that party and the financing will take credit to one person. So really, whoever registered a party in the political party's office may not really matter, but the person behind it, the leadership.
So the party existed in the absence of William Ruto, correct?
Yep.
So he did not form it.
I've already said no.
Correct. So he has never formed a political party. So that's true. We are living at that point. So anything that you say that Ruto is strong and is good in forming parties, he has never formed a party. Even one. He has been in ODM. He never formed it.
Permission.
Yes.
Maybe I might have used, a wrong language, which you may be an expert, I don't know. But what I meant, because we have to go to the Latin spirit of my argument.
Yeah, he has run a party, so he has not formed a party.
Yeah, that would be right.
He has successfully
So
run the
he
party.
has successfully
Correct.
run parties that have garnered support in a wider
No,
spectrum.
let me support David.
I told you I'm going to help you because we have now formed your thought.
Yeah.
He has run parties, but he has never formed a party.
Wait before.
That's
wait
fine,
before,
Collins. I've not
before
called over that.
you go to the next
Yeah.
step. Collins, before you go to the next step, I don't think formation is registration. Formation is a process. So someone may have registered, but another one, in information, there is also giving the form and the shape. Somebody may have even formed a previous party, but someone gave it the shape, the prominence. So formation is a process. So we can also say he's among those who formed it, who brought it out, who made it what it
there
is.
is something here. There is something here. This party had already had an MP before Ruto got into it. So that means it had its own structures as required by the Political Parties Act, registered by the requirement of the Political Parties Registration Office. So that means it was known because it had already elected somebody.
Okay.
It was already elected somebody.
But Collins,
so yeah.
Are you trying to dispute that Ruto's coming into a party and that party appearing nationally?
No.
Does it make sense, or what do you mean?
No. What I'm trying to make it come out is that he has funded a party.
ODM, because ODM,
he has run a
Raila
party.
bought it also. You remember?
Yeah, Raila only formed LDP and NDP. ODM was bought from Mugambi. Okay.
But now it's associated with
Raila.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So yeah, so we were just trying to make it be known that he has not formed a party, he has run the party. Correct. The next thing about the UDA, you said the UDA has 176 MPs, correct?
No, I didn't say that, but it's kind of a narrative. Temper mentioned.
Yeah, they have 170 MPs.
I think they said 168 is strong, so that is not my words. But
so we should also know that UDA has only one MP as a part. The one who was elected in Kiambaa, just Juicy. That's the only MP for the UDA. These others belong to Jubilee, and they have still refused to sign out, because if they have refused to sign out, that means they are still getting their money to the political parties kitty, like their party, because for you to be a member of a party, they are still subscribing to that party. Hapa nje wanatuambia vituko, but pale ndani pesa yao bado inakuwa subtracted from their salaries to fund the party. Hakuna mmoja ameandika barua that mimi nimetoka Jubilee. None of them has written a letter. So that means by law they are still members of that party. Kuna siku Kimani Ngunjiri alisema hata tutasimamisha pesa yetu kuenda kwa hiyo party yenye imechukuliwa na wakora. So that means bado hawajasimamisha. And that was, I think, in September, October. Tutasimamisha. So that means UDA does not have 100 MPs. They have one MP. Just like ODM, haiko na wabunge wenye wanasema they have 60 MPs, 60, 70 hapa. Studio. That's one. The next thing is about Ruto single-handedly opposed the national convention, my national conversation. This is somehow correct, but his strength does not come as a person. Kenyan politics is about tribe, and each and every tribe, they like galvanize themselves around one leader that they call their leader. For example, Luos did not support the constitution that they understand. They supported the constitution because Raila Odinga supported the constitution. If there are two tribes in Kenya that can support something, if they understand and oppose if they don't understand, then there are Kisis. They don't follow anybody. If they are supporting it. If they're not supporting, they are not supporting it. So the Kisis will not support what they don't understand. The next area that will support or will not support are the Turkanas. Any other tribe that remains, the Kalenjin, not Kalenjin, but the Western, the Luya community, will not support, will not oppose. They oppose depending on where the Bukusus are. If the Bukusus are there, then the Maragolis will oppose it. If the Maragolis are there, then the Bukusus will support it. So with them, they are supporting like Mukemwenza. Mukemwenza anasema nini, and then they go against it. With them, they don't support because they support. They don't follow anybody with them also. The next thing is Matiang'i, the work of Matiang'i. When people were heading to the second election, people call it rerun, but it was a repeat election. It was not a rerun. Matiang'i was brutalizing Kenyans. Ndindi Nyoro, Moses Kuria, Alice Wahome, Kipchumba Murkomen, and Sang, the governor, said Uhuru should suspend the law and rule Kenya with the iron fist. Suspend the constitution and rule Kenya with the iron fist. That means the law never mattered at that time. And by that time, Matiang'i was 150% right. As at now, Matiang'i is not even brutalizing anybody, but is only following the command of the president. And all UDA are crying hell. All of them, including the ones that have not been touched, including the bottom down, Alice Wahome, bottom down, is really crying. Whatever she's crying, we don't know. So as at that, Matiang'i is not brutalizing Kenya, while now is directing himself towards the commands of the president, and they're doing with the Kibisho, which I still don't support. Still, you guys are crying. So, David, sometimes
for Matiang'i, Chair, if you can allow me 1 minute, Bakasa. Matiang'i, honestly, he has been given some.
After that, we need to have now our closing remarks, if we don't mind. I know it is going to go off in the next 20 minutes.
Collins, we are crying of Matiang'i because one, unajua Mswahili alisema, sijui kama unaelewa hiyo msemo, mgema ukimsifu tembo hulitia maji. And the same Bible which someone says here, and he has left, that pride becomes after fall. When you are doing so nicely, there are very high chances that you can go overboard. Matiang'i is a worker. Everybody understands that. But unfortunately, he has gone overboard to an extent of not observing the limits of his work. Besides being given the work that the vice president is supposed to do, amekosa heshima na vice president. So as the followers of vice president, we have to cry. That one you can't crucify us. Hata wewe mtu akija apewa kazi yako, he becomes your opponent. So definitely that guy, we don't like him as Yuda.
But nobody was given kazi ya mwingine.
No, that's according to a view, but according to our view.
But David,
that's what
David, yes. have you created Matiang'i? You remember the same thing Matiang'i is doing right now is what he did in 2017. You remember Matiang'i being told by Ruto, wacheni Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. He was overstepping then, but you didn't raise a finger. You actually protected him. So why is it that mkuki kwa nguruwe, lakini kwa mwanadamu inakuwa chungu?
I love David, before you answer, David, let me ask you this on a light note. Huh?
Yes, sir.
If you have maybe a maid in your house, isn't it?
Yes.
And for some reasons, your wife is not performing a role as a wife, and you chose to make your maid a wife. Does she still need to respect your first wife as if she's still a maid, or she has already become a wife? So she must be talking at that level of a wife, because the role of Matiang'i changed. He's no longer he took that role, and now he has to play in that league. So the moment if
You
you
are
have
right.
selected a
You are
boss
right,
and you become
Wekesa.
a wife,
You
But
are right.
Wekesa, remember, all of them are your wife. And
see,
respect
that's why I'm
sometimes
saying
matters.
when you respect, it means you respect each other's wives, but not as a maid. You no longer remain a maid.
So we have every reason, Wekesa, as Yuda, to see Matiang'i as a threat, because he's taken over part of what we're supposed to do, and he has grown horns. He's forgetting you were the first wife. That is our argument. Now, that one you can't
You
blame
know,
us.
hapo naye David, the problem is with the deputy president. Kwa sababu, nobody said, unajua this is how our houses go off. Because somebody just assumes that, huyu amechukua kazi yangu. Hakuna mahali, not even in the constitution, where it is said that Matiang'i, the jobs that were given to Matiang'i were for Ruto. Ruto was given the constitution that gives him to be assistant principal to the president. The assistant principal to the president. Meaning, the president can give him any job or may not give him a job. But here, unajua ni kama nyumbani, where you already know mtoto ni mkubwa ako na uchoyo fulani na mtoto mwingine pia. So you say, wacha nitume huyu mwenye nikimtuma hata kula mandazi kwa barabara. Alafu ukituma huyu ule mwingine anasema si nani ndiye anatumwaga mandazi. Ni kama anakula mingi and he's not eating. Nobody has confirmed that he's eating. So that is what is going on with UDA. There is no job for Ruto that was given. Ruto should chair the meetings in the absence of Uhuru. Uhuru has not been absent. Na amwambie chair, na hata yeye alisema, my boss has never sent me something na sijafanya. Sijakata.
Collins,
yeah.
I don't want to go public. I come from the same tribe Matiang'i comes.
But Matiang'i is overdoing it. I mean, I can't support it.
And I'm sure, Collins, you don't understand that language fully, even if you are our neighbors down there. That guy is rude, and he has lots of pride.
I accept.
So
I agree.
What he speaks, I don't want to speak it here, but it can't make of a leader. So we have every reason to complain as Yuda people.
Ni sawa.
What if those are the credentials that made Uhuru to give him job? He knew he's the only person who can deal with Ruto.
That's fine, but we are appealing to Kenyans.
It's very rude. It's very rude and it's arrogant.
We have no problem as we are appealing to Kenyans, and we are saying Kenyans give us a chance.
But David, you created him. David, you created him. You feed a lion. Now when it starts eating you, then you start claiming this lion is too fierce. And you're the one who has been feeding the lion.
David, give us 2 reasons why we should give you the leadership of this country.
David, nataka kumwambia David, Ruto alijinyang'anya kazi yake yeye mwenyewe.
Correct.
Huwezi kuwa unatumwa na mkubwa wako uende ufanye ile na wewe unaenda unafanya kitu nyingine ama una sabotage. Hawezi kufanya hivyo. Hata wewe huwezi kuwa na assistant wako ambaye unamtuma kazi, yeye anaenda anafanya mambo. Hata mtoto, kama ukiwa na mtoto unamtuma yeye anacheza, mwingine ukimtuma anaenda analeta hiyo, utamtuma huyu mtu mwingine. So Ruto amejifukuza kazi yeye mwenyewe. Wacheni kulalamika.
Mzee with a lot of respect.
Kitu kingine nikwambie. Ulisema Uhuru ni project. Uhuru hakuwa project. Uhuru alishindwa kwa uchaguzi. Ile ilifanywa 2000, ile walifanya na Kibaki alishindwa outright. Hakuwa project. Watu wakisema project, ati kuwa supported. Mkiangalia ile constitution tunafuata huko Amerika, president kama anafanya kazi mzuri ana support yule ambaye amechaguliwa kusimama kwa pati yao. Mnaona hata Obama alitoka kwa president kwenda kupigia mwenzake debe. Hiyo mambo ya project hiyo ambayo watu wanasema hakuna mtu ashakuwa mtu ambaye amesimama akashindwa Kibaki hako support mtu yoyote. So amwezi kusema eti Kibaki kama angetoka kupigia mtu debe, Uhuru debe, bado angepata tu. Huwezi kusema eti Uhuru atashindwa. Hiyo ni myth watu wanatumia, lakini Uhuru alishindwa kwa sababu watu wote wale walikuwa pale walijiunga upande mmoja, hangeweza kuwashinda. So hiyo tuwache kusema mambo ya project hapo.
Yeah, and I don't know why in a corporate world we always say that a good leader prepares for transition. You prepare your successor, but when it comes in politics, we want to treat it with it looks like it's something evil for you to have a successor.
In a corporate world, the laws are different. And succession is always accepted because it's not democracy. It's by appointment. Elections are done by democracy, where you may think that you need somebody to succeed you, but the people on the ground that vote don't want him. Okay, like at home.
That is, Collins, that's in a democratic society, not all political systems are democratic.
Like in Kenya, Moi really wanted Uhuru to succeed him. He could do any other thing, and I quote William Ruto, by October 23rd, after Kenyatta Day, we still believed Mzee could do something. By October 23rd, after the Kenyatta Day, we still believed Mzee could do something. Even though tuliona kama tuliwezwa, lakini we still believed Mzee could do something to make sure that Uhuru wins. When the election was done on 27th of December, 28th or 27th of December, they called Mzee, tulimpigia Mzee. Na wakati alishika simu, alimwambia UK, tengeneza concede defeat. Sisi tulikuwa tunadhani akishika simu atatuambia kitu ingine. Akatuambia Uhuru, tengeneza speech ya kuconcede. What does that mean? In an election, or you say democratic world, if the people themselves, even today, Uhuru may want Raila to succeed him. If the people decide that it is not Uhuru, it is not Ruto, it is not Raila, na wampigie Mudavadi kura, ni huyo ndiye atatangaza.
Lakini hiyo haimkatazi.
That was not my argument. I think Genbea is assisting me. What I'm saying is, in a democracy, everybody has a right to choose. It doesn't mean that whatever you choose will succeed. He may fail at the ballot.
Can I answer that?
But you have a democratic right to propose that this will be my successor.
Can I answer that?
The reason why Kibaki didn't do the challenge was Heck. You see, Heck brought a very challenging scenario,
but he voted.
He decided to play it down. Okay, there was support behind the scene,
but he voted. He alienda akapiga kura, so he voted. As a person, he has a personal right.
What I'm saying, he didn't publicly campaign because of that. Heck scenario was very challenging, so he did behind the scene, but people knew where his heart was.
Yes.
Can I answer that, Wekesa?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer, and we go around.
In corporate world, we're talking about appointments and running an organization. In politics, we are going for the seat. You know, they're like in politics, if you don't perform, the sitting government does not perform. And then purport to to be giving someone else, the people who are voting, as Collins put it rightfully, they will vote a different person regardless what you want to do. Secondly, why we become suspicious with especially the political projects, normally most African leadership, they are hiding behind something. Kwamba kama wameiba kitu fulani wanataka kuficha,
but what is
ama wanataka uongozi, ama wanataka uongozi.
David, what are you guys proposing? Because the other side, you are proposing someone who is imposing himself. It is not people who have sat down and said we are pushing so and so. So you are moving from the frying pan to the fire, from someone being proposed to another one proposing himself.
We are saying,
David, you answer both of these, huh? And then also it brings a good scenario because you are saying there's something they are hiding. Don't you think even coming of Baba to government helped us for Jubilee A and B to open up? That's why they are fighting each other and saying their sins. Wewe ulifanya hivi. Recently, Ngilu told us when he was land minister, the issues that happens in the land, but she could try to protect the deputy president. So it is just like when Raila entered in, now they disintegrated, now they started telling us what they were doing. Supposing Raila never went, they would still be together and we would have not learned anything that happened in Jubilee.
I can say, we were told one time, your marriage will break immediately after the second vote. Tulijifanya kiherehere and we suffered. It came to pass. I'm also telling you today, you are a project, you better guard it. Otherwise, it may not be business as usual. Interests are being guarded and you are used as a puppet. So we don't want that. We want a person who stands on his own, all the way from Sugoi, the poor man's son, and deliver Kenya to Kenyans.
Raila has been standing from 1997. Whose project was it? Amekuwa akisimama. Whose project was it?
That is true.
David, this thing you're telling us a poor man's son. Jomo Kenyatta was a poor man's son. Raila Oginga Odinga was a poor man's son. Kalonzo Musyoka was a poor man's son. So if you're talking about poor man's son as a way that will make you be elected, that is not, you guys are talking about, I mean, your people, not you. Your people are saying they don't want history. We don't want history about how you made your money.
How poor?
Right now, you have your money.
But why should we discuss your father? We want you. You should be a poor man, not a poor man's son. We want a poor man himself to come up. Actually,
Ruto is the son of a poor man.
And David,
the reason why we are
David Goja, your man has told us that he sold chicken. We've not seen anywhere evidence of where he sold that chicken. Not, he's used to giving us photos. Nowhere have you seen that. So this thing of telling us he's a poor man's son is a way of capturing the mentality
Ruto
of people.
is like Moses of the Bible. He was adopted and taken to Pharaoh. He has enjoyed the state, the palace from his
Ruto does not know poverty. Ruto does not know poverty.
How poor was his father when his father was a civil servant? How poor was his father when his father was a farmer who was taking his maize to cereals board? A farmer whose name was there. Yes, his money was getting lost. His father's money got lost.
I'll answer you by saying, when we look at Ruto, those of us who are not blessed to come from affluent families, we can be motivated to work our ways up and help
What
others.
motivates you? What is this that motivates you? Because this man has not been employed anywhere. This man has never been employed anywhere. What motivates you?
Collins, number two, these guys do not like rich people. Which up do they want you to go? Because right now you're saying you don't like billionaires who have worked their way up. So do you want these people to work their way up so that you hate them?
Remember, we have not said don't like rich people. What we are saying, what we are saying, Themba, get me right from my own mouth. We don't want a situation where we have a million millionaires, no, a few millionaires and several million paupers.
Who are we?
We want an even distributed
A
economy.
millionaire telling other people that we don't want these millionaires.
The challenge,
David, you can only draw your motivation from somebody who does the same kind of work you do.
The challenge with you don't listen, and I'm alone. You know, you wear me
Dave,
out.
ask David a question. Dave.
I'm saying this. Let me finish, Mzee. I will give you a chance.
I am
saying
but
the
you
level.
1 minute.
Oh, sorry, Wekesa, for taking your position. We are saying we need more people, the likes of me and so, who are never born in affluent families, also have a taste of the leadership and the trappings of what the economy can give. Not that we cycle things. Like now, you guys, let me tell you, it's now you are talking here. I've never seen any Luo, I'm sorry to say that, who can stand and oppose the Odinga family in open and survive. Why? Because
Olago has been surviving. Because you people don't want to read. Olago has been surviving.
You don't have to oppose for the sake of opposing. You guys are going.
Olago has been surviving. No, don't just even go there. Honorable Olago has been elected on Fort Kenya 3 times.
Collins, the problem with these people, they want to go against a family instead of going against policies. Instead of telling us what Ruto is proposing that is new, they are saying Odinga family, Sijui Raila family, Sijui who family. What are the policies that what does Ruto stand for? What is it that one thing that it doesn't stand for constitutionalism. It doesn't stand, even D said the other day, that if you are looking for anti-corruption platform, don't vote for UDA. It doesn't stand for anti-corruption. It doesn't. Which other people did he sell the chicken with that are also right now making money? None. You cannot pretend that the same Ruto. There were people. Ruto actually supported one-party system. Right now, he's busy galvanizing around saying that I want a national party, one party.
Themba, this is how it began when they had 2011, 2012. They came up with a movement called KK, 3K. It was Kamba, Kikuyu, and Kalenjin. There was Kalonzo, Uhuru, and Ruto. And Ruto chose Uhuru, a son of a rich man, and he left Kalonzo, a son of a peasant. So that's where, when in 2002, he chose Uhuru instead of Kibaki. And then 2012, when they are doing their own internal choice, he left Kalonzo, he chose Uhuru. So he consistently chose what he calls dynasty. So when he comes on his own, he wants now people to see a peasant background. If you don't support the poor, when the time comes for the poor, you as a poor, they will not stand with you. So he must show us and demonstrate it through history. And that's why he's running away from history, my friend.
Me, Ruto is
strong. Tell us one thing, Ruto, David, one thing that Ruto stands for. One thing, one. Forget about bottom up, poor, one thing.
You know, Themba, you are digressing from the discussion. Just read down there. If you want me to give the achievement of Ruto and why I support him, create a topic and I'll come with a contingent of
not achievements. One thing that Ruto stands for.
What does it stand for? That
it doesn't stand for constitutionalism. It doesn't stand for anti-corruption, 2 things that are killing Kenyans. It doesn't stand for development. It doesn't stand for poverty eradication. What does Ruto stands for? What?
Not better economy.
No. you people, you sometimes shoot your foot by your statements. When you talk about development, that's a very wide statement. You can just wild and wide. When you talk about education, it's just very wide. Now, Collins, let me ask you. Do you know a few years ago we only used to finance from help guys who could go to university by job. Do you know that things change now? We are even financing people who go to technical institutions. Whose idea was that? Do you know that nowadays we have youths that can go to technical institution and be given money from government? Whose idea was that?
That was not Ruto's idea.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay. The idea was brought up by Professor Dr. Kilemi Mwiria, who was the Assistant Minister of Higher Education. Minister of Higher Education was William Ruto. So if people may just be talking,
you don't know.
when people are just talking, okay, I've not said, we are asking, what does it stand for? Those are achievements. Yes, I by that time, and in fact, in
Ruto stands for equal society. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now you are talking.
Everybody's pocket. That's why it takes
now you are talking equal. Now you are talking equal society. When he was giving his nominations, juicy, there were people who were in those parties that don't have money. Kawanjiku has money. The problem is people didn't know him. He has his own money somewhere. So he could have taken somebody from the grass and published this person. When he was in, how do you call it? Kibira.
No, Collins, Collins Goja, hapo umesema tu Kawanjiko. You remember they said that Kawanjiko was not the UDA candidate. The candidate for UDA is the one who went to Jubilee. So you see, they were taking another rich person to be a candidate.
Because that guy has money. The Kawanjiku had something. Nani has something. Well, how do you call it? Mariga had money. And that's why when they were going with him, they knew he can finance his campaign for the constituency. Ni jina hakuwa nayo, ndiye abandikwe jina, akuje apewe jina so that he can be propelled to the leadership. So why can't he take somebody like now? He's really fighting for Margaret Wanjiru to be the candidate in Nairobi.
To replace somebody who had money also.
Why Margaret Wanjiru?
Okay, so can I submit?
That is equal society.
We are on finishing line actually.
Okay, me nimemalizana.
We are not going round.
I'm not going to talk again.
To make points. Okay, Jack Kendube. Then Fred and Swale, we are winding up.
Mimi nataka kuambia watu
Sasa niko mweusi sana, huwezi niona.
Hata nilifikiria ulilala hujaongea.
Kwamba hao kusema Uhuru alishindwa kwa sababu ulikuwa ukiangalia vile Moi alikuwa akishinda uchaguzi wa wakati huo, alikuwa anapita na 30 something na hawa wengine walikuwa na 60 sijui 65. So siku hiyo ndio Raila aliwaambia pana bwana, tuunganeni pamoja. Ndio akasema Kibaki tosha, na walimshinda Uhuru kihaki. Hakuna vile mtu anasema eti Uhuru alishindwa kwa sababu ni project. Hiyo ni uongo mtu. Jambo lingine nataka kusema kwamba unaposema kwamba mimi narudia tena, unaposema ati Raila ni mtu tu amewekwa hapo na anakuwa supported na millionaires, sijui hao millionaires ni wa Kenya. Hauwezi kusema kwamba hao millionaires wanapomsupport ni vibaya, kwa sababu hao ni wana Kenya, na hao wakati wa 2013 walisupport Ruto na Uhuru, na 17 walisupport Ruto na Uhuru. So sasa wakisupport Raila ni mbaya, wamekuwa sasa ni bwenyenye. Wakati ule hawakuwa benyenye. Hiyo double standard wacheni. Hawa wote ni wa Kenya, ndio maana tunataka umoja. Tunaweza kutofautiana kisiasa, lakini tubaki wa Kenya. Ndio maana tunataka umoja. Ndio maana mimi nasisitiza kwamba tuache kusema uongo, tuacheni uongo. Kenya ni yetu, tunataka tuijenge na ukweli na haki na upendo. Hizi ndizo zitatufanya tuwe na nchi nzuri. Ile kitu mlikuwa mnasema political stability. Political stability ni kitu ya muhimu, kwa sababu lazima kila mtu ajione kama anashughulikiwa, ana nafasi sawa na wengine. Ndio maana hii constitution inaonekana iko na nyufa. Hizo nyufa zinatakiwa tuzirekebishe. Tumeshaona makosa zile ziko. Inafaa kwamba kila baada ya miaka 10 tunaangalia mahali kuna problem kwa constitution yetu, tunarekebisha. Ndio constitution yetu iwe nzuri wote itusaa vile inatakikana. Tusiseme tu kitu kimoja kwamba ati hii constitution sasa tumeipata tunakwamia hapo. Bwana Ruto alikaa kwenye ile one party state na alishirikiana na watu ambao walikuwa wanatufinya wakati huo. Kama wewe ulikuweko, uliona vile watu walifanywa. Njoya mnamuona bado na kidole kimoja amekatwa. Mnamuona huyo Njoya, sijui kama unamkumbuka. Alipigwa for no good reason. Watu alikuwa alikataa constitution mpya, alikataa. Saa hii alikuwa kwa upande amekataa hata BBI. Ni mtu ambaye hapendi maendeleo, hapendi kitu progress ambayo ya kutengeneza nchi iwe stable, kitu ya maana. Nchi hizi zote mnaona ziko stable political, zile vitu ambavyo hawapendi wanatengeneza. Hata kama ni constituency moja haifai, saa zingine wanazitoa, saa zingine wanazirudisha, inafuatana na vile wanasikilizana. So hii mambo ya kusema eti kwamba ati unatafutia watu vyeo, lazima hizo vitu zifanyike. Ndio maana hata saa hizi tunatafutia wanawake vyeo, ndio wajione, ndio tuone kwamba nchi yetu yani kuna space ya kila mtu. So hii mambo ya kusema tu hii ndio ifanywe, hapana. Lazima tufanye vitu ambavyo zitafanya kila mtu ajione ana nafasi nzuri. Kwa hiyo tafadhalini, watu wa UDA, tumseme ukweli siku zote. Na mimi ningelipenda hata watu wa Azimio la Umoja tuseme ukweli. Ukweli ndio itajenga nchi yetu. Hatuwezi kuwa tunasema uongo.
Wekesa bado tuko Facebook kama tumetoka.
We are almost, so thank you.
Kwa hiyo mimi naunga Azimio la Umoja, kwa sababu Azimio la Umoja
imetoka sasa.
Imetoka Facebook, tuko YouTube peke yake.
Okay. Naunga Azimio la Umoja kwa sababu Azimio la Umoja inatuunganisha. Na hii mimi kwa maisha yangu nilikuwa naomba, mpaka sasa naomba Mungu kila siku kwamba ifike siku Kenya itakuwa imeungana pamoja na kurudisha ile urafiki niliona wakati tulipata uhuru. Irudi pale, tutafanya nchi yetu itakuwa na manufaa mazuri sana. Tutakuwa hizi vitu zote tunalalamika tutafanya kwa urahisi na vizuri zaidi. Nafikiri nashukuru sana wote, nawatakia usiku mwema au mchana mwema, na tukijaliwa tutaonana tena kesho. Leo sikuwa nasikia vizuri sana, lakini kwa vile nimezungumza na ninyi nasikia uzima inarudi nazidi kupata uzima. Asante sana Bwana Demba.
Pole Jakindube. Ugua pole.
Asante sana. Asanteni sana.
Sawa, we have Fred 1 minute, Angela 1 minute, Swale 1 minute to tufungaje.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Poa.
tumecheza background the whole night. So waja tuchangie tu. Anyway, waja nianze
Yeah, by the
kwa
way, tulikuwa tunamalizia sasa, hata sikuwa na scroll down nione kama kuna watu, nilifikiria hawako, sikuwa na share link. So when I scroll down nikaona kuna watu wako huko chini.
Acha nianze tu ni kumwambia ndugu yangu David, loyalty, faithfulness, humbleness, those are the qualities that leader must have, na hakuna shortcut. Na nikupe tu mfano mdogo tu kuhusu huyu rais wa Amerika. Huyu rais wa Amerika, huyu Joe Biden, Obama alisema kama kuna mtu alikuanga the least kwa room wakitaka kumake the painful and critical decision was Joe Biden. Licha ya hayo yote, when Democratic walienda wakakaa chini, walichakua Hillary Clinton on behalf, badala ya kumchakua Joe Biden. Mzee hakukimbia chama, alienda tu nyumbani na akatulia. Where is he today? And then Mr. Bwana Yesu asifiwe, anasoma Biblia sana. How long Joshua was faithful, humble under Moses? For 40 good years. And when the time came for Moses to be removed, Mungu akamwambia, wewe umekuwa mwaminifu kwa mtumishi wangu Musa. Sasa wakati wako umefika, amuka, chukua hao watu, wapeleke kule wanahitajika. Faithfulness. If a leader lacks faithfulness, my friend, forget about it. Kitu kingine, kile ambacho ningetaka tu kukuambia ndugu yangu David, unakumbuka the tyrant of numbers in the parliament? Budget itishwa with the tyrant of numbers ya kununua tear gas. Hiyo tear gas nafikiri Mr. Matiang'i hajatumia because sasa ni karibu kama miaka ngapi hatujaenda street. Hiyo iko intact. Unakumbuka Chakaranda, Human West? Bado. So hivi vitu tunavyosema tunasahau ya kwamba mkuki kwa nguruwe ni chungu sana, lakini kwa mulaji ni tamu. So unafaa kujua tu ya kwamba even although inauma, lakini inabidi mzoee. Inauma, lakini inabidi mzoee ndugu. Nimemalizia hapa, hata sina mengi.
Okay, sawa Angela.
Hadi unaambia Fred anaongea mbele yangu, nimekaa hapa 2 hours. Wekesa hii mapendeleo utawacha. Kama wewe ndo president Kenya tutarudi nyuma.
Angela, ulinyamaza hata nikafikia umelala. Kindly.
Kuna ubaguzi.
Nilimelala na nimeamka saa 9. Haya sawa, imeisha. At Kenya under Azimio La Umoja governance gains, losses, fears. What will be the true state of the nation? Tuongee kweli, tusifichane. Kenya penye imefika na penye imefikishwa, na ile ilikuwa ya 5 tena. Mwenye ata take over from Kenya, there will be gains and there will be losses. Sincerely speaking, hatafanya kila kitu ikuwe 100%. Whether it is Raila Odinga, whether it is Ruto, or whichever president will be, haezi gain kila kitu kwa kila mtu. Tutakuwa na gains na kutakuwa na losses, and we have to accept that for us to move on. And we don't accept, tutasema tutagain tu peke yake, tutarudi tu kukuwa na machungu kama yenye tuko nayo haya, na zile shida zenye tuko nazo hizi zenye zinatuumiza hizi. because Raila akiwa kwa Azimio la Umoja, kumbuka kwa hiyo uongozi hayuko peke yake. Anaweza waza kufanya kitu fulani na afikiria amefanya, mwenye ameambia kufanya hakuwa asifanye vile amefanya, vile ameambiwa, because he will not be the president and everything in Kenya. Kuna vitu kadhaa ataambia fulani fanya hii, fulani fanya hii, fulani fanya hii. So at the end of the day, we remain to be Kenyans, and we just have to come out with the best option. At least losses zikuwe kidogo, gains zikuwe mingi. We come here to debate. As much as to the debate kutoka mwanzo mpaka mwisho, maybe utanidharau, mi na support Raila, mi na support Ruto. At the end of the day, we still remains in Kenya. Election itakuja, tutavote. The one who will win, tunaomba Mungu ya kwamba akuwe na utu wa ndani, at least to gains zikuwe mingi kushinda losses, because ukiangalia tu Kenya penye imeelekea, wezi niambia we shall just have gains in the next 5 years election. Uongo, takuwa tumedanganyana. And in Kenya politics, nimesikia mkiongelea story ya Matiang'i. In Kenya politics, you can be used by the government as a leader, and you can produce your leadership from your own wisdom. So it's two-way traffic. Na ukiwa katika ukiappointiwa Kenya kuwa umesimamia kitu fulani, for example Matiang'i the CS, it is two-way traffic. Either you rule with your wisdom or you are under command. To be under command, lazima ufanye vile umeambiwa. Uwezi ruka. Na Kenya politics, hukata kuwili, hukata nyuma na mbele. So when you are there, haujuangi kulaumu fulani leo hii na kesho hii hujui venye itarudi reverse. So ukiwa kwa Kenya politics katikati, you have to play safe. Jujui kesho itakuwa nini. Karata, siasa ya Kenya ni si hasa, ni karata. Leo hii tumekosana, kesho tuko marafiki, tunakula meza moja. Inarudi inabadilika. So as much as we debate, we are still friends and we are still brothers and sisters. Hivyo ndo Kenya politics. Tuna debate, tuna differ in opinions, but sisi ni wa Kenya tu, lazima tupendane na tusongeshe maisha mbele na tusaidiane. Hayo tu.
Okay. Angela, I know leo unaongea tu kimafumbo, so tuambie direction tunaenda wapi? Where are the gains are, where are more gains and more losses? Ama you don't have an assessment. I know you, when you go to the ballot, you will decide, I think this side has more gains and this has more losses. Ama bado hujafika hiyo stage?
Me bado, I haven't not yet decided kwa ballot whom will I vote for.
You are still assessing, eh?
Yeah.
Unaonaje the 10 points ya baba? 10 points ya baba iko na more losses ama more gains?
Me 10 points za baba, mi nilisema if ataongea na atende only 50%, Kenya itasonga. Na if ataongea na akose kutenda, that's my question, atafanya ama ni kutufurahisha tu? Because mi nikiwa na 9 years when Wamala kijana was vice president, nilikuwa nikisikia akisema the road from Kaptama to Kitale inaenda kunifanya nini, from Kaptama through Saboti through Kitwamba inaenda kuwekwa lami. Up to date naonanga tu kila mwenye anakuja anasemanga hiyo barabara inafanya nini, inawekwa lami. It has never been done. So I'm asking myself now, sasa ndo I think this is the year now nimekaa nikaanza kusikiliza politics. So I'm asking myself, Kumbe in politics inakwanga tu ni zile unahaidiwa uongo ndo mpige kura, or kuna vitu mtu akihaidi huwa anafanya. You know, like niliona Nelson na nani waki-argue of poverty in areas. You know, ile umaskini iko kwetu, ile shida tuna face, you might find that sio shida yenye iko in another area. Na understand? There is an area wana face wako na shida ya maji. Na kuna mahali wako na hiyo maji lakini wana lack kitu kingine.
So thank you. So let's have Swale and then we go to PK, David, Themba, we close in 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Kesa.
Nimeona leo gazeti inasema billionaires, so it's Sunday Nation ndio hiyo display hapo. So according to them, Ruto na Raila are billionaires. Hakuna hustle hapo.
Wekesa inakaa kuna mtu anakujanga hapa kutusikiza. Juzi tulisema hiyo kitu hapa, tukasema this battle is a battle of billionaires. Sasa ndio hiyo ameweka kwa gazeti. Kumbe hawa watu wanatusikiza.
Siku hizi news inatokanga social media. You have never known that?
Siku hizi news zinatoka tu social media. Kuna mtu anaingia tu hapo kuchunguza and then
yeah, it was 2 days ago actually. Not 2 days, juzi. Tulikuja hapa tukasema tukaargue ya kwamba these are billionaires, so you should not lie to each other that kuna. Sasa ndio hiyo leo kwa gazeti.
Aya, Swale, huyu ni Swale Mdoa ama?
Thank you so much.
Amekujia news.
Nimekuja kutafuta taarifa. Good morning.
Morning to you. Tupe mchango wako tukivunganya jambi.
You know, we are used to hustling, and I'm wondering today why there's no billionaire versus hustlers. I'm just seeing billionaires battling for themselves. Anyway, that's by the way. I was here before, kabla nilale, but I'm back so that I can. Bado mnaendelea mbele. Let me just say this. David, I'm sorry to say this. I was on that side, but I ran away. I'm sorry, just be there. Let us not sell the country, my friend. Let us not sell the country. Fred said something here that I wanted to put across. Mkuki kwa nguruwe. Okay, mkuki mkuki kwa nguruwe ni sawa, lakini kwa binadamu ni chungu. When you feel something on your side, you feel it is okay. When it is on the other side, unaamua babaika, kuanza kulalamika. Why now? In the last elections, when Maraga was in the election committee, when there's the Raila's team were complaining, they were being shut down. Now, Matiang'i again is in Raila's side. When he was the other side, when Raila was complaining, you could hear wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Mbona sahi msiachane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake? This is a hypocrisy. Tuache kudanganyana. Another thing, look at your leader. How humble is he or she? Leadership needs humbleness. Don't have pride. We must be the government. We have 160 MPs. Who told you that those 160 MPs will all be re-elected? Don't you know that sometimes joining you may be a failure to them? because they have betrayed their community. For example, let's go to Kilifi. The woman will cry along, will cry in that area. Seriously. Let's go to Kakamega, Wekesa. I think you can bear me witness. Lowly in that area, what will he give to Ruto? Let's go to Kisi. Mangi has run away. Is left with somebody called Domingo Magara. What will he give in Kisi? So tusidanganyane hapa. People want 60 apiece, whatever. Those are just people. They have their own votes. Kama mimi. I was there. Lakini hii siasa mbaya mbaya mara hii. Why do you buy Kenya? Seriously. Why are you selling Kenya? David, why are you selling Kenya? We are going to do a mistake that we will regret in our life. Saizi Kenya daiwa almost 9 trillion amount of money. When Kibaki left the office, it was at 1 point something. Since this government took over, we are now at a debt of 9 trillion. That is why somebody said that the next government will have a difficult task. To repay this amount of money will not be easy. But Raila's idea caught my heart. Why? In borrowing, you don't go for a short-term loan that is at a high interest and needs to be repaid as early as possible. You go for long-term loan that has got few interest, and as you pay it, people are in a better way. The economy can prosper. But in a short term, you have to increase the tax. Bei ya bidhaa lazima ziongezwe. And that's why we're suffering. Think of that. At the moment, Ruto is enticing people with money. Can't you think ahead? How will he recover all this amount of money? They will all be taken back into his account first. What will that impact in your life? You as a person, David. The tax will be increased. Nothing will be done. The years are just going. The first term is going. And the song will be, see this and that. When they complained that Raila entered into government, they brought BBI. When was BBI budgeted in the government, in the parliament? No, any day. When they asked them about the Kamarini Stadium, the whatever, at BBI, whatever you use, took the amount of money that was to be used in that, or the election. When was that budget in the parliament? No, any day. So let each and every leader account for his development. Kama hajafanya. And I know people know that Raila can do much better, but they're just there because of greedy of money of 1 day or 2 days or 2 years. Pengine amepatiwa pesa kwenye mfuko, or being in a tribal way or line, they have to follow the heart. But Kenyan leadership, even though it is in a tribal way, but people need to think. Huyu kiongozi unamchagua ambaye anatoka kwenu atakuumiza. Saizi watu wa Rift Valley, watu wa Eldoret wanalia. Unasikia yule mzee walikula. That is what will just follow you. People are just crying here and there. Saizi, I was in Bomet juzi, but then they were saying this. Anapeleka pesa kule ya Central, Kisii, Western, whatever. Mbona haleti hizo pesa hata huku kwetu? We also need the money. You do that. Charity begins at home.
Thank you.
Think.
Thank you for your
You
contribution.
people need
Let's
to
have
think.
PK. PK, take us home.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bwana Wekesa, and the rest of the panel who are still holding on. Now, I'll just be very brief because I had contributed heavily earlier. I would want us to recall a situation of whereby we have one country in Africa which does not recognize the word corruption. And I will not name that country. When you go there, you are from Kenya or wherever, and you start talking about corruption, they all look at you with awe. They start wondering, what do you mean by corruption? The rest is the story. Now, 5 years of Jubilee, when I never say we elected Jubilee, because personally I never voted Jubilee. I know where I voted, and whatever happened, happened. They took over, and within 5 years is when Kenya started recording. Every Monday, or even within a week, newspapers would come out. 1 billion has been stolen. 1 billion has been lost. 1 billion. That is the time that we started hearing of corruption in the terms of billions. That was huge. That was within, as soon as the Kumira government came in. So these billions that we were losing every other time, those who know economics and those who know what finances are, it is this money that you lose. Somewhere, somehow, you will have to really feel the pinch. Now, that happened for the first Jubilee time, which I find when Kenyans are debating, we really don't want to talk about it. And then the narrative is being sold that we should not talk about history. Which, I mean, it looks like it's the end of the world. You are being told, forget about history. Let's talk about now. History is what has destroyed what we are experiencing now. So how can we not? Somebody killed or somebody stole my money a month ago, and today I'm broke. I should not recall the person that I had left in custody of my money. So it amazes me that a narrative of tuache maneno ya historia, let's deal with the present, and then any clever person would wonder, how do you deal with present without connecting it with history? So the first 5 years of Jubilee, nobody talks about it. People are now just talking about 2017, the few months come March when Baba went and shook hands with Uhuru. Now the narrative is that is when Kenyans started suffering. I want to debunk that. The other thing is that we talk of Azimio being a savior. It is true, because we are trying to associate it with somebody that we have seen who has been consistent in some areas. Kenya, where it is right now, it is at a very critical transition area. In the Bible, they talk about rapture. Actually, Kenya is at the verge of either rapturing into the worst, or we cross the bridge and we feel safe. I mean, we get safe. So it is critical that whoever the candidate that will be able to midwife this transition, because the transition is critical. It's the transition of bitterness. People are bitter. People have no money. The youth have no job. That's why they are queuing up for these handouts from left, right, and center. And in the real sense, if we transit it wrongly, then we will go back to the Moi era, whereby graduates were the ones who are doing carjacking. This you can take it to the bank. The truth of the matter is that we are going to have a force that is well educated, people with the degrees, they have no jobs, but they are able to use guns. And then we will now go back to that. But somewhere, somehow, there is a hope that is being, rekindled by Azimio. When Baba came up with Azimio and this, what he's selling and telling people is like, we are going to rejuvenate ourselves, that has almost put a kind of a pause or a hold, because now people are saying, hey, let's wait and see. Probably there is another life after this. So if we make a mistake on the 8th and slip into the usual narrative that is coming now, because people are being confused, they are being cheated, make a mistake and get the wrong midwife to transit us to the next phase of this country, my brothers and sisters, I can tell you what we are going to get. It will be terrible, because I'm looking at it as traditionally we always had a generation change. Now we are going to have political generation change. We want to have somebody, I mean, we are having a generation change because if it is the old phasing out and then the younger generation coming in, the younger generation needs to be guided. If we get a very bad leader, and I don't want to name names, who does not believe in corruption, he does not believe in, for example, somebody saying development can go hand in hand with corruption, then that is the mentorship now we are going to give the younger generation that is supposed to take over. Then for sure, we will have now put this country towards the whole, and it will be within a short time, Kenya will lose all the gains that it has had, if there are any, for the last 60 years. And it is very easy for this country to rewind again and start toiling and people start suffering. But if we carefully consider, sorry?
Yeah, thank you. Malizia
Yeah.
sasa.
Wacha nimalizie hapo sasa. So for me, because in Kiswahili it's mpito, and mpito there has to be a proper mentorship, so that the 40 plus generation itaachia wale younger generation, but with the proper mentorship. And that's why I believe in Baba, because one, I know he's not selfish. Two, I believe his government will be very, very inclusive, and we will have young people who will take over from him and the rest. And that's why I don't want to believe that Baba can be a project. How can you be a project when you've been winning elections for the last 3 attempts that you have done? I mean, today, Baba does not need an endorsement in this country. Baba does not need to be escorted to anywhere to ask for votes. By the way, Baba has done even well without the so-called Mulima. So the other people spreading this narrative of Baba will need this, Baba will. He doesn't need anybody. Baba can go to any part of this country, ask for votes. And surprisingly, he's the only candidate who commands votes from all over the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's have David and Themba.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've sat here for over 5 hours, and I must thank myself, because that is a lot of patience. I want to say that
we are also thanking you. You are representing your team well.
Yeah. I must say that I've listened to different presentation, and it's a nice debate. I have a few things to put across before I call it a day. A speaker who just left and said that Joe was patient, the president in the United States was patient, and somebody else, Hillary Clinton, was chosen and he didn't raise a voice. That is false. Joe was given a chance, but he had a family issue. That is on the record. You don't have to ask anyone. He said by himself, hold on, let somebody run. I have an issue. That's a family issue to tackle. He also mentioned about Musa being patient for many years, but he's forgetting that in the Nusumukati government, the same impatience was noted. So when we hit this other side, let's remember to turn the other side of the coin. Swale, I don't think it is true to say that long-term loans have low interest. That one you need to ask economists, but I don't think that is true. You need to revisit your argument. When you pay loan for long, you pay more. I don't know where that comes from, but then you are entitled to your opinion, sir. We are not selling this country because we believe in our candidate, and we cannot say that we are giving the country to a corrupt man as if he's the only corrupt man, because as we know, our other competitor is an associate of one Charity Kaluki Ngilu, who was suspended from government because of corruption, but he has embraced her. We remember having saved the Waiguru by mobilizing his political muscle from the other side and saved her at the Senate. So as even we argue that, remember those points. Lastly, allow me to say, Chair, that we, the UDA people, the UDA formation, the UDA political formation, we are a formidable force. We are a team. We are inviting our competitors to the field. We pray for level play field. I can't imagine that ODM can go to election alone. That wouldn't be a game anyway. As you come, don't view us as underdogs because we are a formidable team. This thing can slip your confidence, which you are portraying here, but we want to tell you we are up for grabs if you talk well. But again, this country cannot be run by people who only look at themselves. We also want to appeal to you, be ready that we might grab you and take to our camp. I want to appeal to Kenyans to vote an independent mind, not a project that can transform this country. A candidate who believes in everybody participating in economic development or economic activity so that money can be in the pockets where everybody matters, but not a few millionaires. We will fight poverty. We stand for equality. We stand for fairness and justice. And that is what defines us, UDA. So Kenyans, make the right choice. Thank you, Wekesa and Temba.
Okay, Temba.
So I want to finish my submission today with an interesting story that we find in the Roman Empire. There was a guy called Chrysogonus. Chrysogonus was a freed man by the tyrant Sulla. So when he was freed, he became in charge of proscription. Proscription is by then was taking land from the people, knowing which land is going to be taken away. So there was another gentleman called Sextus Rossi, whose father died. And then what happened, some of his relatives teamed up with this Chrysogonus, that is his relatives Capito and Magnus, teamed up with the Chrysogonus, and they went ahead and they bought the land of Sextus' father. Then they went and they accused Sextus of his father's death. Now the part that I want to bring us on is here where Cicero was one of the lawyers then. That was one of his main defenses, went and came on defense of Sextus about the death of his father. And his argument was based that this person was accused in terms of his argument and his submissions on the case on in defense of Sextus, that he who is to benefit the most is the murderer. So what happened? He actually argued that since immediately after the father of Sextus died, the people who bought his land was Chrysogonus and the relative, Capito and Magnus. So therefore, Sextus is not guilty. And indeed, the gentleman was freed. So if you read about Cicero and his defense, you'll find that. Why am I bringing that to this case? If you read through the story later, when Cicero presents himself, he says that those who aligned themselves with Chrysogonus, thinking that he is a clean man, his wayward nature will make them dirty. He himself is not a clean person. So that was part of his statement. And maybe that statement is what I would want to read for you, because that one is what I found very, very interesting for a discussion right now, especially when it comes to our case right now. This is what Cicero says. The worthless favorers of Chrysogonus, who think that his cause and theirs are identical, are injured themselves by separating themselves from such splendor. Chrysogonus is not a clean man. So when you associate yourself with him thinking that because he comes from nobility, he's a good person, he's not. Now, identical to our time right now is that one Dr. William Samuel Arap Ruto has no clean hands. He has no right to pretend that he's a good person when he gets out there. He has so much that has dirtified his hand. Land that has been grabbed, his name has been mentioned numerous times. He's been mentioned, the people associated with him has been mentioned in so many things that are not helpful to the society. Therefore, for me, in closing, I don't think even the Nation newspaper has got it right. He is a billionaire. He is not a poor man. The irony of saying that you want to lift Mama Mboga from here to up, yet you hate those who already up by rising to up, then you are telling a lie on daylight. The only person you can trust with our country is a person who has consistently, in time without a number, suggested that the country can be equitable. We can get things no matter whom we vote for. We can have constitutional provisions assured and given to anyone without fear or favor. I think that person who has stood for that, in my opinion, is one Baba, not Alibaba. So let us consider Baba, not Alibaba. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, viewers and panelists for. I think the viewers for the YouTube are the ones still on. Facebook, we are past time. For having endured up to this time. Maybe I just want to point out one or two things, even as we close the session. In my view, we cannot argue that in the morning we say that Baba is a project. In the evening we say Baba anachezwa. When Raila is given chance to speak, is a project. When Uhuru is not sure to his meeting, he's anachezwa. Yeah, I think we can choose one narrative and project it. We say he is a project and that is it. We say anachezwa and that is it, because it cannot be both. We cannot. I also say that in my field, I am a sales and marketer. One of the things we are always told is that be aware of counterfeit products. They are more appealing. They are even more affordable. But one thing the buyers or the clients have after buying it is something we call cognitive dissonance, where the product doesn't meet the expectation of what you wanted. So let's judge the candidate based. Unfortunately, we have to base on history. Let's base on history, because when we talk about character of somebody, character cannot be formed in an overnight. Character is not about the future. Character is about the past. It is the habits that you've grown. It is the actions that you have taken over a period of time that has transformed into your being. And so that's why we emphasize what people have been, what they stood for in times of crisis, in times of need. So let's evaluate that, and we will judge our candidates correctly and make the right choice. Otherwise, we appreciate for each and every group that has made their contribution. We continue to ask that we need to have a balanced discussion here, and that means each and every group, it's upon you to actually come and represent your team well. We need more of members of each part so that our discussion is more balanced. So thank you for those who have stayed on and made this discussion flowing in all directions. Otherwise, have a good day, good evening, depending on where you are, and a good night for, I don't know the time zones and the times. I only know good morning in Kenya. Let's meet. David, is it good night?
It is.
Good afternoon.
It is 8:48
p.m.
Oh, it's good.
That's nice.
Good night.
What do you mean 8:45? David, it's 8:48. Your time is
no, it's 8:48. It's a difference of 2 minutes. Allowed Themba to have positive.
Themba and David, have a good night. Angela, good morning. PK, where? Good morning.
Nairobi, good morning, yes.
Good morning. Tukutane tena kwa mjadala ingine. Have a good night.
Yes.
Okay, see you later. Wekasi unaenda kulala?
I have to sleep some 2 hours kwanza.
Okay, bye. See you guys.
Wekesa 25 unachomesha wapi nyama? Kuje.
Aya, hiyo sasa to discuss in the next meeting.